Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Okay. All right, if the parties and the court reporter can join me in the jury room. Just again to reiterate what we've already discussed concerning jury selection through the process this morning, the parties are to refer to the prospective jurors by their numbers, not by any names. Deputy Hamlin, are you going to be in charge of giving them their numbers? Well, or Deputy Eldridge, whoever is handling it, please double check to make sure the number and the name match so there's no confusion with the record. What's that? They were sworn in, well, when they were qualified, so the process is Of the voir dire will be conducted here together in the courtroom today. Voir dire is a French term meaning to speak the truth. Earlier this week, prior to the individual questioning, you were sworn in to do just that, to answer all questions truthfully that are posed to you as a part of this jury selection process. First, this morning, I will be asking you some questions, and after I have finished, the attorneys will have some questions for you as well. This will be the attorney's only opportunity in this trial process to directly engage in conversation with you. The purpose of the questioning by the attorneys is to assist them in determining if your verdict in this case would be unduly swayed or influenced in some way by your personal experiences, any opinions that you currently hold, or any special knowledge and training that you may possess. The object of this process is to select jurors who will impartially try the issues of this case that will be based on the evidence that is presented in the courtroom without being influenced by any other factors. It is very important that you be totally candid and truthful with us today. At parts during this jury selection, once again, I will be reading to you. Not that I do not wish to just have a normal or free-flowing conversation, but the instruction on the law that I will provide to you, again, it must be specific and it must be uniform. Please understand throughout this process today, there will be no wrong or right answers to any of the questions that are posed to you. Your answers are what you think and what you actually believe. The attorneys are not attempting to embarrass you in any way. If any question is asked that you feel uncomfortable answering in open court, please let me know, and you'll have an opportunity to answer that question either at sidebar or in a more private setting. Each party to this case has the right to excuse a certain number of jurors without giving me any reason whatsoever. If you are excused by either side, please do not feel offended or feel that your honesty or integrity has been questioned in some manner. If you are not chosen for this case, it does not mean that you are not fair and impartial. It also does not mean that you could never be fair and impartial. It just means that you may not be suited for this particular case. It may be necessary during the jury selection process today, as well as during the trial, for me to speak with the attorneys and the defendant about matters that are private at the bench or out of the room. Please do not speculate about any bench conference or what may occur during those bench conferences. The bench conferences should in no way affect your duty as a prospective juror in this matter. We have several bailiffs who will be working with us today and throughout the trial, and it is their job to enforce the court's orders, provide any security that is necessary, and for them also to have charge of the jury, to assist you with any reasonable needs that you may have. If you have questions about your personal welfare, apart from the questions in this case, you should direct those questions to the bailiffs. However, please do not ask the bailiffs any questions about this case whatsoever. I am now going to ask each of you about your prior jury service if you have previously served. And for the members of the gallery, my questioning is going to be directed at first to the initial 21 jurors who are seated to my left. If for whatever reason we are not able to select a jury out of this grouping, I will be calling upon people from the gallery to fill empty seats. Although you will not be speaking with me or the attorneys quite yet, if you're in the gallery, it is very important that you pay attention to everything that is taking place, because the moment you are seated in one of the 21 spots to be questioned, we need to pick up seamlessly from where we leave off. I'm going to ask this question to the group of 21 as a whole. If you have a response of yes to any of these questions, please raise your hand. Would you please tell us where and when you previously served on a jury, if at all? Please leave your hand up and also your number. Juror 2, when did you previously serve on a jury?
About 4 years ago here.
All right. Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal.
Do you recall the type of charge or the type of case that it was?
Aggravated assault.
Without telling us the verdict, did your prior jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
Were you the foreperson of that jury?
No.
Thank you. Please leave your flags up. Juror number 9, please tell us where and when you previously served on a jury.
About 2.5 years ago,
All right. Was that here in Leon County or elsewhere?
here in Lincoln County.
Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal proceeding.
Do you recall what type of charge or what type of case it was?
I believe it was assault and attempted rape.
Without telling us the verdict, did the jury reach a verdict in that matter?
I wasn't aware of it.
Say that one more time.
The judge dismissed me as an alternate before the jury made a verdict.
Very well. Thank you. I believe there's two other flags up. Juror 17, please tell us when and where you previously served on a jury.
Here in Leon County, approximately 18 months ago.
All right. Criminal or civil case?
Criminal, it was animal abuse or animal cruelty.
And without telling us the verdict in the matter, did your prior jury reach a verdict?
Yes, I was not the jury for you.
Thank you. Juror 19, please tell us when and where you previously served on a jury.
It was LA County in California.
Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal.
Do you recall the type of charge or case that it was?
It was a criminal threat.
Without telling us the verdict, did your jury reach a verdict? Prior jury, I should say.
No.
Were you the foreperson of the jury?
No.
Were there any other flags that I missed? For those of you that have not previously been called to jury duty, there is no experience requirement to serve on a jury. Oh, Juror 1, did you have your flag up?
No.
Oh, you're just holding in your hand. Wanted to make sure. You do not need to know any law or procedure. All of that will be explained to you throughout this process. All that is going to be required of you is to listen carefully, apply, and follow the instructions that you will be given on the law, and use your common sense in deciding any issues of fact. The state of Florida in this case is going to be represented by Assistant State Attorneys Georgia Kappelman and Sarah Dugan. The defendant is going to be represented by Josh Zellman and Jackie Fulford. Mr. Zellman, would you please introduce your co-counsel, client, and the rest of the defense team to the prospective jurors?
Morning. Joshua Zellman. My co-counsel is Jackie Fulford. This is our client, Donna Adelson. My paralegal, Rebecca Kessler. It's a jury consultant, Lilia Dandelake, and our undergraduate intern, Yamila Morsani.
Question again is to the group as a whole. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys or the other people that were introduced to you? If the answer is yes, please raise your flags. No response was given by the prospective jurors concerning that question. Once again, this question is posed to the group as a whole, 1 through 21. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant? Please raise your flags if the answer is yes. No flags have been raised for the record. Mrs. Kappelman, at this time, if you please could give us the names of the witnesses that the state may call during this trial. Members of the panel, please pay careful attention to these names. I will have follow-up questions after Mrs. Kappelman and Mr. Zellman have spoke on this matter. Go ahead.
Investigator Brittany Adams with the State Attorney's Office, Charlie Adelson, Rob Adelson, Wendy Adelson, Sergeant Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department, Drina Bernhardt, Officer Bill Brannon with the Tallahassee Police Department, Special Agent Greg Bronstein with the FBI, Kate Butler with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Patricia Bird, Special Agent Justin Karsten with the FBI, Dr. Anthony Clark, Deputy Amanda Collins with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Chris Corbett is with the Tallahassee Police Department, Investigator Brock Dietz with the U.S. Fire Marshal's Office, Investigator Michael Dillmore with the Tallahassee Police Department, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Sigfredo Garcia, Jim Geiger, Sharon Geiger. Detective Jonathan Grossman is with the Miami Police Department. Sergeant Corey Hale with the Tallahassee Police Department. Mary Hull. Craig Isom is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. Oscar Jimenez is retired from the FBI. Erica Johnson. Tara Kawas. Special Agent Brian Kendall with the FBI. Forensic Specialist Cornegay is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. His first name's William or Bill. Jeffrey Lacasse. Clariza Labredo, now with the last name Spoltor. Catherine Magbanoa. Joanne Maltese is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. David Marcus. Keith McElveen. Investigator Jason Newland with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee. Waldo Nunez. Shadrick Nobles. Dr. Jerome Obed. Scott Radius. Danny Beth Ritchie is with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Luis Rivera. Jessica Rodriguez. Carrie Rosanna with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI. Lisa Shelby. Stuart Schlazer. David Sims is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. Got Robert Schwartz. Yes, Robert Schwartz, Danny Tiero, Detective Josh Turner with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, June Umchinda, Yendra Velasquez Mascaro, Stephen Webster, Sean Yao with the Tallahassee Police Department, and Sarah Youssef.
Gentlemen, are there any other witnesses who may be called by the defense that were not on the list that was just read by counsel for the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you may inform the panel as to those names as well, the potential witnesses.
Thank you. The additional witnesses that may be called or whose names you may hear: Richard Chagrin, Ann Cunningham, Ron Gutterson, Dr. Ruth Rosenberg, Lisa Carey, Detective Michael Ozemba, Detective Nicholas Kelly, both of them with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Timothy Kelly, Kristen Adamson, Marisol Descalzo, Linda Bailey, Eddie Barnes, Kelsey Guai with Roll-Off Digital Forensics, Tarana Khan, Mickey Easterwood, Felicia Hills with the Leon County Detention Center, Bryce Google, Undersheriff for Leon County Sheriff's Office, and Sarah Newhouse.
Thank you. For our panel, I know that was a long list of names that was just read by both the state and the defense, but I'm going to ask these questions to the entire grouping once again. Do any of you know any of the witnesses that were identified by either party? Please raise your flags if that is so. All right, we'll start with Juror 10. Which potential witness are you referring to?
Last name Sanford. I know his wife. She's a substitute teacher, and I knew her husband was in law enforcement.
All right. And the capacity that you have known Mrs. Sanford is through teaching, I believe?
She is from my class before I'm a teacher, and her students went to my school, so I know her.
All right. Would your acquaintance with Agent Sanford in any way prevent you from considering his testimony with impartiality?
No, sir.
Would your relationship with or knowledge of Agent Sanford or his wife cause you to give either greater or lesser weight to the testimony?
Yes.
Juror 11, who is the potential witness that you believe you know?
There were two, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Lisa Carey, if she is a real estate agent. She's actually pretty good friends with a business partner of mine. I don't know her that well, but I do work for her from time to time. And then the second was Mickey Easterwood. She was a childhood friend, haven't seen her in 30 years, but did know her quite well when we were growing up.
All right. Would your acquaintance with either of the persons that you have just named prevent you from considering their testimony with impartiality?
No, sir.
Would your relationship with or knowledge of either witness cause you to give greater or less weight to that testimony?
No, sir.
Thank you. Was there anyone else who knew one of the potential witnesses? Juror 4, if you please can say the name.
Mr. Dietz, Rob Dietz.
Right. In what capacity do you know this witness?
He's the husband, I believe, of my former tutor.
Okay. If you can speak up, it's hard for them to hear.
He's the husband of my former tutor growing up, my math tutor growing up.
Would your acquaintance with this witness prevent you from considering his testimony with impartiality? Would you say you don't think so? We're going to need a little bit more clarity. Is your relationship as such where you are going to give greater weight or less weight to his testimony? Can you listen to and consider his testimony and apply equal weight to all witnesses? Any other flags that I may have missed? I'll give you a moment just to think about it because there were a lot of names that were read, just in case you recognize any of the potential witnesses that were read by the state or defendant. Very well, we will move on at this point. I'm now going to ask each juror a series of questions. Please respond fully to these questions. This is to obtain some general information from you, and also the attorneys may follow up with more specific questions when they have their opportunity to examine. For juror number 1, what is your occupation or the type of work that you do?
I'm a clinical pharmacy tech.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children, and what would be their ages?
Two children. One is 1 and one is 19.
Right. For your 19-year-old, how are they employed?
She's a college student.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 2008.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Do you have any close friends, relatives, neighbors, or have you yourself been charged with a crime?
When I was 20. Yeah.
Right. What is the name of the offense?
It was reduced to a simple battery.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror number 2, what is your occupation or what is your type of work?
Construction manager at Habitat for Humanity.
What is your marital status?
Divorced.
Do you have children?
Yes. I have an 8-year-old son and a 5-year-old daughter.
And I assume they do not work.
Not yet. No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 97.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No. Okay.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
DUI when I was 20.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 3, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a small business owner.
What is the type of business?
I have a booth at the other side vintage, and I also help my friend run her shop in Midtown.
All right. This is the best free advertising you're ever going to get. You said it's in Midtown?
Her shop is, yeah.
All right, please repeat the name.
Rare Bird Interiors.
What is your marital status?
Married.
Right. What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He's a wealth management advisor.
Do you have children? How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1996, with the exception of 4 years from 2015 to 2019.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I grew up, my best friend growing up, her dad is FHP.
Have you, any close friends or any relatives ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives ever been a victim of a crime?
I have not like a first uncle, but I think a second uncle who was murdered. But I don't know the details of it.
So this is a distant relative.
Yeah. My uncle's brother, but like, he's like my dad's nephew. So, I've never met him.
I'm no genealogy
I've never
expert,
met him,
but suffice to say,
Yeah.
you had a relationship with this person to where it affected you.
Yeah.
All right. Juror number 4, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm an information referral specialist at the Elder Helpline.
All right, please repeat that one more time. This is going to be a recurring thing. Please speak as loudly as you can.
I'm an information and referral specialist at the Elder Helpline.
Thank you. Are you married?
I'm single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 2000.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 5, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a nurse.
What is your marital status?
I'm single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
26 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror 6, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm associated at Walmart.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children? How long have you lived in this county?
2022.
2022 is when you moved here? All right. Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime? Thank you. Juror 7, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a pastor, Your Honor.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What does your spouse do if they work?
She stays at home.
Do you have any children?
I have 3.
What are their ages?
Yeah, they're 8, about to turn 7, and almost 3.
So they are not working.
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
We moved here in June of 2025.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I did.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, my father was charged with grand theft auto, but it was dismissed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
All right. Juror number 8, what is your occupation or the type of work that you do?
I'm an application developer designer at FSU, and I'm also a PhD student.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She does work, and she does internal funding and grant coordination for FSU.
All right. Do you have children?
Yes, sir. We have 2, a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old.
And they do not work.
No, sir. Just at school.
How long have you lived in this county?
About 4 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, sir. When I was a teenager, I was charged with possession less than 20 grams and obstruction of justice.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
I believe when we did the individual session, we asked you to follow up with your PhD program concerning your ability to serve. Were you able to do that?
Well, I needed the specific date range to ask, and I wasn't sure of the dates, so I haven't really been able to talk to my professors about when to ask for an allowance for, unfortunately. I have everything drafted up and ready to speak with my advisors and everything, but I wasn't sure of when to ask for.
What we're anticipating right now would be tomorrow through September 5th.
Okay, yes, sir. I can get in touch with them today.
Thank you.
Judge, we had discussed possibly going through the night.
If we need to get there, but first, for the dates that we know are firm, let's start with Friday through September 5th.
Thank you, sir.
Juror 9, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I work as an IT specialist for the state of Florida.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children at all?
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
27 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 10, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a 5th grade math and science teacher.
What is your marital status?
I'm divorced.
Do you have any children?
Two boys, 25 and 21 next week.
What are their occupations if they work?
Both are full-time students. My oldest just quit a job at a credit union, and my youngest is a cook at Red Elk.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1988.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
So 2 misdemeanors when I was 20 and 21, adjudication was withheld. For
What are the offenses, if you recall?
underage drinking and open container. It was a long time ago.
I assume you're fully rehabilitated.
I-
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 11, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm an irrigation technician with the city of Tallahassee.
What is your marital status?
Divorced.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir, 4.
What are their ages and what do they do if they work?
30, she works at Dollar General as a manager. 26, stay-at-home mom. 23 and 21, and they both do YouTube videos.
You appear to have a bit of distress about
They
that.
make more money than I do.
Stand corrected. How long have you lived in this county?
Raised here since 76, left in 2006 for the military for 20 years and came back 2017. Have been here since.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I was arrested a year and a half ago on a warrant, a felony warrant. Turned out not to be me. It was a brother using my identity. So all charges against me were dropped. I don't know if that's the answer to that question.
No, that is a very important answer. So there is not any pending prosecution at this time
No,
for you.
sir. Not against me anyway.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, for identity theft for the previous answer.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Juror 12, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a software engineer at Civic Plus.
What is your marital status?
I'm divorced.
Do you have any children?
I do. I have a daughter who's 21, and she's employed at General Dynamics Land Systems.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Born here in 1970, moved away, came back in 93, and I've been here since then.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My girlfriend in Portland, Portland was pushed down and assaulted and had her phone stolen and her identity stolen. This was about a year ago.
Thank you. Juror 13, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Pastor,
What is your marital status?
married,
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
she stays at home.
Do you have any children?
I have 4, Your Honor, 11, 9, 8, and 5.
And I assume they do not work.
They do not, although they should.
How long have you lived in this county?
For almost 11 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, I do not.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I can't answer for certainty. I have a sister who I believe was arrested and charged for violating a court order. I believe so, because I don't know. She lives out of state. And then for the next question, I believe she was a victim of spousal abuse.
And this is the same sister you're referring
Same
to? All right. Thank you, sir. Juror 14, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a student and I work part-time for a trade union.
What is your marital status?
Divorce.
What is your spouse's occupation, or excuse me, do you have children?
I do not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
I was born and raised here, and with exception of 2019 through 2023.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 15, what is your occupation or your type of work? You can speak up. Everyone needs to hear you. What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
1, 2 years old.
And I assume they do not work.
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
Since 2021.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Relative possession of marijuana.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 16, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I work for the State Department of Health abstracting information on non-fatal drug overdoses off of methylphenidate records.
Sounds complicated. What is your marital status?
Single? Do
you have any children?
Yes.
How long have you lived in this county?
Since 2012, with a gap from August of May 2015 to August 2016.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I don't know my neighbors' occupations, but no friends or relatives.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Ticketed for driving without headlights in 2016.
I believe that's a civil infraction, but I applaud your honesty. Is what we need. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My brother was non-fatally stabbed in, I believe, 2022.
Thank you. Juror 17, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Work in healthcare IT, currently for Gainwell Technologies, engaged in a couple state Medicaid claim system implementation projects.
I'm sorry, say all that again.
Sorry. Healthcare IT, I work for Gainwell Technology, engaged on 2 state Medicaid claim system implementation projects currently.
Right. Was everyone able to clearly hear?
They're going to need to speak up, Judge.
All right. If there's a microphone near you, if you can angle it back to the 3rd row so that way everyone can be clearly heard. In the process, don't tap the microphones, might cause some feedback. One more time, Juror 17.
Healthcare IT, I work for Gainwell Technologies, engaged on to state Medicaid claim system implementation project.
What is your marital status?
I'm married. My wife is an office manager, works for a local communication firm.
Right. Do you have any children?
I do a 20-year-old daughter. She's a full-time student at Florida State and works at a puzzle room place, this mystery room place.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
50 years, all of them.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do have a brother-in-law that works for FWC.
And that's the Wildlife Commission you're referring to?
Yes.
All right. Have you or any close friends or relatives ever been charged with a crime?
I was arrested for trespassing when I was 15.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 18, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Entrepreneur.
If you could elaborate on that a little bit further.
I would like to discuss all work-related issues and sidebar.
That's fine. What is your marital status?
Single?
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
8 months?
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any close friends, relatives, or neighbors that have been charged with a crime? Or have you as well? Go ahead.
I'm estranged from my family, but there's potentially some signs there.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 19, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Department manager at Funny Lobby.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What does your spouse do if they work?
He's a retired teacher.
Do you have children?
Yes, she's 32, lives in Philadelphia. She's a event coordinator at a hotel.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since summer of 21.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
My dad's a retired deputy sheriff.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
I had somebody break into my house and steal some of my stuff.
Thank you. Juror 20, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I am a retired claims adjudicator for Social Security disability.
What is your marital status?
Widow,
Do you have any children?
yes, 2 sons,
What are their ages?
44 and 31.
Do they work?
The 44-year-old does. The 31-year-old is currently incarcerated.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1984,
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives in law enforcement?
I have a nephew that's a corrections officer for the last 30 years, and also have a cousin that's with the Gadsden County Sheriff Department.
Thank you. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Back in my late 20s, I had a charge of public assistance fraud, but adjudication wasn't held.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, I had a break-in in my house about maybe 13 years ago, but my alarm scared them off, so they weren't able to actually get anything.
Thank you, ma'am. Juror 21, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm currently unemployed, but I am a full-time student.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
For almost 22 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
if I'm remembering correctly, did you also need to check with your university or program concerning your ability to serve?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to do so?
Yes, I emailed my professors and only one responded. He said, missing the 3 weeks would be kind of a burden for me, but it would be possible for me to make up the work.
Right. Thank you. Yes, juror number 1.
Yeah, I want to apologize. I'm actually divorced. I said single, but it was a long time ago. I kind of forget to say it.
I'll forgive you. Juror 4.
I'll be honest.
Yes, I'm sorry if I forgot that from yesterday. Go ahead.
They sent a letter that it would be detrimental. I missed 3 weeks of my program. So I brought the letter for you.
Very well. If you please can bring it to the clerk, I will review it in just a moment. Juror 3.
I also forgot about a crime a family member committed. I have an aunt that was charged with prostitution.
Right. Juror 10.
So you had asked me yesterday to check with my administrator about
Yes.
getting someone to cover my class.
Yes.
She contacted 3 people, but none of them could do it. I contacted a former teacher. She's unable to do it. So there are subs out there. It just won't be one permanent sub for the whole 3 weeks. So it would be somewhat of a burden to my class and myself preparing for that.
Parties can briefly approach. What is your marital status?
Married.
And what does your spouse do if they work?
He also stayed employed outside.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
18 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends, relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No. Not ever.
All right, to go back to the other questions that were previously asked while you were seated in the gallery, have you ever previously served on a jury?
Yes.
When did you serve on a jury?
Over years ago.
Was it in Leon County?
Yes.
Criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal.
Do you recall the type of charge or case?
I believe it's not Bradley.
Driving under the influence.
Yes.
All right. Without telling us what the verdict was, did the jury reach a verdict? The foreperson. Were you the foreperson of the jury? That is the person who presides over deliberations and gives the verdict form to the bailiff. So you were the foreperson. You were not the foreperson. Okay. Do you know either of or any of the attorneys or their staffs? Do you know or have any relationship by blood or marriage to the defendant? The names that were read aloud as to the potential witnesses in this case, did you recognize any of those names? Thank you. Juror 23, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Spray tech supervisor at FSU.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She's the bookkeeper at Leon High School.
Do you have children?
Yes.
What are their ages and occupations if they work?
20 and 21. The 21-year-old, she's a full-time student at FSU, and my 20-year-old, she is employed at Subway.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
6 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
I'm also going to go back through the other questions that were previously asked to the group when you were seated in the gallery. Have you ever previously served on a jury?
No.
Concerning the attorneys, are you related by blood or marriage, or do you know any of the attorneys or their staffs?
No.
Concerning the defendant, are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
Do not.
As to the names of the witnesses, or potential witnesses, I should say, that were read out loud, did you recognize any of those names?
No.
Thank you. In this trial, and also during the attorney's questioning, you will hear certain terminology, such as burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent. It is very important that you understand each of these concepts. I will attempt to explain to you burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent by reading the jury instructions that are applicable to each separate concept. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his or her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant may not take the witness stand cannot influence the jury in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys at this point are going to have their opportunity to ask you some questions. What they say now or at any other time during this trial is not to be accepted by you as evidence or any instruction on the law itself. They are simply going to be asking you questions. Please do not infer anything or read anything into the questions that you will be asked. Before I turn over the inquiry to the attorneys, let me remind you to please answer their questions honestly and forthrightly, and also volunteer any information that you believe may be important. Is counsel for the state prepared to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Well, congratulations. Yeah. It's a compliment, I think. So I'm going to ask you some questions about some legal concepts. Today is not the trial. You're not going to hear any evidence in the case today. As the prosecutor, it is my burden to prove the case to you beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence, which we will do. I'll be assisted by Sarah Catherine Dugan in doing that when the trial actually starts. But for jury selection, we're just trying to get sort of your ideas about concepts and issues that we think might come up during the course of the trial. And it's important and will be less painful, certainly for me and probably for you too, if you guys will participate and raise your paddles and answer. And I'm going to attempt to not say names and only say numbers. So this is obviously an important case. I know some of you probably don't mind speaking up. Many of you probably are shy and less likely to speak up. So I would encourage my shy guys to please participate as well, because your voice is just as important. Let's see. So I want to identify sort of like my leaders on the group. Do I have folks that supervise people at work or have supervised people in the past? Start on the first row because I'll probably have several of you. Juror 2.
Yeah, construction manager, so local volunteers, 30 volunteers all day, Saturdays, building houses. So.
Some cats to herd there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the first row? Yes, sir. Number 7.
So coordinating, organizing, volunteer teams, and then I've had as much as 6 staff report to me.
Okay.
My previous job.
All right, thanks. Anybody else? First row, second row, leadership staff, and I would include head of an organization or something like that if that's part of your resume. Number 8.
I'm a GIS project manager, so I have about 8 people that work under me. They're all students. Some of them are paid, some of them are unpaid.
Okay, thanks. 9.
I work as an impromptu team leader for our department whenever there's any issues or need assistance.
All right, how many members of the team?
About 10
day.
Number 23.
I supervise 2 spray technicians at FSU.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Second row. 11.
20 years in the military, about 15 of those in various leadership roles.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your service. 13.
Did 8 years in the military, about 5 of that in leadership roles. Currently a lead pastor of our church.
Okay. Do you supervise the staff there?
As volunteer staff, and then I'm the lead of the elders that we have at the church. I'm the lead elder as well, to supervise that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else over there? Third row. Yes, sir. 16.
Previous work, I was in charge of a team of 3 for a warehouse, and current job, I am frequently one of the people training new employees.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else in the back? 17.
I currently have a direct reporting team of 6, as well as a number of like matrix resources as part of my work.
Okay. Anybody else in the back row? Yes, ma'am, but you're not gonna tell me, or I know. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Anybody consider yourself a leader, like you just identify as that type of personality, even though you haven't raised your hand as somebody that necessarily supervises others at work? Okay. For my guys that haven't spoken up, you know, obviously we want a jury that delivers a verdict that's your verdict, right? Even if you're a shy guy, I feel like maybe you qualify number 6. Shy guy? Probably not so shy at home, but shy in this setting. Okay, do you find this setting a little intimidating? Anybody find this setting a little intimidating? Show of paddles? Okay, I mean, it can be, right? Nobody likes to speak in public to begin with, and then we've got a lot going on here, a lot of people in the room and so forth. So if you were feeling shy or feeling intimidated by this setting, but you were chosen to be on the jury, would you be able to sort of stick to your guns, have your voice heard back there, make sure the verdict that comes back is your verdict? Anybody feel like they would struggle with that? I'm just not the guy that's gonna like push against the grain. Okay, 21, tell us. Okay, this particular setting, do you think if once we kind of roll along, if you're selected and you start hearing evidence and all that, you'll start developing opinions, and at the end when you're asked to deliberate, would you feel confident speaking up if you had a difference of opinion with your fellow jurors? Okay, so you think you might struggle with that. So whoever was in charge back there would really have to ask you what's your opinion. Okay. Anybody else feel like juror 21, like you might struggle to speak up? Okay, 3, tell us about you.
I have pretty bad social anxiety.
Mhm.
Actually, public speech, I take the special accommodations public speech class, and when I went to FSU, I
Okay.
had like 500 people in the class, 20 people had to do that, and of those 20 people, I'm the only one that cried. So
Well, you're doing great.
One of my favorite
You haven't
stories,
even
yeah.
cried yet. You're on a roll. Okay, so the foreman may have to draw it out of you, but you would be able to speak your opinion if called upon to do so. You're just not the guy that's going to interrupt and yell and get over everybody else.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know when the appropriate time to ask is, but on Tuesday I mentioned a medical constraint, and I did bring a doctor's note with me.
Okay.
And I haven't had
All
an
right.
opportunity to mention that yet.
Okay, thank
So,
you for mentioning
yeah.
it, and we'll probably take that at sidebar at some point. So, yes. Anybody else have something they need to tell us at sidebar, medical or otherwise? All right, so for my folks that have been on a jury before, raise your paddles again, front row. Yeah. Okay. Was it a good experience? A bad experience? Don't really remember.
It's good. Yeah, an eye-opening experience to see how the inner process works and go through it. Yeah.
All right, that's number 2. Number 22? Was it an okay experience for you?
It's not bad. It's something new. We've
Mm-hmm.
Building system.
Yes, so helped you learn about our system a little more, see it for yourself. Okay, that was a 1-day trial, I'm guessing. Okay. It's a good primer. Second row? Yes, number 9, did you have a good experience or otherwise?
It was interesting, to say the least. I think it was
Okay.
done a bit differently than usual, but the
Was
judge.
it here in Leon County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think the judge had the jury excused every time the lawyers needed to speak with him, which was pretty much every other 10 minutes.
Oh, so there's a lot, you got your steps.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, better than going to sleep in the chair, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, second row, third row, good experience, bad experience, number 17.
Yeah, it was a positive experience. It was a 1-day trial.
Yeah. Oh, those are nice for jurors. They're no better than 2 to 3 weeks. I think it's going to be more on the 2 side. Don't hold me to that, but for your planning purposes. All right. Anybody else? Jury service people. Yes, 19.
It was okay. Not something I want to do again.
Yeah, I'm not going to deduce from you saying it was okay that you want to do this. I know it's a big ask and a huge imposition on you, and I don't mean to minimize that at all. I just want to know if it was okay. You know, sometimes juries walk away traumatized or, you know, they argued back there or whatever. So I just want to know if it was anything like that. So you didn't have any.
No, there was no like yelling or anything.
Okay, good. And for all my folks on a jury, without saying what the verdict was, were you able to reach a verdict? The ones that deliberated? Everybody did. Okay. All right. Anybody have any legal training on the panel? Okay. Number 22, you said you work at the AG's office, but I don't think you said in what capacity. What type of work do you do? Okay. And your husband, state of Florida, but what type of work?
He's working public record in Baden.
Okay.
That was up.
All right, so I touched on this a little bit already. The burden, and I think the defense will emphasize this, is mine. So that means that I have to prove the case to you with evidence. It's completely my burden, the whole thing. So they don't have to do anything. They don't have to put on witnesses. They can do their nails, read the newspaper, not participate at all, which of course we don't expect they'll do, but they don't have to prove anything. That's really important. So you've heard no evidence right now. If you were asked to render a verdict right now, it would of course be guilty, right? Because you've heard no evidence. And the only place the evidence is going to come from is this table, right? The state. It's innocent until proven guilty. We prove the case. Would you like to hear from the defendant? Sometimes that's a question. Human nature, yes, but you cannot require the defense to prove anything. Everybody understand that? Yes. It's the way our system works. Okay. All right. Reasonable doubt. You heard an instruction on this, and lawyers tangle with this at jury selection all the time and do a pretty poor job. It probably will not be an exception, but the idea is nothing can be proven to you beyond a mathematical certainty, right? If you knew for sure that a thing happened 100%, it's because you saw it with your own eyes, and that makes you what? A witness, not a juror. So you're going to have to make a decision based on the evidence. And it is a very high burden. It's the highest burden in the land, right? It's a high burden, and it should be. But it's not impossible to convict a guilty person through evidence. You're not going to have 100% mathematical certainty because that's not possible. So the example I use, which probably isn't a great one. Number 1, did you drive here today?
Yeah.
Where'd you park your car?
Parking garage.
All right. Is your car still there?
I hope so.
You hope so, right? Do you have a reasonable doubt that your car is there where you left it?
No.
Okay. No, right? Because the evidence is he parked his car there. Did you lock it?
Yeah.
You locked it. Is there any security there?
I mean, Yeah, I think so, but who knows?
There's security there. Okay, so he has no reasonable doubt that his car is where he left it. If he gets there and it's not there, he's going to be really surprised. Now, if we change the facts, he left his car there, he didn't lock it. There's no security. There were 2 or 3 very suspicious looking guys lurking around the car when he left. And when he left, he said, "You can have it if you want it. I left the keys in it." Okay, now we're starting to change the facts, right? Now he has a reasonable doubt that the car is there. He basically invited somebody to take it. All right, so you as the jurors will decide, is this doubt reasonable or not, right? So I'm gonna say a bunch of words and they're gonna say a bunch of words, but ultimately at the end of the day, when you get back there and you're assessing a doubt, I have a doubt. Well, tell me about it. You talk about it. Is it reasonable? That's your question, right? And you decide what's reasonable or not. Okay? Shaking of head.
Parties can approach briefly. Juror 24, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm retired from the United States Postal Service as an electronic technician and as a veteran in the United States Navy.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She's a nail clerk.
Do you have children?
I have an 11-year-old boy.
And he does not work.
He doesn't.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 97.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do not.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I have a brother who was convicted of armed robbery.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Also, to inquire as to the other matters that the court previously raised, have you ever served as a juror previously?
No.
As to the attorneys, are you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know the attorneys or any of the persons that are part of their staffs?
No.
Are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
No.
Concerning the names of the witnesses that were previously read out loud, do you recognize any of the names of the potential witnesses?
No.
Thank you. Juror 25, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I am a sales account manager.
What is your marital status?
Married.
If you can just say it again and try to speak up as much as you
I'm
can.
a sales account manager.
Thank you. And your marital status again?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He works in sales.
Do you have any children?
I have two. I have a 4-year-old and 11-month-old.
And I assume they do not work.
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
5 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
My 4-year-old's father has previously been charged with felony drug-related stuff.
So you don't know the exact name, but something relating to the possession of drugs.
Yes, and distributed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Going back to the other questions that the court previously raised with the group, have you ever previously served as a juror?
No, sir.
Are you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know the attorneys or their staffs?
No, sir.
Are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
No.
Concerning the names of the potential witnesses that were previously read, did you recognize any of those names? Right. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue at this time.
For my new folks, any leadership or management experience, maybe in your time in the Navy or elsewhere?
I was a supervisor for several departments when I was on board the aircraft carriers.
Thank you. And number 25, do you manage anyone currently?
Aside from my children.
Yeah,
Not-
that's-
Not currently, but I do have about 7 years in like leadership experience.
Okay. And is that in the sales world?
Yeah, sales, customer service related.
Okay. Did you hear my spiel about reasonable doubt? Feel like you're getting your head around that one a little bit? Okay, same with you, sir. Okay. All right, well then we will keep it moving. Jury decides the facts, and you'll be the judge of the facts, not of the person. We're you to render judgment on anyone. But still hearing that, some jurors sometimes feel like this is too heavy. This is a very serious case. Is there anybody that feels like I'm not sure I could make a decision knowing how serious the case is for whatever reason? First row, second row, third row guys, no, okay. So your job will be to hear the evidence and to make a decision. Have these crimes been committed? And is this the person that committed the crimes? Judge of the facts. And the judge is going to give you all the law that you need. You don't need any legal training. Please don't do any research on the law. And his job is to sort of referee what comes in as evidence and make sure the rules of evidence are followed in the courtroom. The judge's job also includes sentencing. So you will not be asked to make any recommendations or determinations about sentencing at all in this case. Does anybody feel like I would still be worried about sentencing, even knowing that you're not being asked to make any decisions about sentencing? Number 20, would you be worried about that at all? No. Wouldn't worry about it. Can you set it aside? Number 18, or is that something that would weigh on you?
Can set it aside.
Okay. Anybody feel like I would worry about that? All right. Many of you have had some kind of interaction with law enforcement or close friends or family members that have. Have any of those been significant, meaning they've impacted you in some way personally? I mean, if you had a DUI 20 years ago and it was handled fairly, I don't need to know more about that. But if something has really colored your view of the criminal justice system or impacted you personally, we had some folks that had some quite serious cases that friends or family members have been involved in. I want to know, was the person treated fairly? And how has it impacted you? First row, anybody volunteer to say, I've been impacted by crime in a way that has deeply affected me? Okay. Second row, anybody treated unfairly? We had somebody that was falsely arrested. That's a big one.
My brother got pulled over in a vehicle and didn't present ID, told him he was me. He was in possession of drugs.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, they let him go. He was going to be an informant for them or something or other, I don't know. And then when they couldn't get a hold of him, naturally, they issued a warrant for me. Because he used my ID.
Yes, sir.
So once I found all that out and got a hold of the right folks, the system actually worked well for me once they got dash cam and body cam video and was clearly able to see it wasn't me. I was able to get everything resolved. So
sure, but
really
what a
bad
headache to
experience
get
early
there.
on and turned out pretty positive because the evidence did.
Okay.
prove
Anything
my case.
about that you think would bleed into your deliberations on this case? Oh, I think the cops are all crooked, all arrests are false, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Second row, anybody else deeply affected by crime? Any crime in your life? Okay. Third row, anybody fall into that category? Who thinks there is a significant problem with the criminal justice system? It's broken, doesn't work well. Just raise of paddles. I'm a little broken. Okay, I'm seeing a couple little paddles. Little broken, not perfect.
Not perfect.
Not perfect. We can all agree with that one, I think. Anybody feel like you have such strongly held views in that regard that you think it could impact your ability to follow the law and render a fair verdict in this case? Seeing shaking of heads. Okay. Anybody had a bad experience with law enforcement? I know I'm asking the same question 3 or 4 different ways, but I just want to make sure I'm catching everybody. Yes, sir. 24.
I was pulled over. My plate came up with a stolen plate from another state. And I had guns drawn on me, and they figured out that it was from another state finally. But when you have guns drawn on you is not a fun thing.
It's a bad experience.
Yes.
Anything about that you think might interfere with your ability to do your job in this
No, 'cause
case?
They offered a lot of apologies after that. And the guy said,
Too little, too late.
yeah, it was. And I was headed to work, so
Yeah.
luckily I was not late.
You were not falling asleep at your desk that day.
Before you continue, I'm curious, did you have on the mail carrier uniform?
I had my uniform on, but I'm an electronic technician.
I see.
Fix the machines.
Please continue, Ms. Kaplan.
All right. Law enforcement officers. So several of you have either backgrounds in law enforcement, yourself or a close friend or family member that's been in law enforcement or is in law enforcement. And the reason why we inquire about that is because we want to make sure we have jurors that, obviously you heard my list, there's quite a few law enforcement officers on the list. So jurors that can listen and be critical of law enforcement. So open-minded. If you learn that they have specialized training and experience and are qualified to, have authority on some topic more than the average person, then great, you can believe them more than the average person. But we don't do that just because they're wearing uniforms. So we don't automatically believe everything they say. We don't automatically disbelieve everything they say just because they're law enforcement. Anybody feel like they struggle with that? And the defense may get up and say, so-and-so, your father was a law enforcement officer. Somebody was. Whose dad is? Okay. Your dad isn't a law enforcement officer. Don't you automatically believe what law enforcement says? And, maybe that was true before coming in here. Probably not for you. But the instructions of the court are level playing field. Can everybody apply the instructions of the court on law enforcement? Okay. They can make mistakes, right? They're also not perfect, like the system. Okay. What are undercover operations? Anybody know? Volunteers? Just let me flounder up here. Number one, undercover operations, like a law enforcement operation that's undercover. What does that mean?
When the people don't know that the cops are there trying to figure stuff out.
Yeah, like the cops are posing as not cops.
Right.
Posing as someone else. So they're tricking somebody, right? Anybody uncomfortable with the idea that law enforcement is permitted legally to pose as somebody else and trick criminals to get information and to solve cases? Anybody feel uncomfortable with that? What do you think? 13.
I see the benefit of it. I think the technique in which it is executed is the one that catches my attention.
What do you mean?
So if somebody, it all depends on who it is that they're going after and the subject themselves, right? But if a law enforcement officer is posing as somebody in order to try to entrap people.
Yes. Okay. Entrapment would be crossing that line.
Who are not intending to commit a crime, I would take issue with that.
Okay. So entrapment would be exceeding their authority to pose as someone else. But for the sake of this argument, let's assume it's not an entrapment situation, but it is a situation where an officer is posing as someone else.
No problem.
Okay. Anybody feel like that's not fair? That's not cool? What do you think, 11?
I think if there's justifiable means to be there doing undercover work, then I'm okay with it.
Is it necessary though? What do you think? 5.
It depends on the context of it. Sometimes it is necessary. I feel like for police officers, because depending on the crime that's committed, police officers not always go in. It depends on, like you said, entrapment. It depends on the context. Of the
Sure.
situation. If you're trying to entrap criminals, whereas if you're trying to just, how do I word this? Depends on the context greatly, because you can't legally try to coerce them into a crime.
Right.
You are.
Hey, I'll give you $50 to take this crack rock over there and sell it to that guy. That wouldn't be okay, right? But what about like posing? Typically, we think of, narcotics operations. If you're trying to infiltrate these higher levels where you really can't have access to investigate those people unless you send someone in posing as a fellow Confederate, right? Everybody okay with the concept? Within limits, of course. Okay. What is premeditation? This is a premeditated murder. What does that mean?
It's like you planned it.
It's like you planned it. Okay, that was juror 23. So what type of evidence would show premeditation?
Bloody footprints, clothes, a weapon.
Okay, how does that show the operation of the mind, though, the intent?
Oh, well, if you find somebody with their fingerprints on the weapon, then that's not admitting full guilt right there. I mean, but that's pretty damning evidence.
Okay, yeah. What about for intent, though? Number 16, what do you think? How do I prove premeditation? I didn't just haul off and kill someone on a whim. I thought about it. I had a conscious intent that crime be committed at the time it was committed. How do I prove that? How do I prove what someone was thinking?
I think we would have to rely on evidence that predated the moment of the attack. So if you had like any sort of records or definite plans or things that were found, like
map of the bank, right? That's how they do it in the movies. They roll it out on the table, get the blueprints and that sort of thing. What else? What other type of evidence might prove intent? 15? You think of anything else? Conversations. I'm going to kill that guy, right? And that's pretty good evidence that you plan to kill the guy. What about motive? Motive, would that be important to your consideration, number 7, of intent?
Yeah, I think so. There would have to be some sort of justifiable cause where you could empirically say that would lead a person to premeditate an act of aggression on the victim for X, Y, and Z reasons.
So you kind of want to know why, right?
I think we have to know why.
Well, I mean, sometimes you can imagine a scenario where the manner of the killing might prove intent.
Sure.
Shooting once is different from shooting 100 times, right? As far as if you're trying to evaluate intent. So that could be part of it, but certainly motive is very important and jurors want to know why. So the why could potentially be important. Everybody agree with that? What do you think? 12. Any other ideas of what type of evidence? Like, how are you going to prove? You see the problem. How do you prove what someone was thinking?
Right, certainly in the records that they've considered it, discussed it, solicited someone to help with it, or done searches about how to efficiently execute the crime beforehand, and that sort of evidence.
Okay. Would you be open to all those types of circumstances to try and show what the person was thinking, as opposed to the type of evidence I laid out right away, which was, I'm going to kill that guy.
Right.
And that's great. But if you don't have that, can you evaluate all the other circumstances?
Yeah, and you have to see if they push you beyond the reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Any other type of evidence? Let's get away from premeditation, but in general, that you would expect to see in a case like this, a particular type of evidence. Number 23 mentioned fingerprints, clothing, anything else like that you guys are kind of expecting?
Financial records.
Gun residue,
Financial records.
financial records. If it's, what kind of financial records? Why would you be expecting that in this case or a case like this?
If, from what we were told earlier about the case and the charges, if you're soliciting it, setting aside money, or transferring money to someone. Or
Right. So if it's a murder for hire, you'd expect some kind of money to be involved, some type of transaction. Okay. Somebody else down here? Text messages, phone calls. Okay. Yes, sir. Number 6.
If I remember correctly, I remember hearing coming from Miami to Tallahassee, so like gas station receipt.
Okay. Some evidence of that travel. Okay. What else? It's so fun when y'all help me better. Okay. So you know it's a murder for hire. You know there's more than one person involved. You, though, as jurors in this case, will only be asked to decide the involvement and guilt or not guilt of one criminal defendant. Are you able to set aside your thoughts and feelings about the other people that may be involved in the case and focus your verdict? How does the evidence relate to this defendant? Everybody feel like they can do that? Okay. If the evidence shows that the defendant is not the one that pulled the trigger, does that make a difference? What do you say? Why are you shaking your head no, number 15? Why doesn't that make a difference? Okay, so even if you don't pull the trigger, you can be charged with murder? But what?
Please speak up, number 15.
Okay, you could be charged with accessory, but you don't think murder. Who else, by a show of hands, thinks if you don't pull the trigger, you cannot be charged with murder? Nobody? Why not? Number 2.
If you're, if you hire someone or something like that, definitely you're not committing the crime personally, but if you're telling someone else to do it and they do it, then I think something pretty close to it, yeah. I mean, maybe
Okay.
not murder itself, but it might be some type of
Maybe not murder itself, but it might be something close. What do you think? Number 20.
It's the way the law is written.
Mhm.
You don't have to pull the trigger, but you can still be charged with murder. The law allows that you can still be charged with murder.
Okay. According to the law of our state, and the judge will give you the law. You do not need to know the law. I tricked you, and I'm sorry. But you can be charged just the same as if you pulled the trigger if you also did some act or said some word to cause that murder to be done, some affirmative act to cause that murder to be done, and you intended it be done. Okay? It's called a principle. So, court reporter and I are going to do a bank heist, and we know when we go in there, the first thing we're going to do is kill the security guard. Okay, that's our plan. We both understand that that's what we're going to do. But I'm the shooter. She's the bag lady. She's going to get the money. We go in there, we do it, we're successful until we get caught. We can both be charged with first-degree murder of that security guard, the same as if she had pulled the trigger. Is that fair? How is it fair? 23.
Y'all planned it together.
But I pulled.
I didn't hear you.
Y'all planned it together.
But I'm the one that pulled the trigger. Shouldn't I be worse off than her?
She knew what was going to happen.
She did. That's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So you agree with that law? Anybody disagree with that law? I do not think it's fair. It should be, as juror number 2 thought walking in here, something close to it, but not exactly the same. Okay. Now that I gave you the spoiler, you won't admit it. All right, so number 2, knowing that now, would you be able to follow that law?
Yeah.
What do you think, number 15? If the law says we can both be convicted of first-degree murder and it's proven, would you be able to convict her of first-degree murder even though she didn't pull the trigger? You would be able to follow that law.
We cannot hear him. Number 15, please speak up as much as you can.
You would. If there was a law that the judge reads you in this case that you did not agree with, would you be able to follow it anyway, or do you think it would be incumbent upon you to do what your gut is telling you? What do you think? Number 16?
Since we're here to decide if something followed or broke the law, I would go with the law.
Go with the law. Number 8?
Yeah, definitely.
Follow the law no matter what, even if you don't like it?
Yeah, it's not me to decide the law. It's just for us to stick to it.
Okay. It's the legislature's job. We're going to leave that to them. Okay. What is a conspiracy? Volunteers for that one? How about you, number 14? What's a conspiracy?
I'm not sure.
You don't need to know the legal stuff, just what's your idea of it? Come and speak.
A group of people getting together or saying that anything that may be.
Please speak up, number 14.
A group of people, I'm trying to say a definition without using the word conspire.
Yeah.
Through employment, things I'm willing to do.
Getting together to
Getting
do
together
something?
To make something happen with
Okay.
other reasoning behind it.
Okay.
I'd like to say that it doesn't even have to be a group. You can conspire to do something alone.
Number 8, okay. Is that what you're doing right now? You want to tell us something? Okay. Do you all agree that a conspiracy can be evidence circumstantially? And what I mean by that is, and this is hard because we can't talk about what the evidence is. I'm asking you to imagine that it could be proven to you that people conspired to do something without an express, we're gonna, go in and kill the security guard without that being expressly stated. Can you imagine other evidence, circumstantial evidence? For example, we walk in and I walk directly over to the security guard and blow him away right to the head, right? Immediately. And she says in front of everybody, yeah, just like we planned. Okay? That would never happen. But okay, it's not in the plan. The conspirators generally don't write out a manifesto where they say, this is going to be my role, and this is going to be your role, and this is what we're all going to do. But you can infer it from the circumstances, the way the crime was done, the other communications in the case, the other evidence in the case. Can you be open to that? Nodding of heads.
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Does it matter how long it takes to make an arrest in a criminal case? You guys all heard the statement of the case. This crime occurred in 2014. Number 6, how old were you in 2014? 9. Can you even care about something that happened when you were 9? Can you, sir? Does it matter how long it's been?
I think as long as the crime that you're being charged for is within the statute of limitations, I think it's fair to be arrested for a crime that you could have committed. Sometimes it takes years to build evidence and things like that.
Anybody feel like it's too long? I just can't consider evidence from 2014. I was 9. Everybody else, can you keep an open mind to evidence and a long investigation? 14. 13, why does a cooperating co-defendant come forward?
Could be cover their own tracks.
Could be what?
Cover their own tracks. I mean,
To cover their own tracks. Yeah, to put it off on somebody else. Okay, good. What else? What else could motivate a cooperating co-defendant? 19. You're on ice, 19. I actually have a volunteer, number 6. They have a deal.
Can't hear, I'm sorry.
Well, please speak up.
They got a deal to shorten it.
Yeah, they might be trying to get something to help themselves. Does that mean they're lying? No, it could mean that. But it could mean they're telling the truth to get something. Is that right? Do you agree with that, 19? Okay, can you keep an open mind to that type of testimony and weigh it with all the other evidence in the case? You're going to observe the witness. You're going to hear what they say. You're going to see if it fits with everything else. And you're going to make a decision about their credibility based on all that, including the fact that they have this motive or whatever. Can you do that? Everybody feel like they can do that? Okay. Unsavory witnesses. That's a very nice way of putting this topic. So there could be witnesses in the case that you all do not want to have a beer with or a cup of tea with. Okay? Can you keep an open mind to the testimony of someone who is different from you and lives your life differently from the way you live your life? Number 1, can you do that?
Yeah.
2, can you do that? Everybody? If you don't hear a particular type of evidence that you're expecting, can you keep an open mind to the type of whatever evidence that there is and render a verdict based on that? I just don't want you guys to walk in thinking, oh, there's no gun. Can't convict of a murder without a gun. You know, is there anybody that's like that? There's a particular thing that you require. Inconsistencies. Would you all expect the testimony to be completely consistent or there to be some inconsistencies? Let's say we're going to have a 2-week trial. You're going to hear from witnesses every day, all day for the period of 2 weeks. Are we going to have any inconsistencies? 17.
Purely a guess, but based on the duration, probably somewhere in there.
Okay. Every single one of you went back in the room back there and answered the questions in private. And I was sitting back there, Ms. Dugan was sitting back there, and we were wearing the same outfits all day. If we isolated each one of you and asked you, what can you tell me about what Ms. Dugan was wearing yesterday or the day that you were back there? Let's assume it was all the same day. Do you think we'd get some inconsistencies? Might get some blue, some black, dark pants. I think it was, we might get a lot of different answers, right? Does that mean that anyone's lying? Okay. Now, you all will have to weigh inconsistencies, which are going to occur naturally in a case like this. And you will decide, is this a point on which this inconsistency is important and equals a reasonable doubt versus this doesn't matter at all, right? Can you do that? All right, so all crimes have elements. The judge will give you the elements of the crimes, and I will be responsible, and with Ms. Dugan's help, of proving each of the crimes were committed. That means proving each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 7, what does a killer look like? Yeah.
Please speak up, number 7.
A little louder.
There's no default for what a killer would look like in just appearance.
No default. Really? They can look like anything?
Yes.
Who disagrees with that? Can a killer look like anything? Number 1?
Anybody? Let me think.
Anybody? Can it look like your grandmother? My young people? Number 5. Can a killer look like a granny?
I mean, it's not like you in picture, but like anyone who's capable of like has the capacity.
You could keep an open mind to the possibility that a grandmother could be a killer. And that's kind of a tough one. Can everyone keep an open mind to that possibility?
Yes.
For my folks that have been divorced, any custody battles? Raise your paddle if you've been involved in a custody battle. Okay, so just divorces. Anybody in a particularly messy divorce? Ugly divorce? Highly litigious divorce? Anybody go to court for their divorce? Did go to court, okay, but it was not particularly nasty.
She never showed up, so
Oh.
it was very.
You won.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you guys haven't personally experienced this, but does everyone agree that those types of issues, domestic issues, divorces, custody battles, those are things that are highly emotionally charged? Yes. May I have a moment to confer, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
For my folks that have been on a jury before, what is a hung jury? Number 22?
The jury cannot reach the decision.
Mm-hmm. Because the jury has to be what? Unanimous. And that means it has to be the verdict of each juror as well as the jury as a whole. So, my shy guys, can you speak up and make sure this is your verdict? Not sure I've identified exactly who you are. I think number 6 is a little bit of a shy guy, and you already told me you could do it. Who else considers themselves a little shy? Nobody.
At first I am, but once you get to know me,
Okay. Are you going to return a verdict that's your verdict?
Yeah.
What if you get back there and everybody's against you?
I mean, this is someone's life, so I don't really care about it.
Okay. I would encourage you to listen to your fellow jurors, and if you
Sure.
change your mind, great, because your mind's changed, and it's then your verdict.
Right.
But I just want to make sure I've got folks that aren't going to be like, it's Friday night or whatever, Everybody promise to do that? All right. Anybody have something you feel like you need to tell me? I didn't ask the right question. I didn't call on you. Something you think I should know about you that's related to the topics we've touched on. All right. Thank you very much.
For the defense inquirers, we are going to take a brief break for about 10 minutes. You'll have an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom, or look at your phones or devices if you need to. This break will be for everyone, but that is both in the box and also in the gallery. While you're on your break, you're not to speak to each other concerning this case or at all. Do not speak to anyone else concerning this case as well. We will resume with the jury selection at 1:30. You may use the restrooms and leave the courtroom at this time.
Can everyone here agree that 12 heads are better than one? Shake your head.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now, it's important right now for you to understand that. We're not trying to trick you. There are no right or wrong answers. We want to know what you believe. Now, during this process, would it be wrong of me if I were to ask you for your each individual own worldview? You know, we all have our own biases, resentments, beliefs. And I need to know, and I'm going to ask you to share with me, whether or not you're going to carry that with you into the jury box. Now, there's a concept that has gained momentum recently, and that is the concept of implicit bias. Does anyone here know what that is? No? Okay, well, I'm going to try to explain it briefly. Now, we all want to see ourselves as fair. Can we agree to that? Yes? Okay. We all want to believe that we're rational. Can we agree to that? Now, unfortunately, studies have shown that despite our best intentions, none of us are free from these biases. Implicit bias refers to unconsciously held beliefs that don't necessarily reflect our conscious belief. So, for example, you walked into the courtroom either Tuesday or Wednesday, and you saw a gentleman in a black robe. When we see someone like that, we can assume that they're a judge. And you made that decision pretty quickly. Is that correct? Okay. So what if you were to walk into a supermarket and there's a big burly guy with a long beard, clad in leather, and he's walking to a motorcycle? Let's see. Number 5, when you see that, do you see someone who's adventurous?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're on a motorcycle.
How about dangerous?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Now, you're making a quick judgment when you see someone like that, right?
Implicit bias, right? Like,
I'm sorry?
That's kind of almost an implicit bias, right?
Yes, yes. Now, in that same token, you all walked in, whether it was yesterday, Tuesday, or today, and you look over at the defense table and you see my client, Mrs. Adelson, do you wonder to yourself, I wonder what she did? Number 2, you think to yourself, I wonder what she did, or I wonder what she is accused of doing?
I don't look that far into it. I mean, I don't know her from the next person, so I would just treat her like another person.
Okay. What about number 9?
No, sir, I didn't have that question.
Well, which one did you ask yourself? I wonder what she did, or I wonder what she's accused of doing?
Neither.
Did anyone ask that question of themselves or say that to themselves? Number 23.
Yeah, I was wondering, what she is accused of.
Okay. I saw a paddle over here. Number 25. What did you think?
Yeah, like initially, I mean, it's just human nature to be curious. It's like, I wonder what this person was accused of.
Now, do any of you have anxiety or are claustrophobic that if you're in lengthy deliberations that you might want to just leave the jury room? Anyone at all? Now, going back to implicit bias briefly, does everyone here agree, let's start on the first row, that you will make an effort to be conscious of implicit bias when you're considering the evidence in this case? Second row. Third row. Thank you. Now, when we were back in the jury room the last couple of days, some of you answered some of the questions. I think I might be able to, or I believe so. And you recall that we asked you to clarify that. First row. Okay. Why do you think we asked you that? Anyone?
Because sometimes, I'd say just about every day in our lives, we face bias, because we, have a perspective of what the world should be, and we can only deal with bias if we can consciously are aware of how we feel and what's going on around us.
Thank you. Does everyone agree with that response? I need verbal.
Yes.
Thank you. So if a witness were to say, I think I saw this, is that the same as them saying, I saw this?
No.
Another important point, and I'm going to go to number 6. If you are selected as a juror and you hear the evidence and testimony, you go back into the jury room, are you able to say to another juror, well, that witness didn't say that they saw it. They said that they thought that they saw it.
Yeah.
Or they didn't tell you what somebody said, but what they think they overheard.
Yeah.
You can point that out. Number 12. Could you do that as well?
That's my duty. That's why I'm here.
I'm sorry.
That's my duty. That's why I'm here.
Number 11.
Good.
Number 16. Yes?
Yes.
Number 17.
Yes.
Ms. Kappelman covered the leader, so some of what I was going to cover has already been addressed. So I'm not going to repeat it, and certainly not here to waste your time. Number 23, would you say that you're naturally skeptical?
Yes.
Okay, when I ask that, what do you think that I mean?
Like, today's going to be a great day. And sometimes you're like, yeah, this something can go wrong. You better not, put all your eggs in one basket, so to say, and think everything's going to be great. You have to be open and know things can go wrong.
Do you question when somebody says something to you? Would you question whether or not they're being honest?
Yes.
How do you determine whether or not they're being honest with you?
The normal things, look a person in the eye, if they're fidgeting in their seat or, not able to stay still or, they have conflicting statements or whatever.
Let's see. Number 19. Would you agree with that? Are you skeptical? Are you naturally skeptical?
Depends on the situation.
Give us an example.
Oh, well, like he said, if it's going to be a great day, I have to keep an open mind because I have no idea if it's going to be a great day or not.
You trailed off at the end.
I have no idea if it's going to be a great day or not.
Are you hopeful?
Not really.
Today might be a bad example. Now, you previously served on a jury. You said it was in California?
Correct.
Things are a little bit different out there?
A little bit, yeah.
In trials, I mean.
Well, the way you guys did this time is different. I'm assuming it's because it's sensitive information, so.
You said that you didn't want to have to do it again. Is that
Right.
accurate?
Yeah.
But it wasn't a bad experience?
No, I was not. I don't know. It was different than I was thinking, but it wasn't like horrible.
Let's see. Number 13. How do you avoid misunderstandings with people?
Through conversation.
Can you give us some techniques?
Primarily through asking questions to not only hear what they're saying, but then to get at what they're intending to communicate as well, both verbally and then non-verbally.
So it's important to listen.
Yes.
Number 14, do you agree? Any other examples of how to avoid misunderstandings? Anyone at all? I'm going to call it yes, number 16.
Being aware of what you've actually been told versus what assumptions you're making.
I couldn't hear you.
Being
Sorry.
aware of what information you've actually received versus what assumptions you've made.
Okay, so avoiding assumptions. Okay. Number 12, I saw your.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it's good to confirm your understanding of what someone has said, if that's possible.
So in other words, repeating back what somebody has said to you to confirm that you understood it the way they intended.
Exactly.
Number 23. I'm sorry, number 11.
Yes, sir.
When you were falsely arrested, how did you feel about the criminal justice system?
I was a bit irritated with it at the time.
Okay. How long did it take to correct?
About 3 weeks in total. I was bailed out immediately, so I only spent about 8 hours in a holding cell, but about 3 weeks of back and forth before I was fully cleared.
It's actually pretty quickly.
I thought so, but I was rather persistent.
Number 23, you agreed that that was a pretty quick turnaround?
Oh, yes, yes.
By a show of hands, does anyone think that the state could make a mistake? Yes? What about law enforcement? What about the state's theory of a case? Does anyone think that the state can be wrong in their theory of what happened?
Yes.
Did anyone not raise their hand? 23?
Oh, no.
Oh,
I raised
okay.
my hand.
Just making sure. Now, does anyone know people who keep large amounts of cash on hand? That's number 26. Do they have a distrust of the banking system?
Yes.
Now, I know at least my generation, my grandparents and my great-grandparents certainly had a distrust of the banking system. The Great Depression, people lost everything, right? I think we're starting to get into a point where I might not be able to relate with some people. So, number 6, do you think that it would be inappropriate or illegal for someone to keep large amounts of cash? Number 24. Have you ever made or received a personal call while you were around other people? What did you do so that those individuals didn't hear your conversation?
Usually ask to be excused.
You walk away?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
What if you couldn't walk away? How do you convey what you're trying to convey?
Then I usually ask if I can call back to the person.
So you would either try to walk away or you would continue the conversation another time.
Right.
What if neither one of those were options? Would you
well,
be vague?
Yeah, because if I'm trying to get, especially if I'm working, a lot of times I couldn't take a phone call, so I wouldn't answer it. So
What if the person that you're with is the one who gets the call or makes the call? How do you know what's discussed?
you can, a lot of times hear what they're talking about.
Well, what if you can't hear? They walk out and you can't hear. Do you know what's discussed?
No.
Now, if the person comes back and tells you what was discussed, do you know whether or not that was true?
No.
By a show of hands, has anyone ever said something that they regretted? Thank you. I know that nobody, and correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody here has ever worked in law enforcement, correct? Okay. Has anyone received any courses or done any type of law enforcement training? Even those that were in the military. Number 13.
Yes, somewhat.
Can you tell us?
Sidebar, it would have to be a sidebar.
Okay,
Due to the nature.
understood. Anyone else? What about private security, private investigation? Anyone? Does anyone here like to travel? Got a few that don't. You don't like to travel? Number 9?
No, sir.
Okay. For those of us who like to travel, let me pick on somebody. Who raised their hand? Number 25. Is it generally less expensive to stay in an Airbnb or a hotel for a lengthy trip?
I guess it depends on the area, but I guess recently Airbnbs kind of seem to be cheaper.
Now, there were a few people, and I didn't see the hands that have been involved in a divorce. Actually, number 11, you've been divorced?
Divorced?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have young children at the time?
I did.
But was it amicable?
It was.
Anyone not have an amicable divorce who's been divorced? Okay. Did you say things about your ex or soon to be ex that you didn't really believe?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, it was pretty cordial.
Oh, it's pretty cordial. Okay.
For me on my side.
Oh, on your side.
I was pretty nice.
What about the other side?
Yeah,
Not quite as much?
I wouldn't know.
Do you know how she spoke about you during the divorce?
Yeah.
Was it nice?
No.
And that same note, by a show of hands, has anyone ever spoken poorly or said mean things about somebody else? Pretty much everyone. Does that mean that you hated the person? Anyone? The fact that there are no paddles up tells me that doesn't mean they hated them.
I think it means we're just mad at time.
Thank you. By a show of hands or paddles, has anyone jumped to a conclusion before? You hesitated.
Well, I don't like to admit, but I suppose I have.
We're human. We tend to do that. It's not just analytics. We also have emotions that come into play. And that's how we interpret things, right? Now, for all of us who have jumped to conclusions, was our initial conclusion always correct? No. By a show of hands, has anyone had a knee-jerk reaction? Said something in that moment? Pretty much everybody? Okay. Number 7, did you later realize that you misinterpreted what was said? You're human. By a show of hands, has anyone ever planned a party? Now, I'm a visual person. So I wanted to list out some things that I wanted to talk to you about. So we're going to start with some definitions and concepts that I want to see how you interpret it. We're going to talk about the presumption of innocence, the burden of proof, jailhouse snitches, and we're also going to talk about some of the legal concepts that you're going to be asked to determine. Now, I think we've made it pretty clear. The law is going to be coming from the bench. I want to make sure that you can follow the law and that you understand what you're supposed to be doing. So I'm going to call on somebody new. Number 18. Can you tell us what a presumption is?
When you are making an assumption.
Is it an assumption? Now, it's just like the presumption of proof of innocence. You're not making an assumption there, are you? It's something that you believe up until a point, right? Okay. Does everyone agree with that? So, for example, you're supposed to presume that Mrs. Adelson is innocent up to the point if the state can prove their case beyond the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. What does that mean? What is beyond a reasonable doubt? We're going to get to that. Now, Ms. Kappelman already talked a little bit about what direct evidence is and what circumstantial evidence is, right? Does anyone feel like we need to go over that again? Number 17?
No.
Okay. Now, something else that came up. The state indicated a moment ago that evidence comes from the state, indicated their table. Evidence actually comes from the witness stand and in the form of exhibits, things that are presented to you. It's important for you to understand what I say, what Ms. Fulford says, what either the prosecutors say isn't evidence. It's argument. Number 20. You understand that?
Yes.
Number 14? Or, yes. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So if you interpret evidence different than we argue, what are you supposed to do?
Discuss it.
I'm sorry?
Discuss it.
And you're going to discuss it back in the jury room. Good. Does everyone agree with him?
Yes.
I have one confused look. Number 19. So if you interpret something different than what the state or defense argue it to be, what are you supposed to do?
Discuss it, like you said.
How do you determine whether or not the state's right or the defense is right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Can anyone offer any suggestions? Yes.
Asked to review the testimony.
What else?
Reviewing it.
I'm sorry.
Evidence.
Okay, so look at the evidence again.
To that point also, the court will give you specific instructions on how to weigh the evidence when we reach that point. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, presumption of innocence, we touched on it briefly. It's important. You must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. As we sit here today, you've heard no evidence. Mrs. Adelson is innocent. The presumption stays with her as to each material allegation in the indictment, unless it's overcome by evidence. So by things that you're going to get up there, beyond in the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Does everyone agree with that legal concept? Shaking the heads. Yes, thank you. It's the state's burden to prove that. So a few moments ago, I asked if anyone could define reasonable doubt. It's there's a definition. The judge is going to give it to you. We'll probably go over it throughout different points in the trial. But I find it easier to use some examples. Because presuming someone is innocent is not how our mind usually works. So let's see. Number 5. Let's say this morning on your way in, you pull into the parking garage and you see a motorcycle cop pulling somebody over. What do you think? What do you think happened?
Presume they broke some type of traffic law or something.
You don't think to yourself, I wonder why that cop pulled that innocent person over, do you? Did anyone think that? Thank you. You probably thought, glad it wasn't me. That guy was speeding. That's the way our minds normally work. You see someone get pulled over, you're like, oh, they ran a red light, they were speeding. And as I said earlier, you may have done that when you walked into the courtroom this morning. Now, just because you think that way doesn't mean you're not qualified to serve on the jury. But it does mean that we can't have that kind of thinking interfere with part of your deliberative process. Does anyone here think that because law enforcement arrested Mrs. Adelson and the state has decided to charge her, and that we've got all the way here to trial, does that make you think that she is guilty in any way? And I'm going to start with number 22. Does that make you think that she's guilty in any way?
In a way.
In a way?
In a way. Because why the state waste a lot of resources, time, and money to convict someone that might not be guilty.
Does anyone agree with number 22? Anyone else?
To an extent.
I'm sorry?
To an extent.
To an extent? What do you mean?
It wouldn't, in my mind, make sense for the state to spend, I'm assuming at this point, maybe 10, 11 years going after a person that they didn't believe was guilty, or that they had no reason to go after a person for that long.
Thank you for your honesty. Does anyone else agree with that perspective?
I don't think that it necessarily makes her guilty verdict, but I do think that to make it to trial at this point, there has to, at some point in our legal system, been enough substantial evidence or witness testimony or things that they found for it to be got to this point and not run out along the way. It's like, hey, there's not enough here. So there's something, but the burden of that again is on the jury to figure that out.
So with that in mind, is that belief that you have, is that something that you're going to carry into the jury room?
I think it's a belief that I carry into the jury room that we have to listen to that evidence and decide if it's credible or not. That's why you have a jury.
But I guess it was a poorly worded question. The fact that you believe that it's gotten this far, does that gives you some idea that Mrs. Adelson is guilty?
Not that necessarily, like I said, not that she's guilty verdict, but that there's credibility to some evidence that potentially may point that way, which is why we're sitting here today.
Okay.
I wouldn't just assume that it's just all a farce.
Would you say that you're pro law enforcement?
Sure.
So law enforcement conducts an investigation. They believe that they have probable cause. They make an arrest. You give that some weight.
Yeah.
You also said earlier that they could be wrong. How do we determine if they're wrong?
By what we're doing right now.
And just to be clear, The defense doesn't have to prove anything to you. Okay. Does anyone think that it's not fair that the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence and testimony that the defense doesn't have to do anything? So let's go continue with the discussion.
Hold on one moment. Juror 26, have their paddle up.
I was just gonna say that, you know, somebody accused me of something, I'd want to speak up and say whether I did it or not, because I want to defend myself. And I want that opportunity to say, yes, I did it, or no, I didn't.
And that's fair. Now, concept in our legal system is the defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. The judge is going to instruct you that if my client chooses not to testify, you can't hold that against her. Can you follow that instruction?
No, it's, oh, yes, definitely, yeah, just personally, I think that, you know, there should be some kind of response, but you're obviously responsible for this.
Certainly. And I think that's human nature, that if someone says, you know, well, you did this, we want to speak up and defend ourselves. But in a courtroom in this country, defendant doesn't have to do that.
I think there's a time and place to speak up about things.
I don't disagree. Are you going to hold it against Mrs. Adelson if she doesn't testify?
Absolutely.
Would anyone here hold it against Mrs. Adelson if she chooses not to testify? So let's go back to what beyond a reasonable doubt means. I'm going to give you another example. We've been in here for a while. There are no windows to the outside. So we walk outside when we're done, and the sidewalk and the road is wet. Is it reasonable to think that a fire truck drove down the road and sprayed everything to get it wet? Anyone thinks that's reasonable? No. That's not reasonable. In that context, can somebody volunteer what would be reasonable?
It rained.
Wait, we're in Florida. Does that happen?
Every day.
So we're defining what is reasonable. Does reasonable mean likely to happen? Is that what the judge is going to instruct you? Number 2. So would you disagree with the statement that proof beyond a reasonable doubt means most likely to happen?
No, it's not most likely to happen. There's rarely like a case where it has every single aspect of evidence to it to fully convict someone.
You know, I've been using these examples for a long time, and I think this is the first time that I haven't had to come back and say no, because most people would agree with likely. Standard is not most likely. It's not probably. It's not most convincing. So there are different levels of proof. And I think that you heard either the judge or Ms. Kappelman at some point talk about this. So at the bottom of the scale is reasonable suspicion. That's what's typically enough for an arrest. Or, I'm sorry, enough for an officer to stop someone, pat them down. Probable cause, what's necessary to get a warrant. Okay, so now, where on that scale we are, who knows? But that's enough to get a warrant, enough to arrest somebody. You got preponderance of the evidence, which is a civil standard. It's more likely than not. And you have clear and convincing evidence. That is what's required for the state to take your children from you. And at the top of that scale, it's beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That's the standard. So when you think about the state's burden of proof, how do you think about that from an operational standpoint? What is the state required to do? So let's go back to the chart. Who have I not called on? Number 8. Is the standard that you're going to be carrying forward into that jury room decide which convinces me the most?
No, your side doesn't have to convince me of anything. It's only the state that needs to provide evidence.
Can both the state and the defense make arguments that you disagree with?
Oh, sure. Everyone makes arguments.
That you believe the evidence does not support?
They could, yeah.
What are you going to do at that point?
Reconsider the evidence, deliberate with my peers.
And if the state has only proved something probable or possible, what are you going to do?
Well, it really needs to, I gotta get the abiding conviction of guilt. So I really need to feel that conviction that your client would be guilty after seeing all the evidence and testimony.
But that's exactly my point. If the state doesn't do that, you stop. It's not guilty. You understand that?
Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah.
So in the definition, one of the words that you're going to see in there is exclusion. The state has to exclude every reasonable doubt. They have to eliminate it. Does anyone here at all, start on the first row, believe that they're going to have a hard time holding the state to their burden? They have to exclude every reasonable doubt. Anyone on the first row? Second row.
So when you say that, you mean that the state has to discount every other possible, like exclude to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt? Like prove to me that it's not possible?
No. Don't use the word possible.
Okay.
So if in argument, the defense were to say, give alternatives or a different explanation, and you believe that to be a reasonable doubt, if the state doesn't exclude that, then what is your response going to be?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Does everyone understand that? I can make it real easy.
Before you go to the next.
No, I can go past it. Yeah. Not to the next slide yet. Okay, so one of the things that the court's going to instruct you is that a reasonable doubt arises from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. So this is another place where I like to use a hypothetical. And for this one, we're going to adopt the bank robbery hypothetical that Ms. Kappelman was talking about earlier. So the hypothetical is someone goes in and robs a bank. Witnesses identify the defendant. There's obviously surveillance video showing somebody that is consistent with the defendant's features. So
Please approach. We are going, or excuse me, prospective jurors, we're just going to take a brief break for the moment, give you an opportunity to stand up and stretch your legs if you need to. I recognize that we are going through this process and it has been lengthy. If you need to stretch or take a moment to do so, you have the opportunity right now. 5 minutes. Be quick.
So I'm gonna start that hypo over. So reasonable doubt can arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. And so the hypothetical, the bank robbery, someone goes in, witnesses identify the defendant from the stand, video evidence shows the defendant on the surveillance. Closing argument, the defense attorney gets up and argues that the state didn't put on any evidence to show that it wasn't the defendant's twin brother. How do you know it wasn't his twin? What kind of doubt would that be? Let's go to number 20. What kind of doubt would that be? Does anyone agree with her? Number 23, you grimaced. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep confusing these two. The chart's different. Number 11.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know.
That's speculative. There's been no evidence the defendant has a twin. Now, the defendant took the stand in that case, testified that he has an identical twin brother who is a bank robber, and oh, by the way, I have an alibi. Now it's evidence. You understand the difference? Yes? Okay. That is a doubt which attaches to the evidence from the witness stand that was admitted during the trial. Reasonable doubt. Now, what would the state have to do about that reasonable doubt in order to convict that defendant? They'd have to exclude that doubt which attaches to the evidence.
His fingerprints versus his brother's?
We're going to get there. Thank you. So let's go back to that hypothetical. In the surveillance video, and the witnesses testify that the robber is wearing a mask, so no one can identify him. Whose fault is that? Is that the state's fault? Number 8, is that the state's fault?
He's wearing a mask.
Yeah. They can't prove who it is. Whose fault is it?
The burden would be on the state.
Right. So there's no identification. So the lack of identification is what? Reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that same hypothetical. You got a mask. Robber's not wearing gloves, and he touches the table. He touches the glass door. You can see all that in the surveillance video. It goes to your fingerprint question. But reasonable doubt can arise from the lack of evidence. In this hypothetical, the detectives never bothered to dust for prints. Would everyone agree that that would be a lack of evidence which bears on a material element of the offense, identity? Would everyone agree to that? And that the state has failed to exclude that by not gathering the evidence. Does anyone disagree with that? Now, go back to the same hypothetical. Surveillance video shows that the robber's on his phone. The witnesses tell law enforcement that the robber was talking to somebody. Law enforcement later seizes that robber's phone, but they never search it to determine if there was a text or call made. Would everyone agree that there's a lack of evidence there?
Yes.
Another way the reasonable doubt can arise is based on a conflict in the evidence. In the hypothetical that I just gave you, can someone identify any potential conflicts? Can you?
Not off the top of my head.
What if they were to dust the table or glass for fingerprints, but it's not conclusive?
What if the guy was somebody who visited the place earlier and could be seen doing the exact same thing?
Now the state, before we move on, does everyone agree that witnesses that are gonna come and take the stand are not perfect, they're not actors? Does anyone expect to see what you would see if you watch a TV program or a movie? Number 13, you were smiling.
I am. So I think before stepping into this whole process, there's an idea in your head that's put in there by culture on what it all looks like. But when you step in, it kind of is shattered when you go into the jury selection process right away. So, yeah, it's the difference between make-believe and reality.
And this is what?
This is reality, not entertainment.
Judge is going to instruct you on how to weigh the credibility of witnesses. Now, the state brought up a point, this is something that happened 11 years ago. Does anyone think that if someone doesn't have an accurate memory, that that's something that's going to matter here? Number 22. That's going to matter?
If the person doesn't have accurate memory, yeah, it would be matter because it will distort the whole information on the evidence given to the juror. Sorry, say the last part. Say that the information that you can provide to the juror will not be accurate.
How do you determine if someone is giving you an accurate answer? Would you compare it to the other evidence?
You cannot really tell.
I'm sorry.
So you cannot really tell unless you have the videotape or something that you can go back and review.
One of the instructions the judge is going to give you is you can believe or disbelieve any testimony from any witness. Okay? Ms. Kappelman talked a little bit about co-defendants. I'm going to talk about something else. Informants. I call them jailhouse snitches. Why would a jailhouse snitch cooperate with the state? I'm going to call on somebody I haven't called on yet. I think I've called on everybody. Number one, what would motivate a jailhouse snitch?
Special treatment?
Okay. Like what?
I don't know. What kind of amenities can they give? Maybe less time or comfort?
In evaluating the testimony of an informant or a snitch, should you consider what benefit they got in determining whether or not they're being truthful? Number 8, I saw you shaking your head or nodding.
Well, I mean, somebody can be getting a kickback and be telling the truth at the same time.
What do you mean?
I mean, they could have seen something bad happen and get a reduction in the sentence for telling on them. It doesn't mean that the person did something bad or did not do something bad.
So they could get the benefit, but it doesn't mean that what they're saying isn't truthful?
Yeah, I mean, they could be lying or telling the truth. Just because they got, a benefit or anything doesn't weigh on that other side of the equation in my mind.
going back on the topic of informants or snitches. We had one opinion that just because they testify doesn't necessarily mean that they're being dishonest or honest. Okay, so we don't know. How do you determine whether they're being honest or dishonest?
The other evidence is presented as well as their body language.
You got to weigh what they're saying against the other evidence, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you were to learn that the state can offer a benefit to an informant or a snitch, and it could be financial, could be favorable treatment, or anticipation of favorable treatment. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being unfair and 10 being completely fair, where do you find yourself? And I'm going to go number 7. Is that fair or unfair?
6.5, 7.
Number 6. Number 5.
Probably 5. I find it either fair or unfair, depends on the situation.
Number 22. It'd be balanced.
Yeah.
Number 4. Yes. Number 24.
5.
5. Number 2.
Like you repeat that question.
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being unfair and 10 being completely fair, where do you find yourself? If you were to learn that the state compensated or gave a benefit to an informant.
That would be fair.
Okay. Number 1.
Scale to 1 to 10?
Yes.
6.
Number 8.
Initially, I feel like it's unfair, but when you think about it, no one does anything for free, and there's going to be a lot of risk to, coming out against a lot of folks that also could be in jail.
So it's a balance?
Yeah, it's a risk versus reward, and I think the higher the reward, the more of a risk someone is willing to take for that reward.
Does everyone agree with that?
Oh,
Yeah. Getting a lot of head nods. Okay. Number 9.
I'd say it's about equal. 5.
23.
I agree with mostly what he said. If it's,
Are you referring to number 8, sir?
yes, yes.
Go ahead.
Number 11.
I'm a 5.
Number 12.
I'm gonna have to say 4.
Number 13.
I think I'm in the 4 to 5 range.
Number 14.
I think I'm like a 7. I think it's fair.
I'm sorry?
I like a 7. I think it's fair.
Okay. Number 25.
I'd say it's a 4 because the state then has more influence to pressure, whereas the other side would not have that same advantage.
Number 20. Can't read my own handwriting. Ma'am.
I'm 25. I think you said she was 25.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yes. Thank you.
About 5.
About a 5?
Yeah.
20?
5.
19?
5.
18?
Is it legal?
It's legal.
Then it's fair.
Okay. Number 17?
Go with 7 as well.
16?
It'd be hard for me to say, just that general circumstance really depend case by case.
Just a moment. Does anyone think that the defense should have the same benefit there? The defense can do that as well? No? I'm sorry? Could the defense offer a benefit to a witness? If I were to tell you that we can't. Number 24. Is that fair that we can't do that?
I know that cannot, yeah.
Right. Is that fair?
I don't know, I just know it's the law, you cannot.
Right. Number 14.
I think it's fair because the burden's on them to prove their case.
Fair. Now, has anyone here heard that a description of the role of a juror as having a duty to deliberate about the facts? Anyone? Getting some slight head nods. And once you decide the facts, you apply the law to those facts. What does deliberate mean? Let's see. Number 19, what does deliberate mean?
Discuss the facts of the case with the fellow jurors.
You trailed off at the end, I'm sorry.
To discuss the case with the fellow jurors in the jury room.
Does everyone agree with that? What does it take to deliberate? Do you think carefully? Consult with each other? Getting some head nods? Does anyone here, bless you, anyone ever just engage in a discussion around the dinner table? Show of hands. Are there informal rules for that? Number 7. What are the rules at your house?
Well, my dinner table has a 8-year-old, 6-year-old, and a 2-year-old. So right now the big rule is don't talk over your siblings, and everybody gets to tell their part. Everybody gets a voice to get to be heard.
And I've had children that age before. It can be somewhat difficult to wrangle them. How do you encourage them to follow those rules?
Sometimes with stern authority, but most of the time with the illustration of, hey, you want everyone to listen to you when you're talking, so you need to be quiet while your sister talks. I try to model that for them myself too.
So you redirect them. Sometimes you got to be stern, but you try to redirect them and you try to use your own methods of showing them an example. Now, for those of us who have older children, let's see. Number 11. I know what it's like to have 4 children. How did you determine whether the family discussion was successful?
Well, I guess if we were all still speaking to each other, and after the discussion took place, was a success in my house.
I can relate. Now, would it be accurate to say that the end result, the conclusion that is reached, coincided with your initial conclusion?
Not necessarily.
Now, if you felt strongly that your way was the right way, would you be capable of standing up to them and saying, I believe this, I hear you, I respect you, but I disagree?
Absolutely. And that's exactly how it was in my household. You have the right to your opinion as well. And let's all try to understand each other and respect each other in that regard.
So in other words, can you accept that sometimes we just don't reach an agreement?
Absolutely.
Now, number 6. think you touched on this a little bit earlier, but if you are engaged in that conversation and you disagree with everybody else's conclusion, but it's 6 o'clock on a Friday and you're hungry, are you going to change your opinion so you could go get something to eat? I don't think so. Does everyone remember why that statement causes me concern? Are you going to change your opinion? Anyone here willing to change their opinion if they believe that their interpretation is correct? Anyone? Getting crickets.
I'll change my opinion if the evidence suits it. My opinion's not set in stone or anything.
Well, let's back up a little bit. If you believe strongly after having this discussion that you're right, are you going to change your opinion so that everybody can go home?
I mean, there'd be a lot of peer pressure. I could see that, but I mean, me personally, my opinion goes out in the publication on all kinds of stuff that we stake our reputation on that as PhDs. So only good concrete facts really change my opinion.
So short answer would be no, you wouldn't change your opinion.
No.
Would anyone change their opinion so that they could go home? I'm getting shake. Okay, great. Are there topics that you should not discuss when you're back in the jury room? Anyone want to volunteer an example?
Anything you may have heard secondhand inadvertently through somebody, work, home.
What about whether the defendant should testify? Is that something that you should discuss back there? What does it mean if the defendant doesn't testify? Should you discuss that? Number 7, should you discuss that the prosecutor decided to charge Mrs. Adelson? Well, you said earlier that if we've gotten this far, that it means something, right? Should that be something that you discuss?
No, I just think that's something that gets us to the trial. The only thing we're discussing is what happens in the trial.
Does it matter what clothing I wear or my client wears? Is that something that you should discuss back there? Trying to find somebody to pick on for this. Number 13. Can you give me a definition of something that's, an example of circular reasoning?
It's an argument that plays back upon itself. So the argument is used as the evidence or proof that the argument is true.
I'm going to give you an example too. I like that. I don't think everyone's going to agree with me on this, but good guys don't make mistakes. Law enforcement officers are good guys or gals. Therefore, law enforcement officers are good, or I'm sorry, let me back up. Good guys don't make mistakes. Law enforcement officers are good guys. I'm a law enforcement officer. Therefore, I don't make mistakes. Circular?
I agree with that.
It's not accurate, is it? Do we want to avoid that type of reasoning when you're deliberating? Anyone disagree with that? Does anyone think that law enforcement officer who testifies should be believed over somebody who's not a law enforcement officer?
No.
Anyone? Number 17?
No.
No?
No.
When you're back there, would you be deliberating if you automatically accepted as truthful without the exercise of any skepticism the testimony of a law enforcement officer? Number 17.
Ask me again, please.
Would you automatically believe testimony of a law enforcement officer without exercising any skepticism?
No.
You wouldn't be deliberating, would you? You're just accepting what they tell you. You got to question what is said to you, what is presented. Do you agree with that?
I did.
Does anyone disagree with that? Just going to accept what is presented by the witnesses. Anybody? Good. Now, I'm going to go back to you, number 8. When you're deliberating, you have concluded your conversations. You believe that you're right. You said that you're capable of standing your ground, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what about the reverse? You go back there, you believe steadfast in your position, but then somebody else adds something that you hadn't considered. Are you going to then consider that as part of your deliberative process?
Yeah, that's the whole goal. Certainly.
One of the instructions that you'll get from the court says that you should use your common sense. Is common sense a process or is it a result? Let's see, who do I want to use for this one? Number 2.
Probably say it's a process.
And so if common sense is a process, should you automatically accept the state's conclusions without discussing it? What should you do?
I mean, common sense might be common, but it's not always the answer. So you could have something different. So you need to be skeptical of everything. Even common sense can be wrong sometimes. So.
Are you capable of saying if someone's common sense result, their process leads them to one conclusion, but your common sense process leads you to another? How do you resolve that? Or can it be?
Go back to what you assume is common, the common sense, and kind of discuss those. What's so common about it? What are you hinging the common part of it on? Like, what do you actually think is so reasonable about it?
Thank you.
Number 26. Go ahead.
I don't think we can, in all fairness, always trust our common sense, because I think we all have to say with common sense, but circumstances change, and when circumstances change, we need to rethink whatever our common sense is telling us.
Does anyone agree with that? Getting some nods. Anyone disagree with it? Now, you've heard the court read the charges against my client. One of the things I want you to understand is what's going to be necessary as you are evaluating the evidence. Ms. Kappelman asked, how do you determine someone's intent? Does everyone remember that? It's not just, does somebody always say what they intend to happen? Shaking your head? How do you determine it though? With their words?
Yeah, that's part of it.
Now, what's clear is throughout the case, everyone understand that you don't reach a conclusion until you don't start deliberating until after all the evidence. Okay, so when you get to that point, all the evidence has been presented. At that point in time, you guys then have the opportunity to go back and discuss what the evidence means. Does everyone understand that? Shaking the heads, yes. Now, if the state establishes that there's a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel and that Daniel Markel is dead, does that mean that it was done by the criminal act of my client? You need to be able to separate my client from the other individuals. Does everyone understand that? One thing that we definitely want to discuss. Principle. Ms. Kappelman discussed it earlier. The important thing to take from this is the state's going to have to establish Mrs. Adelson had the conscious intent for Daniel Markel to be killed. How do you determine if someone has that? Number 5, how do you determine if that happens? How do you determine if the state can prove that?
There has to be some sort of evidence, like witness testimony, writing, something along those lines, that there's premeditation, some sort of plan.
Now, in the principal instructions, the state's not going to have to prove that Mrs. Adelson was present. Have you heard the term guilt by association? Anybody? Shaking the head, yes. Now, there's going to be testimony that my client's son, Charlie Adelson, was convicted. Does that mean, and I want to, anyone, does that mean that my client has any involvement, that she is guilty? Shaking your head, no. Anybody saying yes? Is that conclusive in any way concerning Mrs. Adelson? Shaking of the heads. Let's see. Number 7, is that a factor that you're going to consider when you're evaluating the evidence?
Can you ask it again?
Sure. The fact that my client's son, Charlie Adelson, has been convicted of these charges, is that something that you're going to consider when determining whether or not my client is guilty?
Sitting here right now, no, but if the state uses some sort of, I mean, it would just be determined on if the state has a connection or if they present some evidence, that would have to be considered.
Is it conclusive?
No.
So what you're saying is the state would have to have evidence connecting Mrs. Adelson to her son's actions.
Sure, yeah. Just can't do
They
it
would
on it.
have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Anyone disagree? Just because he's been convicted doesn't mean that my client is guilty.
Correct.
It was going so well. And then it wasn't. So whoever had the bet that openings were going to be tomorrow, you win. There's not a chance they would put this jury through that after what we've been seeing the last couple of hours. This guy's brutal. I'm sorry. Sorry. He is brutal. As good as Georgia is for the state, this guy is killing me. This is like the class that you just dreaded going to, every week or whenever it was. And you're just sitting there hoping, just don't call on me. Just please don't call on. Oh God, he called on me. And the questions, I'm sorry, are I love the Socratic method. I survived it through law school, and once you get into it, I understand how attorneys fall back on it. It's those questions that create dialogue, but some of these questions, they just create pain because they are not really very clear. They sometimes ask for information I'm not so sure he knows the answer to. But be that as it may, you're hearing a lot from these jurors, far more than we've heard in your conversation. Let's listen to more.
Discussing other people's responsibility. There's only one person that's going to be on trial here. Does everyone understand and agree that your feelings about anybody else and whether or not they have any responsibility have nothing to do with Mrs. Adelson's responsibility? Everyone can separate that. Focus your conversations only on Mrs. Adelson. Does everyone agree? Let's see. Looking for somebody with older children. Number 11, I'm going to pick on you again. Kids ever lie to you when they were growing up? Say it again.
Absolutely.
How did you determine if they were lying?
I had pretty good kids, so normally they felt guilty enough to come tell me to me. But typically, as a parent, it's fairly easy to pick up on when your kid lies to you for the most part. The older they got, the more difficult that was. But
so your children are adults now.
Correct.
They ever lie to you as adults?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Have you caught them yet?
A few times.
Number 16, how do people react when they're scared?
Very much depends on the person. Someone's going to have a lot of big emotions. Someone else might kind of go into a fawn response.
Some people don't react the same. People don't react the same when they're scared. Everyone agree with that?
Yes.
And I grew up in Miami, and I had a friend whose family was featured on a reality TV show after Hurricane Andrew. He quickly discovered he didn't like that type of attention. Anyone experienced something similar where they've been in the spotlight and they didn't want to be there? Number 16, you're shaking your head yes. You've been in the spotlight before, you didn't want to be there?
It's not me, like, it was on local news as a kid, didn't like that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Yes, a little bit. Like, when I was a child, I was on local news and got very shy during that.
Okay. You wanted to get away, right?
Hey, LKB.
Does everyone understand
Hey,
that feeling you want to
everyone.
get away from unwanted attention? Yes?
You mean other than right now, counselor?
Now I'm going to ask you something I don't normally ask in jury selection, and I apologize if I offend anybody. By a show of hands, anyone familiar with Judaism? Thank you. Are there important life events that happen in the lives of Jewish children? Was your grandmother at yours?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. My grandmother was at mine. I'm going to bring up something else that's a little unique. And who was familiar with Judaism? Okay.
This is just so bad.
12?
Domino's not like it.
I
Kappelman
don't know
was
why I
so
can't keep
great.
this straight. I'm sorry.
I think I just saw Donna hand a note to the DA. Help me.
Actually, I'm going to skip that. Let's see. During the course of the trial, there are going to be some photographs shown of Mr. Markel. Is anyone particularly averse to gory scenes?
Particularly averse? That word's I would use.
Nobody?
Domino chimed in and sacked out immediately.
Talk to us about that.
I get fairly squeamish about that kind of stuff. I'm not passing out the sight of blood, but other stuff that are more gruesome is just a bit unsettling.
Is that something that you wouldn't be able to review that evidence?
I should be able to review that evidence.
Should be?
Yes,
Or
sir.
will be?
Will be able to.
Is that going to impact your ability to be fair in evaluating that evidence?
No, sir.
You know, they have a jury
I'm gonna ask
consultant.
a somewhat provocative
Who?
question.
I can't remember her name. They read it off this morning.
At this point in time, does anyone here believe the state actually knows what happened? Anybody?
Say that again?
That's an
You
interesting
believe
question.
the state
It
knows
is.
what happened?
That is an interesting. I'd say that's an interesting question.
Sure. As we sit here today, now remember, prosecutors were not witnesses to this case, correct? They are going to present arguments to you, correct? So as we sit here, do you believe that they know what happened? Or do they believe what happened?
That's
You
two
understand
different
the
things.
distinction? Does everyone understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, they haven't presented their case yet, so he's effectively saying, just because we're here in court, do you think they know what happened? And,
Well, yeah, but it's an interesting way to think bias, to get them to say if they're
well, yeah,
biased.
he's asked a number of ways that exact same question, you know, about whether people have already made up their mind. And a couple of folks that I've noted on my list, I've already written bye-bye next to.
Oh, yeah, right, me too.
So
The
I
one
don't
who's
think they're going to be around.
The one who was wrongfully and falsely arrested?
You know, I don't know. That guy has acquitted himself, so to speak, pretty well, I think. Mr. Shy Guy, as Georgia Kappelman kept calling him, number 6. I don't know where he's going to fall, because she so quickly pointed him out and brought his number up again and again as people that, you know, they're the ones I call the sheep, right? You're going to have the A-types, the wolves, and you got the sheep. She was calling them the shy guys, and she was
Yeah.
trying to find out, you know, who's going to be just rolling over. Who?
Right.
You, number 6? How about you, number 6? So she labeled this guy.
Look, she's calling him the shy guy. I know. Look, what these are for is to wield out, you know, get out bias and also present your theory of the case. Okay, This is what you have to do on this. You have no idea how lucky Florida lawyers are, everybody, to get attorney voir dire. Most states do not have it. The feds do not have it. And you only get it in certain situations, like in Massachusetts, they gave it in the Reed case because of the nature of the case. They gave some jury voir dire to the attorneys.
It was nothing. Yeah, nothing like this. No.
Nothing like this. And in California, when I tried Spectre, we had it. California has it.
I had it in California, but we would never. To me, it's not even a fine line. It is a bright line that I think has been leapt over here by Mr. Zellman, and that is
get your case out.
Reading the room. If you got to read the room. You've lost these folks, and if you can't use your time to help condition them to your story and your client, then sit the hell down.
This is your chance to get your case out. And his case is, his client had nothing to do with this.
Make any inquiry of juror 26.
Let me go to my notes here.
Even when he talked about being Jewish. I mean, they're going to hear some really terrible stuff from her.
Let me hear about 26.
As far as we talked about principal theory, I gave my circumstantial evidence, demonstration.
Kapelman's excellent at this.
Cheesy donut example. Anything that you felt like as you were sitting out there listening, oh, I would definitely interject at that point. Or has your mind been numbed so much at this point you can't harken back that far?
I was listening to everything you were saying. One thing I would have interjected at the moment, I was thinking, I want to say this, but I couldn't say it. But I would always consider a person's character, and then as to whether I believe them or not.
So in the context of, oh, you're going to hear from some witnesses who've been convicted of felonies, who live a different lifestyle from you, that kind of thing, is that the discussion where you were having that thought?
I try to be open-minded, and I think there are all kinds of people, not everyone. So I don't want to prejudge a person because I don't know what the circumstances are. That's why I try to ponder the evidence and decide from that point.
Okay, so can we agree then that although that's those types of characteristics or character, as you said, are something to consider, they're not the end all be all, and you can keep an open mind to the testimony. Does it fit with the other evidence in the case? That sort of inquiry.
Definitely, I think considering everything.
Okay. As opposed to being the type of person that, oh, I hear they're a felon, I'm done. I can't hear anything they have to say.
I think that's a very negative thing.
Anything else during my time up here where you were bursting at the seams to share something with me? Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
The parties at this point can join me in the jury room along with the court reporter. For everyone else that is going to remain in the courtroom at this time, I'm going to instruct you once again, do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. If you do need to stretch your legs or use the restroom, you may do so, but you do need to return to this courtroom. We're in courtroom 3G. No one is to take a tour of the courthouse by themselves. Please come back to courtroom 3G as soon as you finish with the bathroom, using your phone or stretching your legs if you need to. If the parties can please join me in the jury room.
Yeah. So here they were talking. She was talking about the female juror number 26, and that is where my notes got a little wonky. For the first four, I don't have great notes. For a lot of them in between, I have tons. What happened was, this is my understanding, there were two prospective jurors that had school issues. One was the teacher, one was a student, and they were both going to check and see if the potential 3-week period of time they might be serving was somehow doable, right?
Right.
One of them came back. She is the math science teacher. She came back and said, well, yeah, she was juror number 10. Divorced, 2 kids, one a full-time student, blah, blah, blah. But she was making it sound like, hey, it'll be trouble finding a normal sub. There's subs out there because people just pull from the sub pool, pay them $100 to babysit for the day. But she was hoping they could get some of the normal subs who could actually, I don't know, teach. And so because that's an issue, they were letting that dangle till tomorrow. And then there was a guy who had a similar situation. I get the feeling that they replaced them. There was a sidebar at one point, not sure what happened, but then they added numbers 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So I think of the original 21, that's what they had. 21 was this morning sitting there. They lost 5 and added these 5, which I have sketchier notes about. And then on my board, on the big board here, this just has, this just has,
you did it like you're in trial.
just like the real deal. So, but right now, all I have are the numbers, and I think some of these numbers are already gone. And you know, in California, and I'll assume they do this in Florida, basically these 12, let me see how I can get this in the shot here. These 12 plus the 3 alts, they're presumed in the box. They're there. So they will be removed if necessary, either by peremptory or cause challenges. And these folks from down below, whoops, will move up into the open chairs.
Right.
So if, in theory, the way that would work is they could both come in and say, Your Honor, we're good. We have no challenges. And then these 15 people would become the jury plus 3 alts. That's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen, right?
So as we try to track this, you know, I'll change these numbers as best I can, and then we'll end up with our 15 people, to which I have notes for the most part. We learned a lot. I mean, you know, we were talking about the last case where the judge was concerned if we learned anything more than, you know, sex and
oh yeah, Karen Reed trial. You couldn't even, and that was even a question. She didn't even want that reported. And
yeah.
Under the guidelines, you had to report out because you're tracking whether or not juries are diverse in different states.
So now we have, I mean, we know how many kids, marital status, job, criminal background, if any of relatives, victim background, yourself or relatives. We know a lot. And we've heard now from most everybody talking, you know, sort of back and forth. And, you know, this reminds me of any class, any, you know, a continuing education class. Sometimes if you go to a safe driving class on the weekend, the same kind of personalities start to rise, right? You got the talkers, you got the know-it-alls, you got the super quiet, let me get the hell out of here people. You know, it's the same. You know, it's just like this little microcosm of society.
Right. That's what you're looking for. And by the way, Aaron Penner, thank you very much for telling people. I must hit subscribe, like, share, and notify. We're kind of like stopped at 25.6, and we've had like 1 million views since. So if all of you come up here and watch this channel, hit subscribe, we'll be like way up there, okay?
I don't pretend to understand the YouTube overlord.
No, but if you're here, please hit subscribe, like, share, and notify. And we thank you for that, Aaron Penner, for reminding everybody and for the donation. And Donnie Not Wahlberg. Hi, Donnie Not Wahlberg, gifted 1 Justice Serve TV membership. Aaron Penner, again, just sending a super chat because I'm excited to be here. Well, we are excited. Yeah, we're excited to have you here. We're excited to have everyone here. But we're excited to have you here. Thank you for being here. There's so much. We did post our list, by the way. We have 16 episodes we've done on the Adelsons. And in case some of you want to spend the weekend before you really get into this, if you don't know it, you can go back and look at all 16 of our episodes in a playlist. And we did a link to it on our X account, or you can go on our Justice Serve TV streaming channel and find our playlist there. Anyhow, what I wanted to say about jury voir dire is it's so important. Lawyers love it when they get to ask questions. Connecticut had about 20 years ago a decision to make. The lawyers were offered, look, would you opening statements, but you give back your jury voir dire, because you can do voir dire, just like in California and Florida, the lawyers can do it. And the lawyers said, nope, we don't want opening statements. We'll just take the voir dire, because you're essentially the way, if you do a good jury voir dire, that's your opening statement, right? Now, in some cases, the judges in Connecticut still will allow both, but that's your opening statement. You're trying to get to the jury what you intend to say. And I thought he was, I thought Kappelman, first of all, was just exquisite, extraordinary.
She's so good. Wonderful. She's so real.
Happy, smiling.
She has a little Columbo in her, where it's kind of, just not perfect, which is great. People respect that.
Yeah.
I mean, what a
now,
opposite.
I don't know what you say. I don't know what you say. Ms. Adelson has to say, look, do you believe? I would have hit those Nazi comments straight on. I would have said, look, this is a grandmother. Do you believe that grandmothers who have an interest could make statements like this and not really, it doesn't mean that you're killing them. You've got to put that. You've got to put that in front of the jury now. Not that there's going to be stuff talking about his Jewishness. All right. I mean, excuse me. What the hell does that have to do with
And it really
advancing
didn't
your
go
defense?
anywhere. There's going to be a lot about Jewishness. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Why don't you just say, anybody here anti-Semite? Anyone here?
No, but
we're good. We're all good.
But you have to put that in front of them and get them to say, no, that would not be. We understand that grandmothers and parents could be, they're protecting their kid, but that not equate to murder, blah, blah, blah. You have to put your defense in front of it, even though you don't have to prove it. You have to put it in front of them and get them to push it aside, so they're not like at the time, and so it's a skill to have this type of ability, but he's clearly done it before because he's in Florida. I mean, I could understand if I went to Florida and tried a case, I wouldn't be as good at it, although I think I'd be better than he is now. Excuse me, but I do have confidence in my ability.
And I don't think either of us are being too cocky to say we'd be better than him. Sorry, dude.
Sorry. I don't know if she has a jury consultant.
She does. She does. And they named her. They named her today. They introduced everybody on the group, from the paralegal, et cetera, and the jury
Charlie Adelson had one of the best jury consultants in the country. Of course, I think Richard Gabriel and Michel are my jury consultants are the best. But Charlie Adelson had a great jury consultant. Okay, and it didn't help him any, right?
Well, you can only do so much. I mean, that's a fact. And with a given case, especially one like this, and I think this is one step removed from the Charlie case. I don't think that's a reach to say that.
Yeah.
Not that they don't have the connecting dots, but still, it's once more removed.
It's once more removed, yes.
So you may have a better chance in this case if you get the right jury of getting a hung, which to me is the only victory a defense is going to get, is a hung jury.
Yeah. I think that one of the things the bump was important in Charlie's case, but the bump was tickling the wire, as Professor Mike Easter, retired FBI, called it, is more important in this case because. Sure. It sort of worked. It was time, but that it was delayed. But she did reach out to Charlie. We do have the wires. We have the phone calls that we're going to be playing, and we played some of them, but we're going to be playing. And they had to reach back out to her. The undercover agent had to reach back out to her with a text and all. And kept pressuring her a little bit more. And then the tickling the wire worked. And I think that's going to be, quite frankly, that's going to be what's going to get her, along with the Nazi uniforms.
Yeah. And the likability factor is not really going to play out well in Donna's favor, especially when we start hearing the texts about her thoughts on the victim in this case,
right?
Which were ugly. I mean, just ugly. And, you can think of any mother-in-law scenario you want. It's a cliche that there's always some friction, right, between the husband and the mother-in-law. But this gets pretty intense, and it's not going to play well.
Yeah. All right. So right now, obviously, the judge has them in chambers. By the way, there's nothing wrong with the court reporter. As a matter of fact, the court reporter is always in chambers when the judge goes in, when the lawyers go in there.
If you're smart, you got, I make sure she's in there or he's in there.
Yeah, and then they may be talking generically about who they're going to excuse, what's going to happen, and also they're talking about schedule. There's no doubt in my mind.
And now and I think this is the perfect result. They're going to wrap it up. They've learned a lot. They're going to go through their Post-its pretty quickly, right? I don't remember how many peremptories they have, but assuming it's 6-ish, that'd be my guess for this kind of case. I don't know, it's somewhere in there.
Sometimes the judge will do more because it was high profile.
Could be, but they've got so many. They're really, of the 100 and some they had queued up for today, they're only on the first 26. So they're not going to run out of bodies. They're not going to run out of bodies.
Morrissey's iCloud, aka Denise. Hello, Denise. Thank you for the donation. And we love being here too. Thank you very much. Denise, if you didn't see Mike Easter's interview, and I would tell everybody, You know, and Aaron Penner, just sending a super chat, excited to be here. Everyone's excited to be here. We're excited to be here. Even though we didn't think, you know, we've been listening to it, doing our own work. I actually got a federal court brief approval that they had made changes in and just made some final changes. So if you don't think we're working, Michael and I, we're actually working on our own cases, although the last 2 weeks in August, people are seldom in court, okay, just so you know. It's usually trials that have started a while ago and they're still going on. I mean, even when we talk on Rip and Read today, we're going to have some updates on the Wolfenberger case. Wolfenberger.
Yeah, and a couple of other cases of high profile.
We have some great Rip and Reads for tonight. But I think what I had posted earlier is that we're going to stay with this until they probably finish the jury. They're going to have preemptories. And what a preemptory is, you can challenge for any reason or no reason, as long as it's not an illegal reason, as long as it's not a biased reason, a reason related to race, sex, gender, religion. Okay. So that's what a preemptory challenge is. And then there could be some challenges for cause.
Yeah. And, you know, and looking at the list, I don't see any that are in you know, that jump out as cause. So.
Yeah, and I think even the man who was falsely arrested, he said, "Oh well, it just took me about 3 weeks to get."
He was great after he said, you know, at first he wasn't so happy about it, but it all worked out, and yeah,
So the question is, does the defense get rid of him because they don't believe him?
Yeah, you may just for other reasons not like him. That's what the peremptories are for. Remember, this is the guy. This is number 11, divorced guy with 4 kids, age 30, 26, 23, 21. The 23 and 21-year-olds are YouTubers.
And who make more money
than he
does. I love
clearly,
it. I
we need their help.
Them. I texted you when that happened, when the judge did that funny.
That's because it was so. The judge first said, you know, that must cause you some stress, because his immediate impression was that these kids are just screwing around, right? And then the dad, prospective juror 11, says, no, they're making more money than I do.
And the judge said, I stand corrected.
I stand corrected.
Yeah. And so I immediately texted you when that happened. I said, can we get the names of his kids there?
Yeah, we need some help.
Because, you know, poor Missy and Dizzy, and Oasis Cat and everyone else who helps us moderate, we could use some help getting us out there, okay? And if he's making more money than Pop, we'll be happy. You know?
So this is the guy that was wrongfully arrested because his brother basically was doing something wrong, driving, and said he was this prospective juror. Then it got all fixed and dismissed. And so that was basically an ID theft, but by his own brother. So I like the guy. I like, you know,
I like
that
a lot of these jurors. Didn't
he seems kind of normal. One of the people I did not like and wrote bye-bye and next to was the number 22. She's the one that basically admitted that, hey, the prosecution must have a case because we're here.
Well,
that's one of those.
That's why she's going to go, and then they may challenge her for cause, and the judge will say, well, you sure you can't be fair, blah, blah, blah.
Right. And she is Asian, which could always be a factor if somebody wants to raise it. Based on my listening to her.
That's going to be, you're going to be preempted. You're violating the Supreme Court if you delete somebody because of the race.
Exactly. But I'm just saying, if she were white, that would not even be an issue to be raised. It wouldn't be on the board. But she, at least based on my listening to her voice, I apologize if I've jumped to conclusions, but
yes, you did. Yes, you did. You jumped, but so what? So what? I mean, it's you know, the juror consultant may say, look, no matter what she is, she's pro police, and therefore you have to get rid of her. Now, it may be through a preemptory because she's going to say she can be fair. I can tell you that right now. Yes, we're talking about the juries in Lemonade. Yeah, we're talking about the juries. And we're talking about some of the judge. I thought Judge Everett was great today. I think the jury's going to really like him now.
I do too. And I think we were concerned because he was very plodding at one of the hearings, but I think he's going to be great.
Yeah.
And as we've seen in a lot of Florida courtrooms, both those we've covered, Law and Crime, Court TV, it's a whole different experience in Florida, a whole different experience. Mm-hmm. It's a looser environment. The interruptions are limited. And it's just the way they practice. It's just very different there. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe it's the sun. We know it's the Sunshine State, and I don't mean that. They have sunshine laws there, which make this process so open and available to anybody that wants to know about it.
Yeah.
And I just think it's comforting to everybody.
Linda
I always
makes
like
a point that the juror's brother and Jen McCabe both said they were they're siblings. Okay, what are we talking about? I would never say that. I would never blame my sibling for something, right?
No, I mean what kind of brother does that?
Now look at this. See, this is what goes to show you we have different opinions. Nina Starrick says she loves Donna's lawyer, and so that's really that's interesting because
Nina, I'm glad you said that.
I'm glad you said that because I did put it really quickly and then I took it off really quickly because it goes to show you that there's different opinions, and so we may be jaded because we've been listening to this and just ad infinitum one side, but you're hearing another side, and they do have to make that jump, okay? You have to make the jump. By the way, in the Sunshine State, usually, I'm surprised we don't already have the snitches' statements because Georgia Kappelman filed a notice of updated discovery, which was an updated interview with the snitches, whose name, by the way, in the jail. And in Florida, all the discovery becomes open within 24 hours of it going out. So I'm surprised we don't have the one from yesterday open, because you can get all the discovery if you file an open records request. The media usually does that, and I don't know if they did in this case.
Yeah, and
when I was doing Casey Anthony, they were getting it. We were getting it. Then all of a sudden we were reading it online because by the time we got it, everywhere
before the clerk sent you a copy of it.
We would get it right. Yeah.
So I'm looking at the list of prospective jurors here. We have a number of FSU students or somehow involved with them. Number 8 is an FSU student and an app designer. He's married, has kids at, I'm trying to read my scatological notes. This stuff was flying so fast, this info.
Yeah.
9-year-old kid, 5-year-old, 4 years he's been local, which I think was an important question the court asks. How long have you been here? Some people born and raised, some people as short as 8 months. Let's see.
There's one person. There's one person who was 9 when this happened.
Yeah, 11 years ago. Yeah.
Did you care about something that happened when you were 9 years old? I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, that perspective would be so unique, right? Because no clue about so many things, right? I mean,
when you open to jurors, and I'm telling people that, think about things that we used to open with. So if you say 9/11, right? If you say 9/11, think about that. Your jurors can be 18 years old, or that's it. I mean, we're past that. All right. So what are the important things? What are the important songs? What are the important happenings? Because you have to be able, as a lawyer, to speak to all jurors, whether they're now 18 or whether they're 98. In New York State, we have there's a limitation in Florida, although you can elect to go beyond the 70. But in New York State, there's no limitation. You can be called, you can be wheeled in from your hospital room.
Yeah, and I happen to think that's more perception than reality. People, they're not fighting to get on the jury at age 85. They're just not.
I don't know. I know one who could be. My husband can't wait to
close to you. Yeah, there are always exceptions.
Yeah.
So anyway, let me finish with this person, the Fresno State.
Okay, sorry about that.
Florida State.
My dirty macho.
Charged with possession as a kid, however young that was. And as a teenager was charged with possession back when it was actually against the law, back before you used to go shopping.
Oh yeah, matter of fact, Auntie, hey Jimmy, are you ghosting me? Because this is the stuff that I told you that I was telling you that I had to give Jimmy, but this is the stuff that I got, at the buzzsaw thing, my first trip to a dispensary. I have it here so we can do a show and I can tell you the whole story about it, but I can't tell the whole. I won't tell it without Auntie Deb and you being on the show together.
I didn't know you actually had the goods. You had the goods right there.
I had the goods right there.
What does it cost for that? I have no clue about this stuff. What does it cost for that?
I don't know, because they kept saying they had a sale and I had to get.
Was it a fire sale?
I don't know. I like $20 or $22. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I don't remember. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just very curious. I equate it to something like bullet bourbon. What's it cost for a chunk of that? Okay, let's see.
It's two little things. It's two little. Yeah. So yeah. And Limity, by the way, Limity, this is only your second trial. Rita, I assume, was the first one. Yeah, you know, those of us who are criminal defense lawyers, and I started as a prosecutor. I started as actually a clerk to the chief judge of the appellate division, which was a big deal in New Jersey, and then went to be a prosecutor, and then went into private practice. And I do criminal defense, and I have civil rights cases and employment discrimination cases. And they all kind of gel together, these 1983, they call it 1983 cases. But, you know, if you get into it and you love true crime, us lawyers, we're into it. Michael's a lawyer because he loves it. He loves it. We love it.
Yeah, it's all about you know, the things that happen in life that most of the criminal stuff people watch as voyeurs. You know, they're like better them than me. That's part of the appeal. You know, the more outrageous it is, the better you feel about yourself, because this didn't happen to me, at least. But it's all about the whodunit part is fascinating. The process is fascinating. The skill or lack thereof is fascinating. I mean, most of the cases I do now are civil, and they're against the government, which is fun, but not quite the same. You know, the fact patterns are not quite the same.
Okay, enjoy that. You're gonna when I do this show, you'll have to be on when I talk about the first time that I took I tried what they told me to try to sleep at night. Two gummies. Oh, I'll tell you about that too. That'll be part of the show.
We had some for my dog. Have you ever done
for the dog?
Yeah,
No.
to calm them down. It might be working because there's Domino's are either high or
I always say that we walk Tubi in New York City because New York City you go down the street to get a high, right?
Yeah.
Right. I always say that my dog is under the influence because he must be, you know, because they sniff everything, right? And all you do is in New York City. I don't know if any of you have been here because it's like
brutal now. It is just.
I don't know if you call it brutal. It's kind of nice.
I don't like the smell, so that's my problem. I don't like the smell. It's like it smells like a skunk. That's why they call it skunk weed. It smells like a skunk, which is not a real pleasant smell.
That's a skunk weed. Oh, come on. All right. This is why Michael Bryant and I get along. We are opposites in so many ways, and in so many ways
she's a pothead. I'm not. I mean, we're the opposites. Okay, so let me show you a couple more of these perspective jurors.
Gummies to go to sleep makes you a pothead. This is a new variation. I just said I like walking down the street with my dog.
Thank you. So, prospective juror 23, also a Florida State employee, not a teacher. Wife's a bookkeeper, has kids 20 and 21. Daughter's a full-time student, also at the school. And so he's worked there for 20 years. The wife works at Subway. And so he's been local. This is interesting. He's been local for only 6 years. I guess he must have traveled into the town to go to work. Anyway, he has crime in his background, but there was no details, which I thought was weird. Not been a victim, no prior jury service. So anyway, one of many Florida State connections. So do you want him on the jury if you are on the defense?
If I'm on the defense, no.
I don't think so. I do either.
Not between
Dan I want him on from the cross.
And not between the fact that FSU, as we learned last night, do you still have Wendy Adelson's book? Was required reading by somebody on FSU's yes, and
I'm working my way through
it. Missy, really, we need to reach out to her if we can find her. I know that I put a lot on you because I really want to know why it became, and maybe it was somebody higher up who wanted that to become the reading. But this is like, okay, yeah, I mean, we all love Agatha Christie. We all are told to write what we know about, but that's the problem. She wrote what she knew about in that book, and it really sounds like her and her deceased husband. That's Wendy, of course, that we're talking about.
Yes, it's Lily in the book. It's Lily. Should we listen to Lily? Just a bit of Lily here.
Yeah.
Here's Lily. So I quickly learned that North Florida, she lives in Hiawassee, this town. Somebody said that that's a town in Georgia. Well, in this book, it's a town in the panhandle of Florida. I learned what I expected. I found myself waking up each morning repeating to myself, Lily, everything is okay. You love Joshua, that's the husband, and you chose this change. You are not a victim. Not one to handle free time well, I took a job with the local Immigrant Justice Center, the IJC. Much like other decisions I made once we decided to move to the Panhandle, I'm not sure what inspired the choice. I think my past desire to do some kind of do-gooder law has long been squeezed out of me by law firm life. I didn't have a particular interest in immigrants or immigration. So we know that her job has been in human resources, for maybe lack of a better description, at the university. at the
Yeah.
university.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, and she
that's
had to be
Lily.
writing. She had to be writing the book at the time that Markel, passed. I don't think having written 2 books myself, it's not such a quick read to write a book like that.
It's
not
so
such a quick-
painful.
It's painful.
I mean, it's the most
It
painful
is.
thing I've ever done is writing a book.
It is painful.
It's so painful.
Everyone says one write a day, and then you get sent to the editor, and then the editor's like, well, you kidding me? No
Yeah.
one's going to believe that.
Hey,
Well, it's
this
real
is
out.
this is
what
great,
happens.
but how about can you do it better next
Yeah,
time?
yeah, okay, right.
This was written, the copyright in 2013, so I'm not sure exactly when it was written, but published roughly a year before Dan Markel was killed.
Just, let me see. I'm looking for a photograph that will answer some questions here. All right, somebody wrote to me right now, since we kind of get off the track a little. Do you know they make cannabis infused drinks? So we took a picture
Sure.
actually of the sign, and they were having lemonade and all sorts of stuff. I don't even know what some of this stuff was. Concentrates, infused pre-rolls. I mean, you're going to have to explain this to me. Pre-rolls, buzzsaw cars, and coffee, with coffee from Callie's Coffee Cafe, And they have a merch store too, Buzzsaw. They were very nice. It was a micro grower.
something. Yeah.
Anyhow, and they came in with all sorts of drinks. So I get off the track because I'm trying to. I guess I said I think Auntie Deb is ghosting us. By the way, I have named Donna Adelson in our tweets. You can tell when they come from me because I will say Madonna, M-A, and then I'll break it with a hashtag Donna, Madonna. Madonna.
I see.
Okay.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Let me get your take on prospective juror 13. He is a pastor.
Ooh.
His wife is a stay-at-home mom. They have 4 kids, 11, 9, 8, 5.
A lot of people, a lot of kids
yeah.
on this jury, right?
And at the risk of offending panhandlers, as I call them, that part of Florida is really South Georgia. I'm sorry. It's so different from South Florida, so different that it's, I think of it more as South Georgia. Same, but all the way to maybe even down to Jacksonville, where I've spent some time as well. Anyway, so this pastor has 4 kids. Let's see, been there 11 years, no law enforcement connections. His sister is a spousal abuse victim. What do you think of that?
Oh, wow. Is that and that's what Wendy kind of alleges, right? And we talk about Wendy because she is so intertwined in her mother's case. I mean, you can't separate it.
Yeah. Hey, just to help out Brian's frozen donuts here. Nope, you did not miss openings. You did not miss openings.
You did not miss openings, right?
They were very optimistic about, I really never thought that the defense would go as long as they have. The prosecution, yes, because I think she's much better at it, much more surgical, got much of the information out that the defense could use. They didn't have to go back and retread all the stuff that she talked about. But they did. And that just took so much time.
And they didn't talk about it in terms of my client and putting it out there. And can you put that aside? Because, there's a step more that has to be taken. There's more steps more that has to be taken. I tell you what, it's just ridiculous. I think, what can I say?
Well, I'm assuming now they're going to come back, do their challenges, call it a day, and start at a reasonable hour tomorrow, hopefully. Like
somebody asked me about the artwork behind me, that the license plate. That was actually, we purchased that from the Folk Art Museum when it was in New York City, right next to the building where my office is. And it's a piece of artwork. It's an original artwork. It's got all original license plates that they've cut up from different states and made into
and it's the shape of the U.S. You can't tell.
In the shape of the U.S.
shot,
It's pretty large. I forget the name of the artist. I have it in the back of the, of this, but this is actually the license plates themselves, so.
Here's another interesting prospective juror. Number 20, female, used to work in Social Security claims, okay? She's now a widow, has a 44-year-old son, a 31-year-old son, who's incarcerated, and the judge didn't follow up on that. I found it interesting.
Wow. Well, maybe because you don't want to do it in front of, that almost should be a sidebar.
And they did say that on other topics, but maybe that was just left unsaid, and they in fact did address it, but at that point they did not. Been there since 1984. She's got a nephew who's a correctional officer and has been for 32 years, got a cousin who's a sheriff. She personally was charged, this was amazing, in her late 20s, public assistance fraud.
Wow.
So interestingly, she now works in Social Security claims and has
Oh,
a
wow.
history of
Interesting, yeah.
being accused of. I'm not sure how that ended up, but and then she suffered a burglary 13 years ago. So on balance, do you want people that have survived the criminal justice system either as a defendant or a victim?
Well, this is really an interesting thing because she knows when she was caught, she served time, and she rehabilitated herself. She believes in rehabilitation, but I think if I'm the defense, I'm taking her off. Believe it or not, if I'm the defense, I'm taking her off. Okay, why do I think that? Because she knows how you can kind of play the system or maybe plead that you're innocent and you're not. So I'm very suspect about somebody like that from a defense point of view. Interestingly enough,
on its face, I think maybe, but I think I liked her because she seemed to rise from some challenging circumstances, which I always think is good, gives somebody a broader worldview. But we'll see if she survives.
I think that helps the prosecution. I mean, it would be interesting to see. We all have different viewpoints of it, and I guess it depends on what's else on her jury questionnaire. I assume they had some basic jury questionnaires too. There's some other questions.
Well, that was what happened the first 2 days. Remember,
Right.
they submitted
Went
those,
through,
and
right.
and now they're getting to the nitty gritty. Joy Schumacher. I would bet the farm. I will storm out of here if they do not call Wendy. I mean, I will storm out of there. See, now this helps me because I had some concern, and it still could happen. Openings tomorrow, and then we get right into witnesses. You know, is Wendy going to be there tomorrow?
Oh, because you're going to be there Monday.
I got to be there.
If she comes on before you get there, after with all the planning that we've done to get.
I think that may be grounds for some sort of tolling. I don't know.
Although you know, if I'm the prosecution, I think you have to set up the scene first. You have to set up the homicide.
And I think,
first.
and tonight I want to do Mr. Geiger, who was the next door neighbor.
Right,
right,
and he was great. He's
critical.
fabulous. Right.
He is. I want that guy. I want that guy as my neighbor.
And I think Wendy comes on when it's the full. I think she's there when you're there next week. I don't think she goes.
I think so too, but I'm going to double check the hit list from last time.
Yeah, let's see who
where
went
she
on.
came.
Who went on? When she came on all the trials.
I mean, it would make perfect sense to tell the story, to get the first responders, to get the neighbor, get those folks in and done.
Right.
Lay the groundwork for the crime itself. That's got to take a day. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
So now I have a real question for you. Okay, if you're the defense at this point, do you think that you put on the children who are now, let's see, they were the one Benjamin just turned 5 right after the murder, so he was 4, so it's now what 15.
They were 3.5 and 5 at the time.
Well, he was actually 4. He was turning 5 like a week later or something like that. But let's say 5. So it'd be 16.
Yes. I can't vouch for it. That's just the mother's testimony. So I don't know.
Yeah,
if it's
I know.
True or not.
And all. Do you call the children?
No, I don't think that. First of all, I'm not sure
for Donna Adelson, for Grandma.
To talk about the relationship Grandma had with Dad. That they perceived at those
when
ages.
They were 5 and 3.
I don't think you're going to get the younger one at all. I don't think you're going to be able to get that recollection credible enough that it's going to be allowed. Maybe the 5-year-old.
How about grandma's reaction through all these years and making letting them remember their dad and talking about their dad? What if that exists? I mean, I don't know that case, but I'm telling you, if I was building this case as defending of Grandma now, I would seriously be thinking about that, okay? About if it's true, if the kids could say, look, she always makes sure Dad's remembered and she talks to us about my father and all sorts of stuff. I mean, if you're going for the win, right?
I think the prosecution is going to make that very relevant, so I would be ready to do that if I could. I think the 3-year-old, though, it's going to be tough to establish that. Do you remember anything when you were 3?
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with the 3. It's the years since. that there's no venom, there's no animosity. Matter of fact, that she shows nothing but great love for their dad.
Well, I guess there's going to be a remoteness in time issue that I might argue. Maybe the first year or two versus the last year or two, and you have an 11-year span.
Well, but the prosecution's prosecuting her now. They weren't prosecuting her 11 years ago.
Well, of course, I understand that, but the relevance of what she is doing with the kids as it relates to the father is far more relevant at or about the time of the crime than it is now.
I would argue to the judge, Your Honor. No, I mean, if she hated him, she's going to hate that hate comes through now because she got what she wants.
So she wouldn't get over it in 11 years. That'd be your argument that if
if 11 years of
she loved him. Yes, she said things about him, but she would never want him dead. That's a very different.
No, she didn't say no. She just loved him, and she didn't say that. All these years we've been with her, that we can remember. Grandma's nothing but wonderful, talking about our dad, like making us remember, and blah 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 blah. I mean, I think that's an interesting issue. I don't know if they're ever going to get there because I don't know if that's the truth at all. But if I'm just telling you, if I had that case, I'd be going there.
Interesting. We'll see. I seriously doubt it's going to happen. Not because it wouldn't work if it's true, but I don't think they're going to want to expose the kids to this.
That's another
mess.
issue. That's another issue.
That's more personal than strategic. So I just can't imagine them wanting to inject the kids, who they've changed the last name of.
But think about this. Think about this. If Donna Adelson gets acquitted, okay, I'm not sure that you get to Wendy. I'm just not sure you get to Wendy. So. I think there's a lot on the line for Wendy here, and you know that her attorney is talking, Donna Adelson's attorney is talking to Wendy, even because she's on the prosecution witness list, even though she has immunity. She may not want to testify, but she's talking to them about things that may be different, like the children. You know?
Yeah, that's interesting too, and we saw that in some of the early texts where Wendy's attorney, and she had an attorney then, right? Not just for the divorce.
Yeah.
She was being advised, do not talk about the case with your family.
Yeah.
And so we assume that's been the situation for the last 11 years.
Yeah. Oasis Cat said the boys have been kept from the paternal grandparents of parents. Wendy had the last name changed. She's in Colorado now, by the way, to Adelson right after their dad was murdered. No way, Donna said nice things about that. But you got to explore it. If you're going for the win, and you're going for the win big time for two, you really, there's a lot of gut riding here. I mean, you have to explore these things. This is why I win cases, by the way, okay? Because I kind of think out of the box, not like, let's just challenge this evidence. It's not good enough, and we have reasonable doubt. You've got to challenge it in different ways. So just while you put your Linda hats on, how you try this case. Yeah.
I'm just reading a couple of notes here.
I see. Let's see.
Okay, let me see who else is on my list here.
I'm reading the comments as you're going, because normally at nighttime when we're doing the show, I don't have time to read. And I love reading these comments because we have a mini jury pool here.
We have an IT specialist, single, no kids, 27 years local, no law enforcement connections, never charged with a crime, never a victim, so kind of a blank slate. IT specialist, so very analytical, probably a stickler for details on the investigation, some of the testimony. In general, I would like that person. For either side, I would like that person. I want somebody that's going to dig in, and want to know how you get from point A to point B. And for this case, you need that. This is a conspiracy case. And there was an interesting, as an aside, there was an interesting conversation that was, I think it was, might have been Georgia talking with the jury, but saying, hey, can you convict somebody of murder when they were not the killer?
Right. No, sure. Right.
And in Florida, it's a little bit different because you can be under either accomplice liability or the felony murder rule. So it's very confusing conceptually because people are like, what do you mean? If she did what they say she didn't kill him, right? But it's a murder charge.
And so Kaplan went through that, right?
Yeah, and I think that was a good thing to address because logic would suggest, well, we can't find her guilty of that. She didn't do it. Even if you believe everything else, she didn't actually pull the trigger. So that was important that they got that explained. And obviously the court's going to go through that, but reading the instructions, the raw law, it's not as effective as when a human is, talking to you about it and asking you if you understand that.
Right.
So I like that.
And they also thought it was fair. She went through, interesting. Do you think it's fair, but it's the law? You know, and some people, she get people to say, yeah, and you understand that it's fair because it is the law, right? So I thought that was really interesting how she did that. She's very, very good. And she smiled and kind of joked. She, you know, this is your first introduction really to the jury, right? Because you haven't done openings yet. And the jury, if they've already got a read on you, they already like you or dislike you, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, this is like let's go to a cocktail party, or for you, a cannabis party, and so you're wandering around. You're wandering around.
This is why I need Auntie Deb on. I can't do a show without you to tell this story. I just
and you know, you're meeting people, and you know, some you bond with, some are like, oh, look at the time, I gotta go. Oh, Linda just called me, I gotta go. You know, so that's what's happening here, and you don't see that often in the voir dire process. It's much more static. You know, it's much more, even if the questions are not closed-ended, and hopefully they're not, you know, you don't want yes or no questions, even though sometimes that happens. You want something that allows people to, you know, I don't necessarily like the Socratic challenging. Who understands what reasonable doubt means? You know, I mean, that is a turnoff. Nobody wants to hear that kind of, and nobody wants to volunteer. But questions that just get them to open up about who they are, what they think, that's key. That's the cocktail party. We didn't see a cocktail party today. We basically saw a weekend seminar from the defense. And I think that's painful.
I was like, ugh, I don't know if I can listen to this any longer, but I was. But I was also doing a brief at the same time. So in fairness, my mind.
So you might want to have that brief looked at. See if somehow you worked in some of the wrong facts.
We're good. We're good. Everything's worked in. It's going to the judge. It should be going right now. So, Joy Schmehar, are you going to tell us, Joy, how do you pronounce your name? Has an interesting, I heard.
Oh, is that like Joy Behar, but it's Joy Schmehar now?
Yeah, it just has a P.O. box in Colorado and actually lives here in Texas near Austin. Oh, Missy, check it out. If think Colorado thing is just to throw people off, we are close to the border, extremely easy to cross. That is weird. I don't know. I mean, it's so she's not gonna have to say where she lives when she gets on the stand. That'll be protected probably. So we'll see. Although we'll see if she did the last time. You know, we went through her testimony, but we didn't go through the, you know, I swear to tell the truth and all. You know, when the first questions are, could you spell your name for the jury and where you presently reside? We didn't go through those. We went through Wendy 1 and Wendy 2, but we didn't go through that because.
And that stuff's definitely on the questionnaire.
Yeah.
And the witness, they read through all the witnesses that are likely to appear.
Yeah.
Shorter list than I thought, really. I've seen the list, but when it was read out, it didn't take all that long.
Yeah.
And there were only a couple of folks that had some connection. One, his wife is a teacher who has taught with one of the, I know, it was, who's our FBI guy? I forgot his name again. We just saw him.
Sanford?
Yeah, Sanford. His wife teaches with this prospective juror's
jurors, right.
Yeah. So that's
interesting.
The others were more tangential, you know.
Yeah, that was that person. That's a conflict, right?
I would think that's going by.
Misty Mayhem reminds us, along with our viewers, her last deposition in May was in Austin. That's true because we wanted Missy to go find her and try to get her walking into it in Austin.
And then it turned out it was remote, right? Wasn't it remote? A video?
It was remote, right? It was remote. So that's what it is. Here, but Mike Easter, you'd love this. We should screenshot this. Mike Easter is a snack. Right?
I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds good.
I think it was a big compliment for him. Sanford is an FBI daddy. That's for sure. I mean, Sanford has been controlling this, and we heard from Mike Easter what the job is of the agent assigned when he's talking about the tickling the wire, and it's not so easy. You know, you have to get the U.S. attorney, you've got to get the local people, you've got to consent, you've got to get the script, you've got to do, it's a parody of Joy Behar, you're absolutely right. You got to get the script, you do auditions sometimes, you have 3 or 4 people, they audition for the role.
Yeah, I thought that was fascinating. That was my first thought, because the guy that did it looked the part, but he did not sound the part. You know, he sounded
good, which is what they wanted. They didn't want to scare her. Remember, he said they didn't want to scare her.
I think, you know, initially she probably was, because the guy's big.
Big guy, right?
Small, but still, he towered over her. And, you know, kind of calmed her fears when he started talking, kind of like a normal conversation.
Yeah. So Yeah, but he said that would be, I guess he points out that may be purposeful so that he didn't scare her, she didn't run away, because you don't want to do witness intimidation. You don't want to commit a crime in the process of tickling the wire. And he said that's an easy line to cross, so you got to be very careful. And so that's why I guess they have the auditions. And so he had this really big, lovable teddy bear until he started texting afterwards saying, hello, my friend really needs the money. And she responded back, well,
Yeah.
I don't even know the name of your friend,
Yeah. So they ramped it up because in the 2 weeks since the bump, it was kind of quiet. Ultimately, it paid off, but they had to pressure. And as Mike Easter said, that's the way you do it.
Yeah. So really, I will go back and watch Mike Easter's interview. It's an hour, but 16 minutes worth every moment of it. I think actually we did a little bit of rippery before he came on, just a few minutes. So because we're finding that our notices to watch the show are coming like 10 minutes into our show. I don't know why that is. And some people have mentioned, by the way, in this chat that they're subscribers and they don't get a notice, which I've had too happen. I'm only really getting it on my iPhone now. No longer my iPad, not my computer, nothing. So I don't know what's going on with these notices. Yeah.
I don't either. Okay, I've got another one for you here. This was the woman who is the teacher. She may be the one that had the issue that may or may not be resolved. So number 10 may not even be in the mix anymore. Divorced with kids, age 25 and 21. One's a full-time student, been there since 88 in the community. No law enforcement connection. Had 2 misdemeanors when she was 20 and 21 for underage drinking.
Who cares?
The judge asked, he said, I assume you're totally rehabilitated now.
Yeah.
Never been a victim, doesn't have a connection there, but does have some concern about getting this sub. So she may be because of that.
Yeah, but no one cares about her misdemeanor drinking at 20 years
I
old.
was, and I mentioned it in our chat. I popped in and out as I was working on a few different things. And I just noticed how, they went through everybody. And then certain people who had answered already were like, yeah, Judge, I forgot to mention, and I'm like, these people are so forthcoming. I'm waiting for somebody to say, Judge, I jaywalked once when I was 15. I mean, they were really honest and concerned that they'd left something out. So,
well, they do take an oath. They do have seen people prosecuted now, and you and I've talked about it again. It used to be that you looked for the one stealth juror, right? You're trying to find who's the one stealth juror, or maybe 2 trying to get on. Now you assume everybody's a stealth juror. They all want to be on this high-profile case. Look at Karen Reed. Look at the last Karen Reed trial. They all wanted to be on, and we didn't even lose. You didn't even get to an alternate. Usually you get to one alternate.
And I think it took 2 days to get 10, and then it took a little longer to fill up the box. Okay, here's one for you. What do you think of this? Because it's an interesting wrinkle. This is number 17, a male in the healthcare tech industry, married. She's an office manager. They have a 20-year-old daughter who is at Florida State University, who works at an escape room. He didn't call it that, but the way he described it, I knew that's what it was. You know what escape room is, right? There's a few of them in Manhattan, which have become very popular. Little parties will go to them.
Well, I've been to one. I took my family. We went to one.
Were you very good? Did you win?
My husband was very good because there was some chess issues, and he knew all the answers to that. And we were out it's supposed to be an hour and 15 minutes. We were done.
You're done. Yeah.
Not me. I would have been. I would have still been.
Still there. Anybody seen Linda? I don't know. It's been a couple of days. She's in the escape room. So that's an interesting perspective. It's the daughter, not the juror, but still, that's somebody. That's a true crime thing. Those escape rooms.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see what else
If you
I got
haven't
for
been,
you.
they're a lot of fun to take your family. They really are.
Yeah, especially if you've gone by the gummy store first. So number 18.
Just because you come with like hatchets and big knives and
and you have drugs. Okay. Number 18. She's a female.
It's legal.
She's a female entrepreneur. That was how she was very kind of coy about it. And the judge said, well, we may have to have further conversation about that. What was she on OnlyFans? What does that mean? She's single, no kids.
That's like a really popular thing. These days people make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Michael, I think I should wait a second.
So I've heard.
I should put you on. You should be the Justice Serve TV only pastor.
Oh my gosh, there'd be no fans. By the way, you mentioned it. Ms. Kenney,
don't confuse us.
Kenney is got a trial date now in South Florida for December 1st of this
Right.
year. So
And she's going to testify.
It's a self-defense case. She's got to.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm penciling in that trip because I would much rather be in South Florida in December than in North Florida in August. But that case is going to be fascinating because it's a self-defense case where she allegedly protected herself from her boyfriend and stabbed him to death. A lot of interesting physical evidence in that case.
It's an interesting case. I have to see. I think that my husband was called to be an expert on the case and he declined. And I don't know. I think it's maybe because he's just so gosh darn busy, you know. And everybody calls Michael says, you know, that I have a high profile case you'd be interested in. You know, everybody calls as a case, you know, and you can only do so much, you know. So I mean, you know, it's ridiculous. But also I don't think the issue is the cause of death there. I think the issue is what precipitated the attack, you know.
Yeah. But there's going to be a lot of talk about the type of wounds, you know, defensive, you know, versus offensive. So that's, you know, as I recall, he died from a stabbing directly to his heart. But there was a lot of other wounds. So, and he was a big dude, big guy. Obumseli, Mr. Obumseli. Okay, let's see what else I got for you here. Get your reaction here. 19 was a female, married, 32-year-old daughter who lives in Philly. Been in the local area there, Tallahassee, since 21. Her dad, a retired sheriff. No criminal history, and she was the victim of a burglary at some point. What do you think about that law enforcement in the family?
You have to defense. That person is out, unless we know that the dad had to retire as a sheriff under terrible circumstances because he was doing something really bad. But that person's on the top of my list for being out.
Okay. Let's see. That one we looked at. Here's number 24, married, retired postal worker.
Okay. Oh, I love that. My dad was a postal worker his whole life after he left the Army.
He's married to someone who's currently a mail clerk. She apparently hasn't got enough years yet to retire. They have an 11-year-old son, and he's already retired. Just doing the numbers here because we don't get ages exactly, but you can figure it out with child ages or at least come close. Been in the area since 1997. Brother convicted of armed robbery. No victim experience. So you have a lifetime postal worker with connections to a wife who's a postal worker. There's been some issues with the brother, been convicted. I'd want to know. I didn't hear anybody following up on this.
Or was it a play?
And what was your experience with that? I mean, were you deep into it?
Right.
Were you kind of cross country? You're hearing about it,
right?
How involved were you in that? And do you think it was proper? Most folks will be honest if a relative is convicted of something and they think they did it, that they'll say, they did it.
They did it, right?
So I would want to know that. They may not get to that person. Who knows? I mean, that's 23. That's 10 deep. They would have to lose 10.
They're never going to get
with cause and peremptories. They'd have to lose 10 to get to that person.
Never happened.
So that's why I'm focusing a lot on the top 15 or so, maybe top 20 max. An office manager. Okay, I see that one. I see a couple of office managers. Unemployed. Here's number 21. He's a male, unemployed. He said it this way: I'm unemployed, but I'm a full-time student. Almost like, I don't have a job, so I'm going to school.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing because when I take it back to a case when I had the Turnpike 4 in New Jersey, they were the basketball kids who were on their way to basketball camp in North Carolina, driving down I-95, and they were 3 of them were shot. It was all racial profiling. We settled the case for like $10 million, right? But when the state police, New Jersey State Police, released the thing, they said, and the police shot 4 unemployed minority youths driving down the Turnpike. Youths, right? But the implication was,
they're unemployed,
driving down the 4. It's at night, late at night. The cop shot them, and the connotation in the whole press release was that, this was bad. When you find out these are 4 kids going to basketball camp together, right? In North Carolina, and they're driving and taking turns. So I really
don't necessarily suggest unemployed is a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing, right?
This guy's single, no kids, been in
And
the
I
area for
love
22
postal workers, by the
years.
way. Going back to postal workers, my dad,
Yeah.
postal worker, ended up being a regional postmaster after he left the army. Did his whole life. I am big on postal workers.
Okay. And why exactly?
Because I think they work hard, and I think they usually are committed, and they usually stay with the job for a very long time. And whatever they're doing, they're also familiar with law enforcement because they'll have the postal
Wanted posters
workers.
on
No,
them.
no. They'll have the inspectors who will be the way the post offices are designed. There's cameras, and there's the things you walk above, and you get to see people, so they know about theft because there's an issue whether or not people take envelopes, and people used to send money in the mail and all sorts of stuff. So they're kind of familiar with it, but I think they work hard, they're diligent, and they tend to retire. Unless they kill somebody going postal, unless you have the few that go
a bad
postal.
rap. Yeah, that's a bad rap. And that it's a quasi government job. It's a private operation. The government does not own the post office. It's a private operation, but it has that sense of government, right? So it's kind of an interesting mixed bag. I know some folks who worked there forever, and they're very cool. They seem almost normal.
Right.
So yeah, very stable.
Unless they've gone postal, and that they do have a bad rap for that because we see shootings by everybody, not just postal workers. Anymore. Maybe a long time ago, but not anymore.
Yeah, it definitely was a bad phrase for the postal workers.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I've hit all of them that I've got. I missed a few. I know the number one guy was male, divorced, and then he said, this is the guy that circled back after they'd gone through a judge. I just wanted to say, I'm really divorced. I said single, but I'm divorced. He said, I forgot, or so he was very concerned.
Interesting way when you meet somebody, what's your status? I'm single. You don't say I'm divorced. Generally.
And I think people are paranoid. They're paranoid that they're going to, isn't it true, sir? You said you were single, but you're divorced.
Right.
Right,
exactly.
So that's all I know about him. I didn't get details. Number 2 is also a male. Number 3 is a female, who was apparently lumped into the shy group category. 4 and 5, I got nothing on. So anybody that can share on 4 and 5, I'll have to go back and listen to find those details. Because when I go down there, obviously, whoever is in the box, I won't be walking into court holding this. This is just the prep.
He's going to take a photograph. He's going to take a photograph of it, though.
I'll have a list, and it'll have.
I actually took a photograph of you holding it up, just so you know. I have it for eternity.
And then I will supplement when I'm down there. I'll be able to. I always have one sheet or part of my notepad.
You can look at the jurors and see.
That is jurors, and I can get into much more specifics than what we're hearing. And it's always fascinating, especially when you see how they interact in the course of the trial.
Well, you're kind of doing what we're doing is, we've already had the list. You get the list of who the jurors are going to be. You've done your investigation of them beforehand. You already have the list. If you're in the DA's office, you have a bigger list because you send it out. Does anybody have any information on any of these jurors? And, things come back. And then the question becomes, do you have to share that with the defense? Or is that work product? I mean, there's a lot of jury consult. And remember, you win or lose a case, everybody, on the jury you pick. All right. You could have the best case in the world, but if you pick a jury that's not going to listen to you and doesn't like you at all, you're going to lose a case. However, if you pick the jury that's good for your case, and as a defense attorney, that could be picking the one person you believe is going to be the holdout.
Oh yeah. And in this case, I think that would be key if you could find that person.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can, because the name was not familiar to me. Maybe it will be to you.
Look, if I'm the defense, the issue is going to be the connection. You're trying to connect me being Ma Donna, just like, Ma, everybody's Ma when they're head of the gang, right? Ma Donna Adelson to actually facilitating, causing this crime, being part of it, being a conspirator and having this execution done. And that's going to be the link that you, as a defense, you have to point out that there isn't that link. And that's going to be the link the prosecution has to prove. It was easy with Charlie because you had Katie. And it was easy with Sigfredo because you had Luis Rivera, right?
Yeah, we're now, like I said, we're now another layer, another degree of separation, as it were.
I think the going to Vietnam, I think the leaving at the time that she left, I think the taped phone calls when she didn't know they were being wired, And I think the tickle the wires, in my opinion, will do it. But you never know. Some people say, no, that doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I'm going to be down there for most of next week, Monday through Thursday, and I expect I should see most of the prosecution's case in that
Right.
period of time.
Right.
So and what we'll do is we'll pop on as necessary. We'll be streaming the case, of course. I'll pop on during the course of the day, depending on what's happening. Do a little midday report. We'll get set up down there with the Starlink and do all of that, and then we'll have our normal 6 o'clock show to kind of.
And then we'll do our 6 o'clock show, at night. And sometimes I may be popping on. It depends.
If you're still floating in the hot tub, or
next week was supposed to be my vacation. I finally get a hot tub that works, and I wanted to float in the hot tub all week and like read a book. I haven't read a book in a while, like a real a book, right?
May I recommend
There we
this
go.
little gem? Yeah. Maybe I can work it out. You can get 3 units of credit if you read this book.
As a matter of fact, I offered to read a page of it tonight. I think that we really should start out with chapter 1.
As we open up every episode of As the Adelsons Turn.
As the Adelsons
on
Turn,
one another.
One page, and see what it is that she wrote. That was required reading at FSU. Required. Can you imagine this?
That's a sweet deal if you're the author.
Yeah, if you're the author. Now we have a secondhand book. That's all I will say. Okay, we're gonna have a secondhand book here. So and all, but we also have things we want to play. We never get to them. We want to play the and we don't know what's happening with court. They gave the judge's lunch, and we'll see what's happening. But we want to play some of the tape phone calls if we can. And our rip and read may take 10 minutes tonight because we have some stuff. Okay. We have, I mean, talk about OnlyFans. Our Brian Koberger read may be blipped.
Yes, I'm very concerned he's not doing well in prison. Boo-hoo.
Yeah, and by then we're going to have rulings on Menendez, and then we have.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. We'll talk about it later tonight, but you mentioned it. So, we've been on this from the very beginning, all the big hoopla when Gascon was the DA in LA County, and
we said this was going to be political.
He's getting out as you wait to see what happens. It's still going to be political because Eric Menendez talks today. He talked to the parole board today, put on his dog and pony show. His brother Lyle goes tomorrow. Then the board will issue their recommendation, and then still Governor Newsom will decide yes or no, and he can take his time to do that. It's going to be political. Let me just stick my finger in the air and see which way my presidential plans are blowing. Is this going to help me or hurt me? And that's all that's going to decide. That's it.
That's what it's about. It's look. Even when people take stances against crime and all this kind of stuff, it's all politics. How can I get the votes, right? We have someone in Texas who's probably going to be executed, Robertson, in October 16th, who clearly is innocent, right? And the former prosecutor said he's innocent. Everyone, the jurors say he's innocent, and they may execute him. All right. Why politics? Because people are more thinking of, well, maybe he got over the system, maybe he's guilty. Because people that are innocent in jail really don't have a, shall we say, a voting block. So you can't tell me that all of this stuff isn't. So, but we have a lot of stuff going on tonight. We have we're going to talk about the Wolfenbarger on our rip and read a little bit. We're going to talk about the Menendez. We're going to talk about a place. Look it up, close to my heart. It's an MEIJER supermarket chain. Okay.
What is it again?
MEIJER supermarket chain. You can Google it. So we've got that, and you've got some rip and reads. So our rip and reads may take a little bit before we get to what's happened in court today and some of these phone calls that we didn't play tomorrow. But we're going to see where we are. Look, I can say pretty much for sure, there's no openings today.
Isn't it weird how they're
we said it'd be Friday or Monday,
stubbing their toes on the scheduling, and I wonder. I really thought they were on track until the defense got up and started whatever in the hell that was.
I didn't even think they were on track then. And yesterday when they said that today we're going to be open, we were like shocked because they said Friday. Initially it was Monday, right? And you know what? You may end up being she's Georgia Kaufman really has finished her, so we're really talking about now doing your preemptories, and that really can take that could be very quick. That's going to
Very
go very quick tomorrow.
That's why you got to have your board ready to go.
So I think you do that. You take your mid-morning break tomorrow, and then you're on to openings before lunch. I won't be with you tomorrow morning, by the way. I will not be. You're on your own.
I'm gonna do my best. At 4:30 now, you think they're just gonna bag the rest of the day for selection?
Well, he may keep them to 5 because he gave the jury lunch and he told them to come back. So maybe they'll start. Maybe they'll start a preemptory, or maybe he's going to keep them and ask them whether or not they can do their preemptories today, so they can do openings tomorrow. I mean, that's what happened, obviously, in Chambers. Now, I assume that the Chambers conference is over, and that the attorneys are getting some time for lunch and figure out what's happening too.
Yeah.
But we're right. Quite frankly, what they should have done is taken the time with this, do preemptories tomorrow, and then start fresh on Monday morning for openings. But
that's what we would like. Yeah,
that's what we would like. And also, I think it's fair to the jury to go home, get some rest. They'd be tired. They don't have to.
Well, if they do a short day tomorrow and just come in, pick the jury, and do openings and call it, that wouldn't be horrible.
That wouldn't be horrible.
On Monday.
And start with live testimony on Monday, right? And then who's ever on the jury can't talk about the case to anybody. Although everyone's going to know the most ridiculous thing is, well, you can't release the names. We're only going to talk to them by number, right? Everybody's going to know who's on the jury. I can't go to work on Monday. Why? Well, I have on jury duty, right?
Yeah, that's all you're supposed to be able to say. I'm on jury duty.
Well, what jury? Well, I'm not supposed to tell you, but it's going to take 2 weeks. Well, what do you think? You think people are going to look it up? Neighbors report. Neighbors called news media and said, my neighbor's on. They call everybody. You don't think that grown kids can call and say somebody to something, because it's not legal to say that they're on the jury. It's not improper. And it gets out there. And then also, if you go into court, you see them, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a fiction, but you got to try. You have to try, right?
Yeah.
It's not perfect. So, and they're not sequestered, so that increases exponentially the odds that people know who they are, what they're doing, where they're going every day.
Yeah. So I see our chat is discussing about how to do shorts and all. Let me tell you, if you do shorts on YouTube, you're not going to get eligible unless they're 8 minutes or more for the payment program. They have to be over 8 minutes, just so you know, for the most part.
Is that the deal?
Well, that was what it was. It was
no. The 8 minutes is on a normal video.
On a normal video.
Pre-roll. Right. I mean, to get mid-roll.
To get mid-roll, right.
Mid-rolls.
You have to have 8 minutes. But
the shorts are, I don't know how the shorts work. We don't do a lot of shorts.
No, because they didn't pay. And also, we're just too busy doing longs.
And we can't shut up.
And we can't do a lot of shorts. Plus, everything we have is large. Everything, these cases, I used to go crazy and I still do when I watch these cases. And we're sitting here and we watch the whole trial. We sit through 2 months of a trial. And then you watch somebody who is a paid news media consultant get on one of the legacy media channels and then say something about what happened in court when they hadn't watched it, have no idea what they were talking about, right? And give the wrong information.
Yeah, it can be frustrating.
It's very, very frustrating.
That's why I'm hesitant to do those things. I used to do those things all the time.
Me too. And,
it's not fun anymore. It's more fun to do our own thing here.
Yeah, and to tell people what we try to teach while we're doing this. We try to teach what we know. You can agree with it, disagree with it, but it's what we know, what we're trained to do. And all. And, we called Karen Reed right from the very beginning. We said, look, it's not about anything except whether the state can prove their case, to us, to you and I. We weren't taking sides. And then after a while, it was very clear that not only the state couldn't prove their case, but there was some pretty bad shit going on there, a.k.a. Don't call me Dever. Don't call me Dever.
Yeah, there's another controversy with her. Is she resigned? Is she not? Is she? What is the deal?
Yeah, I don't think it's been resolved. Boston said she hasn't resigned. She's just on that.
What else would they say?
What else?
I know that Aiden's been reporting. He has 2 sources that confirm that she did, and I don't care how it happens. She's done. We said that from the moment she walked out of the courtroom. She's done.
She's on medical leave. She's going to go on permanent
medical leave.
She's going to apply for it, and she's going to get if it's job related, which they'll say it is job related, PTSD from the stress of all the job. And the question then becomes, though, is it PTSD from being on Boston, or is it medical leave? She's on medical leave in Boston, but is if she has disability leave, is there any contributory factor from the police department from the Canton
From the
PD, right?
Canton,
Yeah, I
Canton,
mean, it's
which
just
she
an
hasn't done
interesting
for
issue.
a couple of years or years.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah. So she put me on disability medical leave because she
I
made
know
me so sick.
I think she gave all of us PTSD for a while there, but never to be. She was just one of the most disliked people ever that I think that we saw that really should have just gone there and done her job and just told her what she told the FBI. That's all. That's all you had to do.
Yep.
You know?
Well, she's young and stupid. So.
And then you could be Sergeant Barrows, who walked into court tall and straight and took whatever it was and just told the truth on the stand, whichever way it was. And I'm sure his office seems to be proud of him and embracing him.
Yep.
I hope,
Yep.
I hope, so we don't know what time, Missy, do you remember what time they went out for, quote, lunch?
It's almost like, they're going to reconvene,
just to break,
finish.
Just to finish. And maybe that's what the judge is going to tell them, that here's going to be our schedule. Here's what we're going to do and all. But they better do it soon because we have to get ready for our 6 o'clock show. And Missy, we're going to need a thumbnail for that. We're going to need to portal into a thumbnail.
Time to portal.
Time to have a thumbnail on a portal.
Amy,
okay?
I'm with you. Mainstream media is just very difficult to watch. And I used to include just broadcast media in that group. Now I'm throwing cable in there as well. It's just, cable used to be better because it was more than a headline service. National, network has always been a headline service. That's it. If you couldn't tell the story in 45 seconds, it ain't getting on the show.
Yeah.
Cable, you got the chance to dig in deeper. They become more and more, superficial. So, you got to be selective, but there's better information out there.
And there's a lot of if you get beyond what am I going to say, the drama of some of the tutors, right? Which just got to stay above and be news media, and try to bring good content to everybody. I mean, you're here because I hope you like the content. Whether or not we'll talk about some things tonight that you may not like. You may not like Brian Koberger. We're going to talk about him tonight. I don't like him either, but I'm going to talk about him despite what the judge said, because I think this is an interesting issue that we have going on here that you all will know about when we get to our rip and read. Now that I've given the cat out of the proverbial bag, right?
Yep, you're going to have to come through with the goods now on that.
Okay. Do we have any one of those calls that Donna made that we didn't play last night?
Let's see. Let me see if I can go fishing for some of that stuff here. Just a little sampler of what we had queued up for the evening. Let's see what we got here. We got a few. Which one would you like? The one where she's talking about Vietnam ultimately? That one?
Yeah. Let's do that one.
Let me see if I can get that one to work.
And actually, because we couldn't get them to work last night, but we figured out what was wrong.
We think.
Yeah, I hope.
We think we did. Let's see. Should we change this configuration somewhat like that? There we go.
There we go.
Okay, this is November.
You're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room.
Are you hearing it or not?
Yep.
Oh, great. Okay, so let me set this up real quick. This is the call made from Donna to Charlie. For the first 8 minutes, there's a conversation. He's just been convicted. He's freaking out. He wants to kill himself. They've had the prison shrink in to talk to him. So she's basically trying to comfort him. But then the phone goes dead. The connection is lost. But she continues to talk because it's being, she didn't hang up. So the call is continually being recorded. This is what goes ultimately into that decision about, we need to talk to Wendy. And, we're going to go to Vietnam.
Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay? So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Charlie? Shit. You can't hear me again, right? Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me? What? I mean, I'm sure he'll call back or just keep getting disconnected.
I'm not sure why we don't have the subtitling on this one that was on there before.
Goodbye. I am not so. Go to prison. He didn't do. I can't push it. I'm not that strong. And I also know how he is a year ahead. His body and everything just slowly started to deteriorate. I'm old. I have a life. We had a great marriage. Happy, we traveled, we lived good. I really am not unhappy. And I'm more than willing to just say goodbye and let me lie down.
Okay, I'm going to pause that there because I think I found the one that has the subtitles.
We had one with subtitles, one without.
Yes, we got it all. But clearly she doesn't know this part is being recorded. She has no idea, and she's continuing to. She's talking to Harvey, and there's also a female in the room. I'm not sure who that was, but it's clear that she has no idea. And then she starts talking about a text that went back and forth between her and Wendy.
And apparently we need to turn the sound up a little bit.
Oh, I need to go up. Let me see if I've got some more sound here. I think it.
So
unless,
Oasis Cat, by the way, has a time, 3:41. So it's been about an hour. So we should be hearing from the judge.
Okay, I'm going to zoom ahead a little bit on this if I can get to it here.
A little bit better.
There we go.
I know that.
Okay, let's pick up where we were.
Okay.
And that's Harvey, that male voice in the background.
I don't want to do what I want to do, but it's not very long. I think it would be a nice way to just leave me alone, say goodbye. I am not so myself. Go to prison. He didn't do. I can't push it. I'm not that strong. And I also know how he is a year ahead. His body and everything just slowly started to deteriorate. I'm old. I have a life. We had a great marriage. Happy, we traveled, we lived good. I really am not unhappy. And I'm more than willing to just say goodbye and let me lie down. It's nothing painful. I just want to go to sleep. We bought our cemetery property a couple months ago. We're good. I'm good. But when you did this weekend, because I said something that made her feel like I had enough, and I'm not going to watch. If the trial doesn't go well, I know what I need to do. Now, you know something was wrong because we lived here 9 years. She's never once just come over and said, I need to talk to you. I'm sure probably sexual she sat down on the couch right there. I was sitting here, and she didn't say, look, Mom, this is a horrible time for all of us. Charlie's on trial for his life. We're all aggravated. But if this is what you're thinking of, just sat there. If you're suicidal, I'm going to take correct you. So I said, I'm not suicidal. I'm fine. I'll see the boys tomorrow night. Yeah, Sunday night. Yeah. Now, am I suicidal? No. Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. And what will we do it? We'll do it together. Leave a note. They'll know when to come and get us. And we'll do it together. The boy, look, got to make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, and I don't know if we'll make it out in time, I really don't. Because Dan said, you might, but I don't know. And I said, well, I don't know. And I said, well, Or you might do all of it, get to the airport, and that could happen. It could happen. I don't know, but it's worth a try. I've tried and tried and tried. I don't know what I'm doing. I've lost it, but I don't know what I'm doing. And we have to look at stuff for Roman so that I'm happy with that. What do you think? How is it normally done? With stipulations as to who's in charge and it's got to burn those in a truck and represents the Bryant argument under and the trustee and some of the trustee and Bryant. Bryant is the open then the trustee on 3 you that somebody would be watching. Yeah, well, we want someone to take care of it. Starting on the so I would make some effort to respond after this call. If you would do that, I could sit here with you and say, would you do that? But I can't because there was some. So do you tell her that I could call George? No, I don't know how to get in touch with her. So I said, let me ask George. So I said, George, I can't get in touch with her. Bondage told me my lawyer to call her lawyer if it's about the case. And I wrote back, it's not about the case. I have at least when I said, I just got off with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why. Oh, because I said, yeah, we know you never ask anything about your brother. And she doesn't. And she told me it's because her lawyer said she shouldn't ask. But we found out it's not true. But we just got off the phone with him. My attorney said no. And he asked her attorney. Her attorney said, I never told her that. But I've never confronted him. No. So I wrote this last night. We know you never ask anything about your brother.
So again, this is back and forth now between Wendy and her mom. And they checked out Wendy's claim that her attorney, Wendy's attorney, said, don't talk to your family about the case. Somehow they learned that Wendy's attorney never told her that. Now, I don't know how they would have learned that, attorney-client privilege, et cetera, but they're confident that she lied about that. So that's what led to these little emails.
This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called us or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. But then she didn't answer. But then I got another call from Charlie last night, and I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us.
And it's Dan Rashbaum, Charlie's attorney.
Is the truth. So she says this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Yeah. Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger really don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement to Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. No, about the case, which is true. We've never done it. I followed his advice despite your disagreements with this guidance. Please do not text me about this case anymore.
This is like this is written. She's reading something written.
Not what I said.
Yes, she is. This is
She's
Wendy's.
reading something written.
This is Wendy's response to her.
Right,
you
right.
know?
That's why she's reading it written. Right.
Yeah, and it's obviously Wendy has written it in a way that if it's ever discoverable, as it is, it makes her look good.
Or mom wants to put it out there.
Yeah, then it looks like Wendy's doing everything proper. I mean, she's no dummy.
That he wants to How are you, Wendy? How's my sister holding up? Mm-hmm. If you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right? We will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a safe here. I want to give her codes. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I have the cemetery property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So please let us know if you can be of any help. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about. But no, I said we need some business assistance. Please let us know. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people to help. And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous. Again, nothing, in capital letters, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys. Have you told them? So when I got Doris before, I said to him, because I was over there last night, I said, well, I asked Wendy, but I haven't got any word from her, so did she tell the boys? And he said, she did. Now, I know Ben was very close. He was writing to Charlie all the time. So I said, how are they? Ben was very quiet. He didn't really talk much. Because we can kind of face it and said, so he's never coming home. And he's never coming back. And so he said it took him 10 minutes and he was into basketball. I said, fine, he's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see them miserable and upset. That's not my goal. I just want to know how are they. So that's what I said earlier to George, because it was technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer. I think just because we were out of it. So he's a computer tech person. So I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done? And he was on some business calls, and so that he texted me just before I can be there, maybe 5:30. Would that be good? I said yes, but if I can get stuff done, then it's no. I told Rick we have the space in the passport. We have the photos. We have to get them downloaded. And the other thing I don't understand, that my daughter could help me with, but we've been looking it up over and over because things change if there is extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all the places. I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition.
Well, that's kind of important. Evidence number one.
Really? Good. Maybe she knows about. Maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we waste our time. She's going to tell on you that my parents are in the country. My lawyer told us to do that. Okay, but if you mention it to Wendy, is Wendy going to tell somebody? Well, you tell her beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk and has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I and some decisions that we have to make. Yeah, I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. Because if the plane crash, no one's going to know where anything is or who belongs to what.
Or if we never come back.
I would like her to come up here so she can see.
Plane crashes, sorry.
I don't think that's asking too much. She can live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this? Can you come here? Can you do this? Everything. How many times do we have plans that I really can't and have to cancel? Wendy needs us for this. Wendy needs us to babysit. So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is up. Because now the boys are older, they can go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need grandma and grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. I have one son that I don't speak with. I have one son who's close to being dead.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there you have it. The cursed family of the Adelsons, as the
Do you feel
Adelsons
sorry?
said.
Do you feel sorry
It's
for you?
all about Donna. Poor Donna.
If I post all these gifts that we're getting, Kay Schmidt gifted 5 just.
Kay Schmidt, thank you so much.
And another Paul Youngs. Youngs, yes, Paul Youngs, because the one Justice Serve TV membership. Thank you very much for that. We really appreciate it because the people who get them really appreciate that.
And I still don't know how that works.
Do you feel sorry for her? Do you
I
still
will
feel
see,
sorry for her?
before we move on to her sympathy,
Okay.
I will see people say, hey, thank you. I don't know where it came from, but thank you for the membership. I don't know how that works. Is it just like, woo, random? I don't know how that works, but thank you for those who donated them. Yeah, I mean, clearly she's so self-absorbed. Donna is like, poor me. I've got all these issues and you won't even respond.
Yeah.
Help me. Help our cursed family. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not going to play well.
Yeah. It's definitely not going to play well at all. I mean, it's almost, it's a matter of fact, you could take it that she's so upset that she did all this for Wendy, and her son now, Charlie, brother gets arrested, and Wendy's just like, I ain't having any part of this because I'm not talking to you because I know what happens. And so she's pissed off. Really, she's pissed off at Wendy because they're all going down, and Wendy's got a deal for immunity, and she's not talking to anybody. So I think in a way you could say, this is really guilty. She's feeling really upset because she did all this and now she's not in any way being rewarded by her daughter. Paul Youngs, thank you. Someone gifted me a membership, so I felt
That's nice. Yeah.
That is really nice. That is. Really
And this scares me more than anything. Where is it here? Joy. I guess YouTube picks who gets them. I don't know how that works. I don't know.
No, we're not going to get a Donna rant today. We're going to get a rant tonight when we do our rip and read. I'm going to be ripping on something that I'm going to be reading. Okay, so you can guess what it is. I have it here in my hand with my little highlighter. This is about the 7th article I've read between yesterday and today. Down, and we won't have the video because we won't have time. But anyhow, Oasis Cat said per Kathy Russin, 4 more jurors are needed. So have they gone? Are they going through their?
So I'm seeing. I think I see the feed. Is Missy? Is that the feed? Which doesn't look like the seal. It looks like something else.
I assume
they're not sure. Yeah. It looks like the monitor bracket.
Yeah, I assume they're going through their challenges right now. Can we wait?
That is not helping me and my board.
Yeah,
it's not helping me.
Yeah, if Michael can't hear what the challenges are, it doesn't help his board.
Okay, I'm gonna have to.
Well, I guess there's no sound. There's no sound. It just reports down from the courtroom, right? If they're doing the challenges, because they have to explain why they're challenging them. Maybe not. Oh no, we have sound. Okay. Oh, look at him. He looks so happy.
I'm going to announce the numbers that have been excused, and you will not need to return for any
Here we go.
Jury service in this matter. We give you our sincere thanks for honoring your summons and participating thus far. Juror 24, you are excused. Juror 22, you are excused. Juror 6, you are excused.
Shy guy.
Juror 7, you are excused. Juror 8, you are excused. Juror 9, you are excused. Juror 12, you are excused. And Juror 26, you are excused. Watch your microphone.
I got 18 still.
So they're talking. Hold on, wait a second. We just heard just some Mike. Watch your microphones because I heard them say something that I had 16 rather than 18. I heard that the mic picked up the sound that I had 16, not 18.
Juror 19, you are excused.
Oh.
And Juror 16, you are excused.
I got 16.
We are all also going to reconfigure the box at this point as well. Juror 5, please shift down next to Juror 2. Juror 23, take the seat to the left of Juror 5.
Juror 20 what?
Juror
2.
11, take the
22 is
seat next to
excused.
Juror 23.
No. Oh, yeah, 22 was excused. I don't know then. That's what he said. 23. 23.
Yeah, and then which one? 11 next to 23?
Juror 13, please come down to the first row and sit next to Juror 11.
No, next to Juror 11. Hold on.
Juror 14, please take the last seat on the first row.
Oh my God, he's really moving shit around.
Juror 17, please shift down to take the seat on the second row closest to the wall.
Closest to the wall?
Mm-hmm. That's what he said.
On the second row. Yep, that's it. Juror 18, please take the seat next to Juror 17.
So only show you're getting a board on.
Okay.
Juror 20, please take the seat next to Juror 18. Juror 25, please take the seat next to Juror 20. When you hear your number, please walk up and take the first available seat. Juror 27.
Oh shit, I never had a 27.
Well, our board is defective.
I missed that, but they added that. 27 and 28. So they're filling the holes now.
Now they're filling the holes, right?
I'm going to put them down here for now.
Juror 29.
Yeah. That's what they did without telling us.
The last for the second row, Juror 30.
Okay. Juror 30.
The seat closest to the wall on the third row, Juror 31.
Oh my God. I think I got a full pad here.
Juror 32 follow. Juror 33 after that. Once you are seated on the third row, if you can hold up your paddles so I can ensure you're in the right position. 31 closest to the wall, 32 next to her, thank you, and 33 right there. Juror 34, please come up as well.
It's like let's make a deal.
Juror
Yeah.
35
Yeah, these are all extra
and
folks.
Juror 36.
Did he skip 35 or was I talking?
No,
35 and
you were
36?
talking 35 and
Okay.
36.
Okay.
It will be another few minutes before we resume. If anyone needs to use the restroom, please do so at this time. Or
I think I
stretch
do.
your legs. We will get started as quickly as possible.
Okay,
Also,
so
not to speak to each other or discuss this case while we are still going through this process. We will resume in a few minutes.
all right. So I think we've narrowed down 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 or 12 that are in this top group. And there's still maybe 2 holes to fill plus
Are we
alternate.
going to have time between our 6 o'clock show the way they're going?
This may be the 6 o'clock show. So 3 and 4, I'm a little confused about because he seemed to move 5 over next to number 2, and I don't know what happened to 3 and 4. They may have been excused. So, but we got all the numbers that are in play are all here.
No, they're not doing openings yet because these are people that are moving into the box from people that have been excused.
Yep.
And peremptories have been exercised. And so now they've got to do the next. They've got the next group.
We haven't heard anything on the questions from 27 through 36.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 new people that haven't answered all those questions about are you married? What's your wife do?
And going through 36, I'm going to need to ask you some of the same
And here they come.
questions that we
Here they
asked
come.
to the
Here's the
group
questions.
earlier, concerning your prior jury service, any connection to the attorneys or the defendant, and also some brief biographical data from you. Once we've accomplished this, the attorneys will each have an opportunity to speak with you as well. I am not going to reread the law to you concerning the presumption of innocence, the right to remain silent, and the burden of proof. The law is fixed. Nothing has changed with it. Does anyone have any questions concerning the law that was previously read for jurors 27 through 36? Please raise your paddles if you have a question as to what the court read. Very well. I'm now going to ask 27 through 36 as a group. Have any of you previously served on a jury? Please raise your paddles if you have. Juror 28, please tell us where and when you previously served on jury. Do you recall if it was a criminal or civil proceeding? Do you recall the charge or the type of case? Without telling us the verdict, did the jury reach a verdict? Were you the foreperson of that jury? Did anyone else have their paddle raised for having previously served as a juror? No other paddles are being raised in response. As to the attorneys on this matter, are any of you, and I'm referring to jurors 27 through 36, related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know any of the attorneys that were previously introduced this morning? All right, no response has been given in the affirmative. Concerning the defendant, are any of you, 27 through 36, related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant personally? Concerning the names of the potential witnesses that were read earlier today, as to 27 through 36, do any of you know the witnesses that were identified by the parties? And now I will go through your biographical information. Juror 27, what is your occupation or type of work?
Owner and operator of a online marketing agency.
Right. You'll never get advertising better than this. Shout out that name. Go ahead, give us the name.
eVision Media Group. eVision Media Group.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
Physician assistant at Capital Regional.
Do you have children?
Yes, 2.
And what are their ages and do they work?
22 and 12. 22-year-old does work, full-time student at UCF and is working at student housing.
And the 12-year-old is just at home? Yes, sir. How long have you lived in Leon County?
13 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Close friends.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, my brother was indicted, federal indictment on fraud.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, my aunt was murdered.
Parents are murdered?
Yeah, aunt.
And close friend of mine also murdered.
Shit.
Thank you.
Close friend of mine was also murdered.
Jeez, stay away from that guy.
God.
Juror 28, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm retired, environmental manager.
What is your marital status?
Widow.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir. 1, 26.
Wow.
Sunday.
I'm sorry, I'm still not getting over the parents who were murdered and his brother's in jail.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
About 21 years, sir.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or any relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 29, what is your occupation or type of work?
Project manager for a civil engineering firm in town.
Right. Once again, no better free advertising than what you have right now.
DRFP.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She works with the Department of Health.
Do you have children?
Yes, do. 8 and 12. They do not.
Do they owe you money?
I probably owe them money. But no.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
All my life, 40 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, close friend.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My wife's uncle was shot and killed probably 10 years ago.
Right. Thank you. Juror 30. What is your occupation or type of work? If you can say that again, they could not hear you.
Employed, but I'm a social worker.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children? How long have you lived in Leon County? Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My parents auto
Thank you. She said her parents' auto theft. For everyone on the panel, if you can remember to do this, please speak up and speak clearly so you can be heard. Juror 31. What is your occupation or type of work?
Data analyst, Department of Transportation.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
A year, 8 months.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
My brother has DUI.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime? Thank you. Juror 32, what is your occupation or type of work?
I work part-time at a restaurant.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He's the owner of a restaurant in town.
Shout out that name.
Carab is Italian.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir, 2. I have a 17-year-old and an 8-year-old.
All right. Does your older child work?
He does not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
8 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes, sir, retired.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I have a brother that was charged with DUI.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, we had a masked individual try to break into our home earlier this year.
Thank you. Juror 33, what is your occupation or type of work?
Delivery and install appliances.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
1.
What is your child's age?
9.
I assume they don't work. How long have you lived in Leon County?
Day I was born.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends, relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror 34, what is your occupation or type of work?
I operate our 2 family-owned businesses, order record reporting and vouchers in Tallahassee.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He is a law enforcement officer of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Do you have children?
I do.
What are their ages and do they work?
16 and 13.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
36 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Other than my husband.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No,
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
no,
Thank you. Juror 35, what is your occupation or type of work?
delivery truck driver.
Couldn't hear that, Your Honor.
Delivery truck driver. What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
Customer service coordinator for a truck company.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
3 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 36, what is your occupation or type of work?
Excuse me, I'm a little under the weather. I'm a fiscal specialist for the state of Florida. I actually work for People First.
You're not contagious, are you?
I hope not. It's
Good,
just
good,
from
good.
this cold air.
Go ahead and put that mask on then.
But I wanted y'all to hear me.
What is your marital status?
I'm single.
Do you have children?
I have one son, the age of 10.
And I assume he does not work.
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
I would say, I'll just say, I've been in Tallahassee for the last 17 years. I had went back to Fort Pierce, Florida for a year or two for school, and then I came back. So, I just don't know.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir, my step grandfather was a state trooper, but he's retired. That's only that I'm aware.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Not me, thank God. But yes, I have it. My dad, my sister, and my
Hey, Michael, this is going to bleed into our 6 o'clock show. So, I mean, we're not finishing here, not much longer, sooner than that. It does seem.
2005 and 6, my sister.
Have you, any close friends or a relative, ever been a victim of a crime?
Not me, a friend. And that was basically, she was a minor, and I had to basically be summoned to vouch that someone violated.
If you can repeat that, go ahead.
So it was I'm just say a friend of the family. I was subpoenaed because she was minor, and I witnessed her being abused, and I was
Thank you. Once again, for our newly seated jurors, I am not going to read the jury instructions concerning the burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent. These concepts are static, they are fixed. The law has not changed on these matters since we've started the process. Is the state ready to inquire? You may.
Catherine Dugan. I'm representing the state of Florida in this case, along with Georgia Kappelman. I know y'all are tired, hungry. It's 5 o'clock. I'm going to try to be really quick. I want to go over just a couple of concepts with our new folks to see if y'all have any strong feelings about any of them. But if any of our original folks that are here in the first and second rows, if you have anything that you want to add, change your answers on, an idea that popped into your head, just raise your hand and let me know. All right, so Ms. Kappelman talked about reasonable doubt. The state's burden in a criminal case is we have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. We have to prove a crime was committed and that Mrs. Adelson is a person who committed that crime. And we talked about the definition of reasonable doubt. It's not a forced doubt, something you're making yourself believe. It's not a speculative doubt or a possible doubt. We could all sit around and come up with maybe this happened, maybe that happened. The doubt that you're having has to be reasonable. Does everybody understand? Okay. And we talked about why it's beyond a reasonable doubt, because it's impossible unless you're a witness to be convinced beyond all possible doubt of anything. Okay. Hearing that though, do any of our new people feel that I understand what the burden is, but it should be higher than beyond a reasonable doubt? I would personally have to be convinced beyond all possible doubt in order to reach a conviction in a criminal case. Does anyone feel that way? First or second row or third row? Okay. And who decides whether the doubt you're having is reasonable to believe, given all the evidence in the case? Who decides that? You guys do, right? Okay. And you do that thinking back on everything you heard in the case, using a totality of the evidence that you heard. We had a couple of people in when the defense was asking questions that some of you mentioned, Mrs. Adelson, maybe she did something to be charged, but, and while I understand what you're saying, that's not something for you to consider in a criminal trial. The law is that she's innocent until proven guilty, and that it's the state's burden to prove the charges beyond any reasonable doubt to you all through the evidence you hear from the witness stand. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, so that's something that should not be considered. The evidence in the case and whether it meets that burden is what y'all consider, okay? And speaking of evidence, if you're picked as a juror, your job is going to be to focus on that evidence. That could be physical evidence, like a picture you can hold, or it could be testimonial evidence. That's going to be a lot of what y'all are hearing. People are going to be coming up to the witness stand that may have knowledge or information about the case, or people who investigated the case. You're going to be listening to the words that they say, watching their body language, so that you all can determine the facts of the case and what happened here. And then you're going to apply what you've heard to the law Judge Everett gives you and render a verdict. One thing that Ms. Kappelman touched on is that it's not the jury's job to decide the sentence. Knowing that, though, is there anybody who feels that I just would not be able to reach a verdict if I didn't know what the sentence is going to be? Anybody on the first row or second row or third row? Okay. Another thing I thought about is, obviously this is a first-degree murder case. And when you hear first-degree murder and you talk about possible sentencing, sometimes people think death penalty. That's not something that's on the table in this case, or could ever be a possible sentence here. So just want to make that clear for everyone when we're talking about that, okay? And I didn't see anyone's raised hands. So everyone is okay leaving this sentence up to the law and to Judge Everett, and you all decide the verdict, right? Okay. We talked about the principles instruction. You guys heard the law on that, even though maybe you're not the person who pulled the trigger in the bank robbery example that Ms. Kappelman did with the court reporter. If you had the intent that trigger be pulled, if you did an act or said some word that encouraged or assisted the person who did the shooting, then you can be considered a principal and treated as if you were the person who pulled the trigger and did the shooting. Does that make sense? All right. Now, okay, so I have another example that if you are, let's say during a football game, if a quarterback throws a pass to a wide receiver, okay, the wide receiver catches it in the end zone, it's a touchdown. If scoring a touchdown is a crime, who is a principal to that touchdown? What do y'all think? Let me see. What do you think, Ms. Tolbert? Wide receiver. Catch the ball to make that touchdown happen. He wants it. He's running, trying to catch it.
Have I gone deaf, or is
Yeah.
Court TV has got their head up their butt? Oh, they're back.
Okay, is he doing an act or saying a word to assist that touchdown?
The person blocking or the person throwing the ball?
The person blocking. Okay. Okay. I gotcha. Okay, so if the person blocking is doing an act of blocking so that the touchdown can be scored, and he wants that touchdown to be scored, is he a principal? Okay. Does everybody agree with Ms. Tolbert there?
I would just point out what we can't hear. The jurors' identities, it's me, Jenny D, are not secret. The judge said that the attorneys could actually call them by name, but he suggested doing the voir dire procedure that they call them by number. So they're not secret at all. Just so you know, was trying to keep them, because he's going to release their names, I believe, as soon as they're on the jury. So during the voir dire, he was just saying, keep their names, just use the number. But they're going to, at the end of the day, they're going to slip up because they're not kept secret.
Yeah, and that's, I know it's weird because we've seen such a different way of handling it.
Yeah, I guess it's for the people that are dismissed, and these are either dismissed, they don't want the names out there, but everyone,
because we might find them? Oh.
Because everyone's going to find them, and as they walk out of the courtroom, there'll be a reporter there. What's your name? Did you, as they walk out of the jury service room, what are you dismissed?
So what happened that we went to, there's a little sidebar of some sort.
There's some sidebar.
You think maybe the judge is saying, hey, let's cool it on the name?
Well, no, the question is also, how long are you going to be? With regard to question them, then we have to have the defense question.
Yeah, I'm not worried about her.
And I think that it's a matter of timing because it's now 5:30. Judge told them 5 o'clock. Some may have issues with regard to rides, with regard to childcare. You don't know. So I think the sidebar is how long are you going to be associated to Ms. Kappelman, who knows the case just as well as she does. And then, of course, you got the defense, and then you're going to have to exercise the challenges. This is just as you and I thought this was going to happen. This wasn't going to happen. We said that. But the judge was like optimistic. It was
very optimistic. Yes.
And we have some jurors here. I mean, you have the jurors' parents were murdered. Oh my God.
They know.
Brothers in jail, parents are murdered. Okay. Yeah. The question was it Angela? I couldn't hear whether he said the brother killed the parents, but he said my parents are murdered, my brother's in jail. The implication was the brother murdered the parents, but I honestly did not hear it. Okay. But they have to be exhausted. They've been sitting there all day. They've been sitting there yesterday. Some of them have been sitting there since they were called in. So this is exhausting, and I'm sure that's what the sidebar must be about now. How much more? Because they can't. There's no way they can rush through this. She's rushing through this.
She is, now. I mean, they're getting it. They're reading the room, and they're not. They have 10 new people. They're talking to 10 new people.
Right.
The other folks are suffering through it, though.
Right. So, I mean, our question is whether we were going to do a 6 o'clock show. I think that we're going to just wrap up here when this finishes, do our final thoughts, and then we're going to do our rip and reads for today at the end of the show. Because on one of them, I do have a little mini rant. Maybe that's the one we'll end on. Okay. But I think that's what we should do, Michael. Is that good with everybody who's on the stream? Because we have like 2,000 of you, over 2,000 of you watching. And initially we were going to cut off. We thought they'd be finished earlier, 4 o'clock, 3:30, start with the 6 o'clock show, which would do a wrap up. But I think that we're better off doing the wrap up right now.
We are doing it. We're doing it right now.
Yeah, we're doing it. We're sort of doing it right now, but we don't have our rip and reads ready. Okay, I have mine ready, although one of them is in my printer. But I can kind of indicate what it is, and
I just got a couple, but maybe they're the same as yours. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I don't know. As a matter of fact, I am going to go get it out of my printer, and I will be right back to join you. So just stay tuned.
All right, go get that out of your printer.
I'm in a printer. Don't go away, everyone. All 2,000 of you, by the way, hit that subscribe, like, share, notify button. As we do this, I'm just going to take my mic.
Yep, she shut her mouth off before she shut her camera off. Anyway, so we'll see if they, the court may be saying, look, folks, let's call it. You lost the room. and then they'll pick back up tomorrow with. I can't imagine taking more than another hour or two to get the box full, and that'll give me some time to fix this. I'm pretty sure about this top 2 rows, but that still leaves some holes. And when the judge has the prospective jurors move around as he did, number 5, 23, 14, 11, that's because they're now in the box. Okay, all of these other folks, these lower, the 10 he just added, they are being voir dired to fill whatever holes there are in the box. And the alts, wherever they're going to stick those folks. We'll see when I get down there how they orchestrate the box itself. Sometimes the jurors that are alts are kind of off to the side on their own. Sometimes they're not even identified. I believe here they will be identifying them. Not 100% for sure there. I'm reading one of these notes here about, they say that this comes, thanks Oasis Cat, from Julia Janae, who's with my former employer, Court TV. About half the peremptories have been done, dismissing the 10 that have now been replaced. So that suggests that the 10 they've used to replace will probably be all they need, all things being equal. The real rubber number and question is, how long is, in this case, Ms. Dugan, she's let Ms. Kappelman take a break. How long is Ms. Dugan going to take to do her thing? And then whether it is, I think maybe defense will follow the lead of the pros and have co-counsel do that work. We'll find out. I think it'd be a good idea.
Attorneys. Yeah, I guess the attorneys.
Yeah, you let them
the jury,
get used to the jury, vice versa. So Jackie Fulford May, those who have been calling her Tom Petty, shame on you, but I cannot disagree. And so, it would be very smart for 2 reasons. Give this jury or prospective panel another voice, please. And let them kind of get a feel for her. I'm assuming she's going to take some of the witnesses. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. They take some of the second chair attorneys will take some of the lesser witnesses.
Well, it depends on how they break it. When we did cases,
could be women, men too.
I would take the forensic witnesses. I wasn't lesser chair.
Don't get defensive now. No, I get it. They can do it by subject matter.
No, they do subject matter at all. Right.
So we'll see how that all plays out. But yeah, certainly in this scenario, this jury is getting exposed, so to speak, to these attorneys. So might as well let them see everybody.
Yeah.
So, so I was just mentioning, the rubber number right now is the time. Are they going to just call it right now? And if so, a couple hours tomorrow, and then we've got a box, and then we begin openings. And then
the jury's going to
if
be
they
tired.
listen to us, that'll be the end of the day tomorrow. Leave them with the openings. Let them cogitate over the weekend on that. Come back fresh and ready to roll, all excited Monday morning.
Well, that's what they should have done to begin with, planned on that, or planned on openings for Monday mornings. So they just went through this process. If the jury has an extra day off, so they have an extra day off, because that's all that would happen is the jury has an extra day off or an extra half a day off, right?
Well, remember how this began. It was the judge suggesting Friday openings at the earliest. And he was pressured by the defense and the prosecution. No, Judge, we're not going to take that long to get a jury impaneled. Well, here we are, Thursday evening, and we're right on the judge's initial suggestion.
Right. Yeah. But initially, I go back, actually, the defense wanted to open on Monday.
Yeah, but they thought Friday would be off. They
thought Friday would be off. Right, exactly.
Now, barely going to have a jury Friday.
Yeah. And then you have your board still, which we're going to just take a picture of. But let me tell you, that's kind of like what you do, by the way, when you're and you're on you have your desk and you have your jury consultant.
This is exactly the way I do it. I don't have a board this big. It's not this big. Yeah. It's usually a little small.
I will have a paper thing, and it's not that big, but you're taking people on and you're taking people off, and you've already rated them. If you're in obviously you're not rated because you don't have the pretrial stuff to rate and the jury consultants. You've rated them when you got on, so you know what the rating is and how you deal with them, and that rating may change depending on the questions. And then that's exactly how you do it and what you're left with. Okay.
And that's why, because this is sort of easy, even at half this size, it's kind of easy to see in the courtroom.
Right.
I never put anything but the numbers on here. All the information is elsewhere. I don't want somebody to start reading notes that I put on here about the get rid of, or whatever. No.
This would be mine. Didn't like the shoes.
That's right.
That'd be
That's
mine.
right.
No,
Bad attitude.
Didn't like the shoes. But that's prosecutors gotten into trouble in the old days when they would put on a black juror. They're dismissing black juror. I mean, talk about race, right? Talk about.
I do remember that. This is where I always remember my, and the Nazis are germane, of course, to this case, right? The jury questionnaire I had in a case, we're picking the jury, we're doing this voir dire part, and that's only the first time somebody looks at Joe Blow. Joe Blow, I am a Nazi. Oh, Judge, we got an issue here. So whether that was intentional because the person never wanted to be on the jury or not, I don't know, but we totally missed it in the screening. The court missed it. Both sides missed it. In this case, even more critical if that were written on somebody's questionnaire. They are a Nazi because of that. We're going to hear a lot about that in this case.
Oh my gosh, I want to hear more about the juror. The juror. Whether they could also be talking about the juror whose parents were murdered, and it sounded like they were murdered by the brother, because he says his brother's in jail, but I didn't know whether it was his brother in jail for that. Oops,
What I'm trying to do is go through my outline to pick out the key topics I want to address.
Oh boy. Oh dear.
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
Have other places you would like to be at this hour?
I guess we're doing our 6 o'clock show sort of by being here for another hour and a half.
Is he insane?
When I discuss
the jury's gonna hate us.
Yeah, he's going in backwards.
He should have said to the judge, I'm not doing it now. I'm just not.
The burden is now shifted to the defense.
Hour and a half. Let's see. 5:30, 6:37
for the new ones. Anyone?
Okay. I'm going to go feed the dog.
Position?
Right.
I'll return.
I'll hold down the fort. You know what? We may want to decide, because all this is kind of garbagey thing that's going on. The way he does it in terms of the burden of proof and all, he's not going to really get to the specifics about the brother. We may want to do our rip and read while he's doing this for 10 minutes when you come back.
I don't know. We might miss something exciting. I don't know. But
Okay.
let me go do. You think about that. Let me go do.
I'll be here. Yeah, that's what. I had to go to the printer hall to get things for our rip and read that I pulled out, and he's going to feed Domino. I think Michael has his priorities right.
Involved in a conversation.
You want to set up a process or a system to do that. You want to set up a process or system to do that. I think it's the easiest way out front to get everybody involved. Kind of let everybody go. Let's have a system where we delegate. Everybody has a time to speak or give it a thought, and then we can let everybody go back.
And so, as a leader in that type of scenario, you would make sure that everyone's voice is heard.
Yes, absolutely.
Even the ones that don't really want to speak. Everyone has to be heard.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, that told you a lot, didn't it? It told you nothing about how this juror is.
No. Yeah, 28. Thank you. I didn't have it written down properly. You raised your hand when I asked about leadership position. How do you avoid a misunderstanding?
To clarify, I'm hired now, but I was.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
When you were working, and it would apply now too, how do you avoid misunderstandings when you're in a group setting?
Repeating what somebody said, making sure there's active listening and active communication. Going back to people and making sure that they repeat things we said or repeat the question.
So in other words, not just listening, but comprehending. Okay. Does everyone agree with that? Yes. For those new individuals, would you agree that we're all human, we make mistakes? That includes law enforcement, includes the state. Number
Oh, boy.
32, you said that your family was recently victim of a home invasion type of incident?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that, I assume that you all were home?
We were not. We were actually out of town and our cameras picked it up. So we called law enforcement as soon as we saw it and they came out and did their thing.
People arrested?
Yes.
Well, I'm glad that you guys weren't home.
Yes, me too.
Did you do anything, heightened security after that?
I mean, we already had things in place for security, so we haven't taken extra measures on top of what we already have.
Is that something that you think about on any sort of regular basis?
Sure, yeah, of course.
Now, would that or could that be something that you would think about if you were selected as a juror in this case?
No, I think they're two different situations.
Number 29. Said that your uncle was murdered. Your wife's uncle, I'm sorry.
Wife's
how long ago
uncle.
was that?
About 10 years.
10 years? Was that here?
In Greenville.
Greenville.
30 minutes away east.
Were you all close to him?
I guess she was because it was her uncle, but not really. He was kind of in and out as far as just maybe an odd uncle. I don't know. You know, he was there, but I don't know that he was like super close. But the whole incident was a shock. But I mean, I don't know that I never really knew him to know like if he was involved, if it was he placed himself in the situation, or whether it was just wrong place, wrong time. I don't really know the details.
So you weren't very close to him, so this isn't something that you would carry into the jury room. Okay. Number 27, I'm gonna come back to you on that. You had two family members that were murdered.
Family member and a very close friend.
Unbelievable, right? One has an uncle and
how
the other
long
has two
ago
family
was that?
members.
I thought I was 17, but it was actually closer to 20 years ago.
And your friend?
6 years ago.
You still think about him?
Yes, my close friend, very much so. I was a lot younger from my aunt, but we were close, but my friend, we were actually best friends.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Obviously, my client is charged with murder. And so you could anticipate that I'd be concerned that your experience with your friend and your aunt could impact how you feel in this case. When the state asked you about that, you said, I don't think it will bleed over. You don't think that it'll influence you. I don't think is kind of equivocal.
Yeah, in many cases, I'm just at that point, because I can't say right away, like, oh, it just absolutely won't. But I don't carry that bias into the court. I look at the evidence of the case, make a decision based on evidence.
But as you sit here, you can't say to me, Mr. Zellman, I'm not going to think about that at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, and you've heard the state say this a few times, and we probably addressed it when we were back in individual voir dire. The court's instruction is going to be that you can only rely on the evidence that's presented in court. But as you sit here, you can't tell me that I'm not going to think about that.
But I can say that I would absolutely only rely on evidence of the case when you're asking about thinking about the past cases of my aunt, past incidents of my aunt, our best friend, and just as a human being, as the case goes on, if I saw pictures or images or something, that I may have a thought about those two.
And that actually brings up a good point, sir. This is a murder case, there are going to be pictures from the crime scene, from the medical examiner. For those new prospective jurors, are you comfortable having to see some of those pictures in this case? Is anyone uncomfortable? I can get a show of hands. Not that we like having to do this, but is anyone uncomfortable? No hands. Thank you. I'm going to go through briefly some of the hypotheticals that I used to discuss the burden of proof. It's, beyond a reasonable doubt. Did everyone hear the bank robbery hypothetical that I addressed earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Number 33. So with that hypothetical, the first one, where the witnesses to the bank robbery identify the defendant, the surveillance video depicts the defendant, and the defense attorney gets up in closing argument and says, "The state didn't prove it wasn't my client's twin brother." What kind of doubt is that creating or raising? You remember what we discussed earlier? What was discussed earlier with the prior panel? What kind of doubt did we discuss? Anyone else remember? Number 27. And speculative doubt is not what? Has anyone ever had a knee-jerk reaction? Jump to conclusions? Okay, I'm going to pick on number 30. You ever jump to a conclusion before? You realize that you were wrong? In that moment, did you say something that you may have regretted?
Yes.
You realized that you were wrong. Everyone else have similar circumstances happen? Just a moment, Your Honor.
So he's going to his co-counsel to ask questions. I mean, if he wanted to remove the, you have two people who have relatives who were murdered, right? On the last 10 that come in. It's just amazing that's happening. But these questions are just so plotting. I mean, he said, well, would you be bothered? And the real question is, could you be fair to my client knowing that she's charged with murder? I mean, that's really the issue, right? Unless he wants to is trying to have some kind of response from the both were gentlemen, I believe, that they wouldn't be fair in some way, so they would take themselves off. But that's not what either of them said.
You indicated earlier that you had a family member who's retired law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
My husband's uncle is retired with Leon County Sheriff's Department and worked,
I'm sorry.
and also worked for the governor.
Okay. You close with that individual?
Yes.
Do you hold is their opinion of you important to you?
Sure, yes.
Now, would you have any concern if you were selected as a juror in this?
I don't
case,
care what
for
she
all the
says. She's off.
concerned of
My preemptive
how
is taking her
your
off.
Husband's uncle would feel.
No.
Okay, thank you. Same question for number 34. No concern? It's your husband.
No concern at all.
Number 14? No, 20. Sorry, 29. Yeah, my numbers are all messed up. You have friends or family in law enforcement?
Brother-in-law works for FDLE. He's captain of police. And I know at least one who's mine are retired.
29 is the same one whose
Concerned about what they
uncle
would
was
do
murdered.
If you found somebody not guilty, even of murder. Thank you.
So he's got a connection to law enforcement and his uncle was
27,
murdered,
you
29.
had-
Yeah, it's several friends, but they several friends. They all went back in Sarasota County. But no concern.
You're not concerned?
No.
Okay. Anyone else have their hand or paddle raised to law enforcement? Did we talk to you about that? Well, we can't talk to you about it again. So, but specific as to the new people. Sorry. As
Wait
to
a
the new
second.
people,
They told them if
Anyone
the
been
older
divorced?
people, I don't mean old, I mean if the older jury had anything to add, they could add it now, and
divorces
now
for
he
new
says he
people?
can't talk to people.
Good for you. I haven't been so lucky. Let's see. For the new people, this, as I said earlier for the prior panel, it's not something I would normally ask, and I apologize if it's offensive in any way. But just for those new people, can I see a raise of hands of anyone who has any knowledge of Judaism?
This may be offensive to some people.
There's certain events in
What's going to be offensive is
our culture,
Donna.
That are important in life events, correct?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
Referring to Judaism specifically?
Yes.
Bar mitzvahs is what comes to mind.
Bar mitzvah being
Or a bat mitzvah for
Yeah.
girls.
okay. Thank you. Anyone else familiar with Judaism? Number 35. How do you feel about some call them jailhouse informants or jailhouse snitches? How do you feel about them?
I can't say that I have an opinion.
You can't say you have an opinion?
About them,
Okay.
or I haven't formulated an opinion.
Why do you think that somebody would, a jailhouse informant or a snitch would testify against somebody? What would motivate them?
I don't know, maybe they want to do the right thing, or maybe they get a quick pro quo out of it. They get something.
They get something in return?
Yeah, possibly like a lighter sentence or.
Joy, he asked this question before, but this is to the new group, so that's why.
I'm
Hi,
sorry?
Scott McGinnis in the chat.
So do you judge their testimony more critically as because they're getting a benefit?
Not necessarily.
Number 28. How do you feel about that?
I don't have an opinion on it, really.
The fact that they might be getting a benefit, is that something that you would consider in weighing their credibility?
I think I'd be more cautious in listening to what they present.
Does everyone agree with what number 28 said? Be more cautious in what they say?
Yes.
Anyone in the new group disagree with that?
Sounds like more expectation that the snitch is going to testify. Remember, it was really
Dan,
iffy
do you disagree with that?
a day ago. Not so
Yes.
much, it seems.
No? I can't hear you.
I would also be cautious.
Thank you.
Good use of your panel.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I missed what the judge said. He's got the biggest smile on his face today.
Yeah. I mean, for him, this is a lot more work. You know, he has to do all the.
For your attention. Nothing further, Your Honor.
There you go.
That's it? Wait. Nothing further? What, that was an hour and a half?
Once again, I am going to instruct you not to
Thank
speak
God he
to
didn't go the hour and a half.
You are definitely not to discuss the case. If you need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, you may do so at this time. Please return to the courtroom as quickly as possible.
Okay, get your rip and read ready.
The attorneys and the court reporter can join me in the jury room.
Okay, so they're going to pick
Okay,
who's going
so
to get knocked
they're gonna,
out.
they're going to do exactly what they did last time. They will come
Right.
back and we'll start ripping stickers off my board.
Yeah, and in most places they do it open court, but here he's doing it in chambers.
Yeah,
so let's do our rip and reads.
It's interesting because there is some, it's so bizarre. You go through this process and there are people that really wish they weren't there and probably have better things to do, but their feelings are hurt when they're not accepted.
Right.
The psychology is so interesting. So it's like, oh, you don't. I'm
well,
not
he's
good
got a
enough,
couple.
you
We
don't-
know
you
he's
don't
not
like me.
He's knocking 32 off the jury. Her husband's uncle is retired. He was a Leon County Sheriff's deputy.
Robbery
He's out.
victim.
Yeah, robbery. 29 interesting because 29 has the wife's uncle was
family
murdered.
murder. Yeah.
And but he has a relationship with law enforcement. Someone in his family's in law enforcement. Same with 27, which is interesting.
Retired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we have a bunch of the women who don't really, who are like, well, let's see if the snitch has to say. The fact they're getting a benefit to me, they'd be out. I mean, to me, that's a more important thing for him at this point.
7 of these new 10 are women. But my point was that in doing the excusing as they are, it puts the judge in a more neutral position because they don't hear the attorneys saying who is rejecting them.
Right, exactly. It puts all that meant for all the attorneys. Attorneys don't know which side is rejecting which, rather than standing up and say, "Your Honor, please excuse juror
as
number
I
27." Right?
As I used to say, Your Honor, we'd like to thank and excuse blah blah blah.
Right. Yeah.
So it helps kind of water that down for the.
I think it's a much better way to do it. So rip and read. I have a very long rip and read. It's more like a rant.
Rip and read and rant.
Rip and read.
I don't have that graphic, but we have the. Okay.
All right, I'll start with that because this is more of a rant, okay? This has to do with a supermarket chain called Meijer. It is spelled M-E-I-J-E-R, pronounced Meijer. It's a Dutch company found in West Michigan. Thank you, Oasis Cat. Grand Rapids by Frederick Meijer and all. And they have in March, about March 7, 2024, in their Seven Hills, Ohio location, and you can Google this. They had an autistic teenager, 19 years old, who worked there, walks to work for a very long period of time, walks back from work, who at lunch and dinner breaks, while he was taking both, he was working for a long time, very respectful, was taking, you can't make it up, fruit cups out of the discarded bin and eating them for dinner or lunch, and then taking some chicken too, because they were entitled to take it if they buy it back. But he's taking stuff that was thrown out and eating it. Well,
It's garbage. Yeah.
Garbage. They were watching him to build a case. So after 3 months, it got up to $110 worth of chicken and fruit cups and stuff like that he was eating during his dinner and lunch when he was working there. He's autistic. All right. His name is Dennison. The teen had just eaten some chicken in a break room. He wasn't hiding anything, right? They called the police. The police officer at least had some common sense to try. He had to arrest him, put him in cuffs because that was procedure. But he was booked for minor theft, and the kid was frightened to death in the police car. He's autistic. The arresting officer tried to calm him as much, and the arresting officer said, "Look, we try to be understanding, even though he was fingerprinted and booked." And then they released him without bond, right, or without bail, as some call it. Well, apparently Meyer decided to keep on doing this, and so much so it's even made now the New York Post, okay, after they arrested this autistic kid, is trying to get the GoFundMe page for a legal fund and all. And Meyer recently posted on their Facebook page, apparently there's been a lot of recent conversation about the incident involving a former employee. Yeah, I'm sure he's former, but hopefully he's former with a very big payout. All right, we take this very seriously and recognize the situation should have been handled differently. Okay, the company says earlier this year we implemented a new procedure to make sure that doesn't happen again. Well, that would be after March, obviously. We've learned a great deal from our experience. We hold ourselves to a higher standard, are committed to making sure our actions reflect how we want to treat others. I mean, it is absolutely simply outrageous. You take an autistic teen working for you, you're probably paying him minimum wage. He's allowed to have food, some of which he can pay back. He actually takes discarded food, mostly stuff that's thrown out, okay, is eating it, right? Working his tail off, actually. The manager comes in, points a finger at him like, a gun finger at him in the deli department. And then they monitor him to try to build the case to have him arrested for over a 3-month period. I hope that he's got a lawyer. I hope that he has threatened to sue the living shit out of these people, out of the supermarket chain. And it's outrageous. Perhaps if you start treating employees, if people work for me, they can take anything I want. They can go in and take stuff they want. They can take whatever they want to eat there. I mean, they don't even have to ask, right? I mean, that's how you should treat employees. But to somebody taking something out of your garbage and eating it, or taking a few bites of chicken when you're a teenager and you're working through lunch and through dinner, I mean, this is outrageous, Supermarket Meyer, and I'm not letting you off the hook. I want a public apology. I want to know how much you're going to give this kid, and I want to know, implementing what? Implementing what? You're going to charge and monitor people for eating discarded fruit cups? What is going to next? You're going to charge them for eating their own toes or their hair on time because maybe they're using your time? You are outrageous. It is an outrage, and I don't know what kind of procedures you've implemented, but quite frankly, why don't you fire the manager? Why don't you fire everyone who took this kid down and had him arrested in handcuffs, crying on the way, petrified on the way, right? Lunch for an autistic kid that you're hiring, that you're doing and you're using, right, quite frankly, because he's going to be very sweet and wonderful, and he was trying to be very sweet and wonderful, and it was very sweet and wonderful for the cops. You, Myers, if we had a hated company of the year, of the decade, you would be it in my book. Now, you have not undergone any shows. You haven't issued any other statements. If you've dismissed these charges, you said it right. I hope you paid him a lot of money, and I hope you give him a great, specific, wonderful payout. And it's not going to be $110. And that is one of my, I'm going to rip this up right now because it is rip and read. All right, that's one of my rip and reads. But
I would take that wrongful termination case, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, what else you got?
Okay, the next thing I have is, Kat Not Williams, I think you were in the chat. The case of Christopher Wolfenberger, which I spelled wrong earlier, please excuse me, is going to go to the jury. There's the 2 counts in the indictment. One's murder of 1999 of supposedly his ex-wife, and one is a felony murder. The judges is withholding a ruling on felony murder because the state can't even tell you they charged felony murder with killing her with an accused assault with an object. They have no idea what the object is. They have no date of death. They have no murder weapon. They have no evidence against him except maybe a letter that he wrote back 20 some years ago. You can't believe this. The cops had boiled the skull to deflesh it, so they didn't have DNA on the skull. That's why they had to go to dental, which identified her 5 years after she was found. And the question is, the parent, by the way, the mother was married to a serial killer and helped kill people who were family members and friends. All right, so you can't make this case up. This is a case where our friend Cheryl McCollum has worked very hard to try to get what she says justice. I even blurbed her book on this because if he does this, if Christopher Woffenberger gets convicted, it's because of her work. But boy, let me tell you, there are some problems with this case. You can't make it up, Cat Williams. I don't know. I think the sister testified today. Just put in the chat any comments you have, and Missy's going to put them right up with regard to that. I have a third rip and read. Actually, for Eric Menendez has his hearing today.
That was mine. Okay, but go ahead.
Okay, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm
Okay.
putting it aside because I have I think Brian Kohberger. Remember him? All right, this is
Poor Brian.
Right.
Poor Kohberger.
Poor Brian.
He's really. They're taking his food right out of. Speaking of food, they're taking food right out of his mouth. This poor guy.
Right. His handwritten, he submitted on July 30th a note requesting that he be placed in a different facility after one night in the J block, right, at the Idaho Maximum Security Institution because of how he is being treated. He also filed on August 3rd a concern form that he'd been subject to threats and it was harassment, but sometimes sexual harassment, recently escalating to overt sexual violent threats and statements. It was reported his concern, the lieutenant reported his concern that on August 4th, they interviewed him and he says some guy who goes by the name told him, I assume it's fucking kill you because that's blocked out. Kohberger also stated that an unknown resident from tier 1 of J block said, the only blank we'll be eating is Kohberger's, and that the word is shit, by the way. Kohberger stated that Officer Signoria was present for the comment made by Peru. Due to the Signoria being on B-Nights, an interview could not be conducted in an attempt to corroborate the allegation. On August 7th, Officer Signoria submitted an information report outlining his involvement in the alleged incident, recalls vulgar language being used and directed towards Kohberger, but could not identify who said what. The allegation is substantiated, but due to no aggressor being positively identified, Kohberger saying he feels safe to remain on tier 2 and J block. No further actions were taken. So he's complaining about sexual harassment because apparently another inmate said basically they were going to do something to his ass, and you know what that means when you're talking about a sexual assault.
No, explain.
No, I don't know how to explain anymore. I'm going to get into trouble. And finally, there was Hernandez Govan, the man accused of orchestrating the killing of Memphis rapper Young Dolph. He was found not guilty today on all charges. So
I didn't really follow that. I have to look back at that case to see, what the issues were. But it seemed like people were surprised that he was acquitted. So I'm gonna have to look back at that and see exactly what happened. And then Kohberger had the other issue where people were stealing off his plate. Did you realize that? And he wasn't getting all of the items that are required, and he's put in the proper complaint, and that requires those items to be replaced. It hasn't happened yet.
Right.
It's
not going to happen. And maybe you should call Meyer, Supermarket Meyer. Cat Williams said with regard to the Woffenberg case, line of the day. I mean, there's literally no evidence of a weapon. That's from the judge. That goes to the felony murder count. So I think she may dismiss it, or she may let the jury come back and make a finding and then see. But if you literally have the judge says you have no evidence of a weapon, how can you charge felony murder to the jury?
Well, do they know the cause of death?
No, they don't know the cause of death. They don't know.
That's because the dog dragged the head out of the woods. I remember all of that. Yeah.
They don't know when it happened. They don't know. The trace evidence in the bag doesn't belong to Christopher Woffenberger. It's Kohberger, Woffenberger. I mean, they're all like getting the same. All right. It's really just been an unbelievable case, and he may have killed it. He may not. I don't know if they've proved it or not. Especially given the fact that the mother and the father were serial murderers. The father went to jail for serial murder. The mother got immunity to testify against it, but they were killing their family members and disposing of them in bags.
What were they doing that? Why were they doing that?
You want to tell me? Are you
killing time in Fulton County?
I'm not in the mind of a serial killer. So
okay. So and it is Fulton County, and it is not Adrian Love, but her second chair, I think, is
Is
what she
also
was at
second
the
chair
time.
on, is also second chair
In the
on
YSL
that.
case.
Right.
Yeah. What's her name again?
Hilton.
Hilton.
Yes.
Yes.
Hilton.
Hilton.
Right.
I think it's Hilton with a Y.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. I got just a couple of things as we wrap things up here today. You mentioned the Menendez case, and it's a double day thing. What I find interesting is Eric Menendez, of course, the Menendez brothers found guilty in the murder of their parents, been in prison for 35-ish years, and now there's this big movement to get them out. So Eric went before the parole board today. Lyle will go tomorrow. The parole board is set up where they can be like, okay, anything else to say? Here's our ruling. I mean, that fast, right?
And it wasn't streamed. This is not something that was open to the public for streaming, just so you know.
No, in fact, they had one pool reporter, and that person couldn't, even though that person could send notes to the media, whatever that is, the media could not report any of those progress notes until the hearing ended. So why don't they just send everything out by carrier pigeon? And when we get it, we'll get it. Anyway, so my point is that with Lyle being tomorrow, would they really release Eric's decision today? I don't think so. It would make no sense because it kind of foreshadows Lyle. There's no way one is getting out and the other is not.
Lyles is the one who was married since 1999, and his wife was all for him, right?
Yeah. And so that's in the works. And again, as we mentioned briefly earlier, that Governor Greasy Newsom is ultimately going to make a decision as to whether or not to take
stop showing your political bent.
No, just that he has a lot of grease in his hair. So he's going to make the decision, and he has months to do it, to decide whether or not it'll be better for him politically to, let them out or not. So,
well, what if they deny it? If they deny it, then they're back.
The board recommends denial?
Yeah, it recommends denial. I don't think that's going to happen. I think.
Well, he could still overturn that. He can grant clemency. He's the governor. He could have done that day one in the office.
But I think if they recommend it after the resentencing and all the family members are for it, I think he's going to grant it.
I think he is too.
And then we're going to have a reality show.
He's going to grant it because he believes that it will help him. That's it. He doesn't care about anybody else. He doesn't care about the Menendez family, friends, whatever.
Well,
if it helps him, fine. But that is not his motivator. His motivator is, how does it help me, Mr. Newsom? Okay, so we got that. And so I'm not going to get political about the second one. I'm just going to mention some of the facts of the case because I think that's important. There was a person who found civilly liable in a fraud transaction case in New York. It's up on appeal on a number of grounds, but on one ground, it was for the excessive fine that was levied of $500 million. $500 million. That was appealed and was overturned on appeal as excessive and not substantiated by the underlying facts.
You're not going to mention the person. We know the person.
It's a Trump.
No, that's not political. Spending the
it's not. It's a totally legal. If this happened to anybody, it would be an outrageous.
$500 million was never going to be upheld. It was simply never going to be upheld. I don't care whether you look.
So,
I'm a Democrat. $500 million was outrageous. It was never going to be upheld.
So now the other part of the case, which was the initial finding of fraud, that is also on appeal. That stands alone. But the excessive fine that's gone. So. I mean, $500 million, that's noteworthy. I don't care who the players are. Sorry.
It just wasn't going to happen. It really wasn't going to happen. So that really isn't political. That's I think the New York appellate courts are showing that they're going to call it like they see it. They called Weinstein and sent him back for a retrial on stuff that because and some of the counts were dismissed and all before it got there.
That's true.
So it's the New York courts the appellate courts tend to be pretty good, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, and sometimes what they're getting is coming from the same source in the heart of Manhattan, which has a different bent, perhaps. So. All right, have we cleaned up the mess that we have here?
Well, we've cleaned up the rip and read that we were going to do on our 6 o'clock show. We just did it on our 6 o'clock show. As a matter of fact,
there you go, perfect timing.
There you go, perfect timing. And now we're waiting to see who has been knocked off, because I'm sure they're going to stay now and they're going to do maybe not. Maybe they'll send people home after this because they said.
I think they're going to get them in the box and then say, "See you tomorrow."
You mean they're gonna get the new ones in the box,
Yeah,
or they're going
yeah.
to? Okay, so we want to see.
I
who is
think, why would they be
rejected.
doing this break right now? They would have just dismissed everybody, but the judge said, everybody get back as soon
Because
as you
they don't
can.
want the they don't want the
so
jury.
you can sit here and wait for us again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but maybe they don't want the, they have all the jury personnel, the jury selection personnel there, and maybe they don't have to bring them back tomorrow to deal with this case if they get this done tonight. But we're at 6:14 already, so there must have been a question to all the jurors: can you stay? When
How
can
late?
you stay?
Yeah.
How late
Yeah.
can you stay?
And it's certainly more efficient, and I think it's nice to have a fresh, clean slate when they get going tomorrow. I like all of that. But some courts, Judge Bev, perhaps, 4 o'clock, it's it's close up the doors. We're out of here, and they would always blame the court staff. Well, court staff, they have to have certain breaks, so they can only work a certain number of hours. All of that stuff can be adjusted. But
Well,
you
Florida
have to
always
ask
adjusts.
for it.
Right?
You have to
Florida
ask.
always adjusts. They'll go to 11 o'clock at night. I mean,
Yeah.
we've seen cases where the
Hey.
jury has stayed late. Right.
When I did the second OJ case, which I streamed out of Vegas in 2008,
We went to 10 o'clock. 10:48.
11 o'clock.
Yeah, 10:48. Right.
Was the verdict. That was
11
almost
o'clock.
2 a.m. East Coast time.
Yeah. No, I remember they stayed.
Yeah,
They weren't
it
going
was
anywhere.
I was there and doing the whole post thing in a totally empty courthouse. They had maybe one person there just to escort people in and out of the one door they left unlocked. But yeah,
that's for verdicts. That's for verdicts. A lot of courts will do that. They'll get permission, but a lot of courts are under, like, because of the union rules about when they have to be out. They're out, and now with security becoming more, really important, with taking jurors out and all that type of stuff. With security, so that they're a little tighter. But
and I'm okay with that. I think they need to, just plan for it. Don't make it such a hard rule, because you should be flexible, and the money involved is not an outrageous amount of money. So
yeah. So now we're just waiting for. So here we have. So the question we have that where did my notes go that I just had on the? They're probably down there ripped up, which they are.
Yeah, you ripped up the wrong papers.
I ripped my trial papers too. Okay, but let me see what has been starred. Scott McGinnis, we said hello, and Kat Not Williams, we said hello to. Thank you very much. Kat Not Williams are going to do. By the way, they're going to do closings in that case tomorrow. So when we're having openings in this case, they're doing closings in the Wolfenberger case, which again I spelled wrong, but please excuse me. I blame it on the nails. Okay, it just, what can I say? But it was interesting because the defense attorney, the prosecutor, it goes to show you how you didn't need to take that long to begin with, right? With the first group of people, because in the second group, we went to what took 4 hours and like a half hour, right? 40 minutes for everybody. But the defense attorney was interested in 29 and 27, I think, because of the murder, 32 and 29, again, because of people being involved in law enforcement, and 35, and then the other two women with regard to their feeling, the new ones that came out about snitches, and basically they, maybe they haven't read the Innocence Project report that basically so many people get convicted on incentivized informants, or as we say, snitches, or as you say, snitches, because they're giving money and they're giving a benefit. Okay. So I nailed the spelling. Oh, good. I thought I missed the spelling with the nail. So, that's what he was really concerned about. Now, where do you fall on the 29 and 27, adding to the fact that 29 has also,
that's the whole family murder.
Has somebody in law
it's just that too. Yeah, a retired person.
Right.
But it was like the Bureau of something, not traditional law enforcement. So that's less an issue but I just think the rest of it's messy with the murder in the family. I just too much of a wild card for me on either side. I just think it's got to mess with somebody's perspective. So I would not want that person. The project manager, so could be a 4-person as well. So could be somebody with strong
if we heard correct,
opinions.
The 27's brother murdered the parents, and I wasn't sure if I heard that.
You sure that's 27? Oh,
yeah,
I see that one too.
Right.
That was also family murder in that one.
Yeah,
I thought it was the aunt.
If I'm the prosecution, I'd keep that person on if indeed it was a family member killed the family member.
I think there was the aunt that was murdered, but unclear who did the murdering.
Yeah, okay.
That's the guy who's self-employed, somewhat in the media, Let's see.
27 had the parents were murdered, and I thought he said by the brother who was in jail for it, or the brother was in jail. 29 was the uncle who was murdered, but he didn't really know him.
Yes.
Didn't really know him. So that doesn't bother me, but because that sounded like it was a stranger on stranger, although we didn't hear it. We didn't hear that question asked. Why wouldn't you ask a follow-up question?
You know, he went right back to his scripted, weird, broad, unanswerable questions instead of focusing in on, number 29, what about blah, blah, blah. But he didn't. So I think probably 5 of these are going to become at issue that I think they're going to need. I don't think they're going to need all 10 of them. I think you're going to need 5 for sure.
Well, also the question is how many challenges does the defense have, and we don't know because we don't know.
No, according to Julie Janae, though, who is there for Court TV, let me double check
how many
my
the defense
notes
still
here.
has, opposed to how many they all still have. I think they both still have 10.
Said that's what I think she said, that they were halfway through.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how many of those the defense exercised on the first round, because that goes to how many you can remove now. And
well,
you don't
obviously you only
remove
get
the worst.
so many.
I mean, I'm gonna remove 32. I'm gonna remove. I may remove 29. Anyone who has someone in law enforcement, even though they also had an uncle who was murdered, and then I would remove the 3 on the snitches. I mean, if I have 6 challenges left, which I doubt I have, but I'd remove 32 first, be my top removal.
As the defense.
The prosecution could live with all this. The prosecution, these are all great for the prosecution. They don't have to exercise any challenges on this. Unless there's some other challenge. So that's what's going on in the judges' chambers right now.
Yeah, same thing as last time. They're ripping off their Post-its, just like I did. So how much are these folks earning, these jurors? I think once they're impaneled, you don't get paid as a prospective juror. I don't think. I think you have to actually be impaneled. Any guess what you're getting paid in Florida?
You get paid in New York. You get paid for jury duty.
Well, I don't know about Florida. Not according to what I'm reading.
Because you have to take a day off and be there from work or whatever. You get there. In New Jersey, you get paid when you call off the jury service and you sit in that jury room. You get paid for every day you're in that jury room, and there may be like $5, but it's And then they ask you, it's $40. New York is $40 a day, and then of course they ask you whether or not you can. They plead with you at the end. Well, if you don't need to take the money, please don't take the money. And of course, me being a lawyer is like, how am I going to take the money, the $40 a day? So I always have to say, no, I will not.
I would take the money. So here's what they get in Florida. I would definitely take it. Here's what you get in Florida: $15 for the first 3 days of service, and $30 after that.
Right. So you're getting paid for coming for the first 3 days. And if you don't, the likelihood after 3 days, if you're not picked for a jury, you're out. Now, and I don't know how
most juries don't take 3 days to get picked. I mean, this case is bizarro.
Well, in New York, you generally end up there 2 days, because they call in a whole new 100 for the second day, first 100, then another 100 the second day for just juries generally. And it's by the end of the first day, you get out to your first, by the time you get out to your first thing, and then they send you back. And then by the time you come back tomorrow morning, they also have already the new 100 people, which get priority. And so you really only serve like really a day and a half, but you get there 2 days. Unless, of course, you're my husband and get picked to be the 4-person on, a murder case and a drug case, a drug dealing, shooting case. And then you're there for like weeks, Yeah,
that would not be fun. I'm sorry. The fun would wear off pretty quickly.
Oh, the fun wears off. We laugh about it, but even here, when we're here for like how many hours have we been here now on the air? We stopped. I went and picked my thing out of the printer. You went and fed Domino. You may have taken a restroom break. We get to kind of move around. I get to kind of move around on my seat and then write my notes for the rip and read as we're talking and watching. But they have to sit there and watch the whole time. Being jury duty is really, really exhausting. You think about it, it's exhausting. Trying a case is exhausting, but jury duty is exhausting. And then, the way they downplay these, well, would you be upset, or would you be upset in any way, or would you be bothered in any way by having just seen these crime scene pictures? Yeah, are you going to be bothered by seeing somebody's head blown out? I mean, they just minimize it. And there was an article recently in the New York Times, Michael, that talked about how jurors in these murder cases end up with PTSD. And you and I have discussed this. And they really need help. And some places have help. Some they've set up things where jurors can go to counseling. They can't sleep at night for months or weeks or years because what you and I see is different. What I see as a criminal defense attorney or even as a prosecutor, you get used to it. You get desensitized in a way, right?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain degree, yes, no doubt about it.
Yeah. Except when it comes to children, then it's just it's very difficult. But you're seeing this stuff, so it's not going to affect you as much as I think when somebody gets, and even with crime shows with Dexter, everyone knows that it's made up. That's not a real person that they have dead there, right? You know. But here you're seeing somebody's life, and you're seeing families' lives being destroyed when you see crime scene pictures.
Yep. Yeah. And it's unfortunate. And they normally protect everybody in the courtroom, except the jurors. They usually don't put those up. They certainly don't show them on TV. And, you know, whether I was at Law and Crime or Court TV, that was,
right.
You know, there are accidents, things happen, things,
right.
you know, get shown that
right.
shouldn't be shown, but that's never the plan. And I think that's part of the reason that they've stopped even showing them inside the courtroom, because that way it's highly unlikely the camera can get even a mistaken, you know, view.
Yeah, in the old days, you used to give them out to each juror in a book. They'd have their books, so there wasn't up there. Now it's like we've almost become desensitized to, you know, seeing everything. But you know, speaking about Kohberger, who's named, I know we're talking about it a little bit, but the families of Ethan Chapin and Zaina Kernodle have filed a lawsuit to prevent the state from releasing any more crime scene pictures. After that first batch, even though the bodies were black, you didn't really see them; they were blacked out and all. But they provided. So it goes to show you that you know the privacy. You know when you're dead, your family still wants privacy. I mean, you know that's why one of the things we talked about with Kohberger is I wouldn't want if my child was murdered, I wouldn't want my child's remains plastered up on a TV screen, right, for everyone to see forevermore. It's one of the things that would make me want to agree to any type of settlement that the prosecution would give, because I wouldn't want that. Yeah.
And you can't even imagine what it might be like. Thank God most of us are not in that position, but you know, try and put yourself in that position. You would do a lot to prevent that from happening.
Yeah. So they're taking a while on this. I wonder what's going on this, because
they took a long time the last time too. And now they shouldn't have as many decisions to make.
Right, and it doesn't seem to me that any of the new jurors, at least not that I could see, would be
outrageous.
Where the prosecution, unless there was something that we didn't hear about, would want off, and the defense, maybe the defense is asking for challenges for cause as opposed to preemptories to try to say the preemptories. Challenge for cause, you have somebody, the Leon County sheriff who retired here,
I mean that's pretty weak.
Yeah,
that's pretty weak.
But we got to stay with you until we know what's happening here.
All right.
So basically, we're doing our 6 o'clock show anyhow.
You want to? What else were we going to do in the 6 o'clock show? Oh, I was going to run the testimony of the neighbor Jim Geiger.
Right. Yes, that's great.
It's like 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, we can start it because we
want to do that, and then if they come back, we'll just halt it.
We'll just halt it. Right.
Alert Missy that she may have to pull our own plug, so to speak.
4 more jurors needed. Maybe they've come out of the courtroom, but as soon as Missy tells us that they're in the courtroom and letting people go or whatever.
Let me see if I can find it, because I hadn't really queued that up, because I had a break, I thought, coming between the two different shows, but I think I can find Mr. Geiger.
Yeah, he's a great witness. He and the ex-boyfriend of
stop making noise in my ear. Okay. Not you.
Let's hope we can hear it.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Give me a hard time on that.
See, I have 2 Dunkin' coffee cups. I have 2 Dunkin' mango teas. I have my coffee from this morning, which I got at the local supermarket when I had to go grocery shopping at 7 in the morning. And I have my dirty matcha. So I have right now 6 cups over to the right of me, just as we're doing this show for all afternoon.
That's a lot.
No food. I need to call Meyer and go steal some of their...
I just had a peach. I had a lovely peach.
Yeah. I need to steal some of the Meyer food that's been discarded.
Fruit cup? Yeah.
Fruit cups. Even if they weren't discarded, big effing deal. Feed the kid.
Yeah, it's such, when you see such stupidity, you just take you wonder who's thinking this through, who isn't thinking this through.
Right.
This is a good idea somehow, especially when they were probably touting how virtuous they were because they have this employee right, that has some challenges, but we're there for this employee. We're helping out.
Right. We're
until
helping
he
out. Yeah.
eats
I
our
hope
garbage.
I hope this employee owns the gosh darn chain. You know.
Yeah, that's
I'll
where
come
is
help.
that chain? I think I've seen that. I saw it
It's
in
in the
Europe.
Midwest. It's in the Midwest.
In the Midwest too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me see if I got Mr. Geiger queued up here. Let's see. Again, this is the neighbor on Trescott. I always forget the name of the
Trescott.
street.
Yeah. You know, the one Wendy was going to go through, take the shortcuts, and she'd go to the liquor store to buy bullet bourbon or bullet rye. I love him. I love Mr. Geiger.
Mr. Geiger, please raise your right hand.
Audio.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
You're hearing audio, or yes or no?
You may take your seat.
Oh, they're coming back
Please
in
speak
court.
loudly and clearly. You can adjust the
Off you
microphone
go.
if you need.
That
Okay,
was
then.
quick. Back in court.
You know how that works. When you start something, they always come back.
Currently seated, respective
Okay.
juror panel. We have been able to select a jury at
Ha
I did want to extend to everyone. Thank you for honoring your summons and attending this process today. Although it has been
Yes, I'm from New Jersey,
time-consuming,
Carrie.
It has been very valuable.
Red Bank.
in moving this matter forward, and we are not able to do our jobs without you.
So we
with
got a
that
jury.
done, we give you our thanks. When I read the following numbers, you are to remain. Everyone else is excused at this
Oh, wow.
time, and you
Okay.
will not need to return tomorrow or at any other point.
Okay.
Juror 1, you are to remain. Juror 2, you are to remain. Juror 5, you are to remain. Juror 23, you are to remain. Juror 11, you are to remain. Juror 14, you are to remain. Juror 25, you are to remain. Juror 27, you are to remain.
Ooh, one of the
Juror
newbies.
28, you are to remain.
Wow, these are the new people.
Juror 29,
Wow.
you are to remain.
Oh, wow.
Juror 31, you are to remain. Juror 34, you are to remain. Juror 35, you are to remain.
Wow.
And Juror 36, you are to remain. Everyone else is excused.
35 was the one who would evaluate a snitch testimony fine, and juror 27 and 29 are the ones with murder victims. Wow.
I only see 2 alts in my counting.
Yeah, that's okay. There you go. So I assume the defense didn't have any challenges left. The prosecution said, "This is great. We'll take murder victims." But the 32, who has the retired Leon County Sheriff Department officer, is gone. So
So
there
that
we have
is
it.
of the new people. 7 of the jury are the new batch. 7 of the jury, including alts.
Okay.
That's a lot. 7 of the 10 actually made it on. I thought 5 maybe.
Yeah.
And that means, let's see, are they all? That's a man, and that is a female. So both of the men made it on.
And
Oh, there were 3. There were 3 men. All 3 of the men made it on. Of the
Okay.
10,
Before
the other
you are
7
sworn
were
in
women.
This evening,
Okay, let's see.
does
what
the
has-
state accept this jury? Does the defense accept this jury as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mrs. Adelson, do you accept this as the jury to try your case? Members of the jury, the first official act that I'm going to ask of you is to stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn to take the oath of a juror.
The peeps with the murdered families made it on 777
You
Texas.
solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and this defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and evidence? If so, say I will. I will. Thank you.
You can be seated.
You know what just happened?
Before you are released for this evening, I am going to give you some instructions. At this point, you are the selected jury in this case. The instructions that you received before concerning not discussing this case, not seeking out any information about this case, or reviewing any other news or speaking to anyone about this now applies specifically to you. Does anyone have any questions concerning the court's prior instructions on what the prohibitions are concerning information in this case? Number 5.
We tell our employer how long you're expected to be here.
Yes, you may. But as far as any other discussion about the case, that is not to take place. 36.
Yes, sir. It was there be any kind of form that I could present to my employer? Because I have the state of Florida, and they are very particular about, you know what I mean.
You need me to call somebody?
I may. And I left today. You know that opening.
There will be a form that will be provided to you from the clerk that outlines the fact that you've been selected for the jury and the length of the trial. Any other questions concerning that matter? All right. I believe earlier when we went into individual voir dire, we discussed that we would be working more or less a standard day. You are to report at 8:45 tomorrow, and we will expect to finish by around 5:30. It is important because you must move as a group for everyone to be on time. Also, as well, as ridiculous as this may sound, once you arrive, please use the bathroom before you come to the courthouse. If all 15 of you need to use the restroom, that is going to hold us up from getting started.
Uh-oh, I'm in
The
trouble.
bailiffs are going to provide you information for parking throughout the duration of the trial. Also, as well, this is the courtroom that we will be in for the duration of the trial. It does vacillate between hot and cold. If you need to bring a jacket or light sweater so you're comfortable, please do so. You are always permitted to bring reading material with you during any breaks. However, again, you are not to discuss the case with each other, even now as selected jurors. You may discuss any other matters that are unrelated to the case during your service. You can talk about the weather. You can talk about how many wins you think FSU might get this year, but you can't talk about the case. Does anyone have a question concerning this? Yes, sir.
Sound like a kid, but what about food? Can we bring food?
You can bring food. I will also have some snacks that are back there for you.
Love it.
Went to Costco, bought them myself. Hopefully you like them. If you don't, you always have money and you can obtain what you need.
By the way, look at that council table when they come back. They're not sitting near Donna. It's a terrible look. I will say it again for attorneys. Terrible look.
You are to report at 8:45. We anticipate getting started by 9.
Report downstairs.
Yes. Please report to the area where you initially reported for jury selection.
Look at that look.
There as a group.
I mean,
1 second.
the second counsel, second chair should be way over near the client.
Tom Petty?
The bailiffs will explain to you where you will meet, but again, do not come up to the courtroom by yourself. You're to move as a group. Does everyone understand this? Any other questions before we part ways for the evening?
I love him.
Oh, the dress code.
I'm
Wow.
not going to tell you what to wear. Wear something that you'll be comfortable in the courtroom
Your jammies.
with. Beyond that, I'm not going to critique your dress code. I'm not the principal of the high school. Yes, ma'am, 35. For Labor Day, we will not be having court. That is a recognized federal and state holiday for anyone who already has a Labor Day plan. This trial will not affect them. 29.
Just to verify, so right now,
This is great, actually.
2 weeks is what we're assuming. It could be shorter, could go longer, but is that a good?
We're anticipating the trial ending by September 5th, but if it possibly goes longer, certainly everyone will be made aware of this, so that way you can address any issues with work or other matters. Any other questions? Very well. I will see you tomorrow, bright and early. Again, please be mindful of the instructions that you've received. We will get started with the court's instructions, the opening statements, and then we will hear from the witnesses. Have a good night.
Okay, the jurors are 1, 2, 5, 23, 11, 14, 25, 27, 28, 29, 31, 34, 35, and 36.
Now, here's the question, because he said all 15 of you.
He
I
said
only
15,
have
but there's only
14 on my
14.
board.
Right.
So
There's
I don't
only
know if he
14. He
misspoke
only-
or I missed one.
Well, he only read out 14 numbers that we got. I took them down as I'm sitting there. So, and I love the snacks. I have to tell you, when I was in federal court a couple weeks ago, The federal judge had us there all day. We were there to 7:30 night. And it brings in the law clerk into the room because we're all separated out, all the different parties, and big bowls of snacks, of candy and snacks and Doritos.
Hold on, see if he's got some. Hold that story. Hold on.
Okay.
Mr. Zellman?
I know there was some reference to an issue, but I'm not sure what it is.
I have to tell you, Donna Adelson did not look pleased.
Nope. But I think part of it is it just sounds like too much fun.
Here you go.
Hello.
Did he mute the microphone? The court mute the microphone? Here we go.
Court TV screw up.
Objection at this time for purposes of the opening. Very well.
We don't know what it was.
Have anything further to raise that we have not already addressed through the process today for jury selection or other matters?
It sounds like Court TV turned off the stream of the.
Please report also
before.
by 8:30 tomorrow. We will wait for the jurors to arrive. You'll have the opportunity to defense if you need to speak to your client before we have the jurors there. Everyone can prepare for their openings. Are there any multimedia aspects to the openings that we need to address or you have not already worked out?
We will be having a presentation, but I'm familiar with how to use the courtroom technology.
All right. If you need to practice with that before we get started, please do, so we can move through seamlessly. I will see you all tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so you put some objection on the record, relying on the objection.
Something about the openings.
About the and I don't know what it was, and we'll probably find out later on social media.
So there's still a mystery juror or alt that is either a miscount or there's only 2 alts. But he said 15. All 15 of you have to go to the bathroom. It's a problem.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I did say that, and I only counted 14 here.
That's all I got. That's all I got on my board. 14. Here they are.
And there. Yep.
They're,
there they are. Okay. So we'll figure that out afterwards. Okay.
I got to fill in some holes on 1 and 2 as well.
Per Jeff, Oasis Cat said, per Jeff Berlew, the defense had an objection about opening statements, but Zellman said they were dropping that because of the late hour. Okay,
oh, you mean
so,
today?
Yeah, so the late opening statement. So the
so he was.
So we'll say.
For the record, he was objecting that they didn't go forward today. That was his objection.
It's maybe not. Maybe he wanted to go. Who the heck knows at this point? Okay.
He just said, for the record. So clearly, he wasn't too worried about whatever it was. He just wanted to make the record.
Right.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe people came in so they could see his amazing opening.
No, well, he may look. He's assigned this case, right? Is he assigned or is he hired? He's privately hired, isn't he? He's privately hired. He's not assigned this case. This is private counsel. They have money. Okay. So
yes. And it's all stapled together like this right here.
I know you and your stapled money.
Here.
Can I borrow that for poker? Can I borrow that for poker when I go to the casino tomorrow?
It's one bet because it's stapled together.
Okay.
Okay. So
I guess you're gonna be working, and I'm taking a day off.
Yeah, we'll go and win some real or pretend money.
Go win some pretend money, and maybe there'll be a surprise co-host watching this with you.
Ooh, who could that be?
I don't know.
I don't either.
It won't be a surprise if I.
Oh, you mean? Are you playing in a tournament that if you're out, you're out? Is that kind of?
No,
tournament?
I won't. No. I'll be. I'll be there with my friends.
No, okay.
Pretty much the whole day.
Okay, so Missy, just so you know, and Diz, we'll just do 8:45. I'm not going to get there when the attorneys do. Just get to 8:45, and then we'll see the fun begin.
And then the fun will begin. You sure you don't want to be there 8:30 when the attorneys are there in case they have an issue to bring
Some
up before court?
Yeah.
Even if it's just streaming from here.
Yeah, you could start the stream at 8:30, and I'll saunter in.
Yeah.
I will sidle in. I will either sidle or saunter. I'm not sure which, but I'll.
And the question is, who's going to be the first witness? Since we almost played Mr. Geiger. I was so excited to hear him again because I was the
I know.
one.
I have
person
Mr.
who wanted to
Geiger.
call
It's only 6:45. We could squeeze him in.
Yeah. What do you all think? There's 2,000 of you watching. You want to hear Mr. Geiger?
Mr. Geiger.
Before we go, Mr. Geiger. Mr. Geiger. Okay, I guess the answer is yes.
Yes, I'm voting yes.
Please spell your name for the court reporter.
First name James, James, middle initial W.
Just to make sure you are hearing this, right?
Yes.
Last name Geiger, Geiger.
Be right back.
Mr. Geiger, do you live here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I do.
Where do you live?
I live on Trescott Drive in Tallahassee.
How long have you been living on Trescott Drive?
I think it's about 45 years now.
Judge, without objection, I'll move into evidence states 1.
States 1 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of the laptop.
You may.
Did you saw the neighbor by the name of Dan Markel?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, restate the question.
When did Mr. Markel live next door to you?
Oh, well, it was, he died 9 years ago, and he had been there about 5 years before that.
All right. And where in relation to your home did Mr. Markel live?
He was my next door neighbor.
All right. So if we're looking at this photograph right here, which one is your home?
The one on the right is my home. The one on the left was Danny's.
All right. So that driveway there with the vehicle in the driveway, would that have been Mr. Markel's driveway?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Can you tell us about something that occurred back on July 18th of 2014?
On that morning, my wife and I were sitting in our living room, which looks out over Trescott Drive here, and we were working with an iPad on a couch, and we heard a noise, a loud bang. We weren't sure what it was, and I quickly got up to see what might have caused that noise. And there had been at the time some burglaries in the area, and I was concerned that perhaps that had been a burglary attempt. And so as I approached, we have a large window looking out on the street, and as I got to the window, I looked to the left and to the right because I wasn't sure where the noise came from. But on my right, as I looked out, I saw a car quickly back up out of the driveway and then head towards Baden Road very rapidly.
Let me interrupt you for just a moment. Judge, if there's no objection, I'd like to introduce states 2 and 3 at this time.
No objection. States 2 and 3 are admitted.
Can I publish 2, please? Okay, so is this the view you had from your window looking out toward Mr. Markel's drive?
Yes, that's correct.
And you say you saw a vehicle backing up out of his driveway?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was it?
Well, I caught it out of the corner of my eye, so it was not, I didn't look at it real hard, but it looked like a Prius to me. Looked like a silver or white colored Prius.
Anything about the way it backed out? Did it do that normally or
So
something?
it just went very quickly, and that's what caught my attention.
Right. Which way did it go after it backed out of the drive there?
As it backed out of the driveway, it headed to the right, which was towards Baton Road.
All right. Were you able to see the occupants of the vehicle?
No, I couldn't see any inside.
Did you do anything to further investigate the situation? Could we publish 3, please?
Well, as I said, I was concerned that we had heard that there had been some burglaries in the area. And so I thought that I would walk next door to see if that might have been what happened. And as I approached Danny's house, I noticed that the garage door was up and his car was in the garage and it was running. And so I stopped then almost as I got to the garage, and I thought, well, so much for a burglary. If he's getting ready to leave, it wasn't anything like that, and so there must not be a problem. And I turned around and went back to my house at that point.
All right, what about once you got back inside the house? Did you do anything else?
Yeah, I as I got back in, I kind of stood right at this window, and why, I'm not sure, but I just thought I would stand there for a minute or two and wait for him to go ahead and back out and leave. After maybe 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, he hadn't backed out yet. And I said to my wife, I said, something seems wrong to me. I don't know what it is. Danny hadn't left yet. I think I'm going to walk back over there and check things out. And so that's what I did, was to walk back over again.
And what happened when you got over there?
Well, as I got back over, the garage door was still up. The car was still in the garage. It was still running. And I thought perhaps then that maybe he was on a phone and was simply staying there while he had his phone conversation. But again, I just wasn't quite sure. And I said to myself, well, I'm going to walk on into the garage and make sure everything's okay. And
Mr.
that's
Geiger,
what I did.
in the 5 years or so that you lived next door to Mr. Markel, had you ever had an occasion to go over there and check on him before?
No,
So he probably sat in his driveway talking on the phone before, right?
he may have. I don't know. He was in the garage this time. I wouldn't have known if he was there or not.
All right, but for whatever reason, the hairs on the back of your neck stood up this time.
I don't know that they stood up, but there was just something that said I need to check it out.
All right, so what happened when you got over there?
Well, I as I said, I decided I'd walk on into the garage. I felt a little awkward doing that, but I walked on in, and I looked at the driver's side window when it was busted out, and at that point I recalled stepping on glass, and as I looked in, then I could see a man's head. It was bloody, and it was looking through. Part of the glass was still there from the driver's side window, but part of it was blown out. And I looked inside, and I saw a head. It was bloody, and it was moving back and forth slowly.
Mm-hmm. Was it Mr. Markel inside the car?
Yeah, and I said, Danny, what happened? And there was no response, just that slow moving back and forth. And I hollered out again, Danny, what happened? And there was still nothing. And at that point, I knew he needed help, and I had to call 911. And so I reached into my pocket, which is where I normally keep my cell phone, and it wasn't there. And then I recalled that while I was sitting on the couch, I'd taken it out and set it down there. So I quickly ran back to the house. It's not very far away, as you can see, and got my phone and then called 911.
Did you know anything about Dan Markel? Did he have a family living there with him?
Yeah, he and his wife had just been married when they moved into that home, and they were there. And then a couple of years later, they had a child, and then another child, and they had some difficulties, and they divorced. I guess we're in the process of being divorced, and she had moved out, and so Dan stayed there. Frankly, we didn't see him a whole lot.
All right, but he was living there and had the boys sometimes.
Yes,
All right, at the time that this happened.
correct.
Okay, were the children there with him when he was injured in this way?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you didn't see the children there?
No.
All right, so you go back and get your phone and call 911. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the 911 call in this case previously?
I have.
All right, and is that your voice on the call that we played previously?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, at this time, I've asked to introduce State's Exhibit 82, and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection? Okay. Page 82 is admitted, you may publish.
What's your emergency? It's right next door to my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive. Can you repeat that for verification? 2122 Trescott Drive, T. Okay, the phone number you're calling from? I'm calling from 850-212-4623. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up. And I thought the gentleman was backing out, and I went back to my house, but he never backed out. And I came back over, and his driver's side window was shattered, and he was battered, and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him, or if he shot himself, or what, I don't know. And it was at this location, correct? Well, next door. I gave you mine. I don't know his address. It's next door. You can send an ambulance in a hurry. He's still alive. He's moving. Okay. What's going on with him? I don't know. The driver's side window was all bashed in. He's inside. The car is running, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 2116. 2116. What's your name, sir? My name is Jim Geiger, Geiger.
Mr. Geiger, you said that the man that you saw in the vehicle was unresponsive to you. If there's no objection, I would like to introduce State's Exhibit 5 at this time.
No objection.
Case 5 is admitted.
May I publish? Is this Mr. Markel, your neighbor?
Yes,
Okay, and when you say he was not responsive, was he able to say any words to you?
I didn't hear any words at all.
Okay, what sounds did you hear coming from him?
I didn't hear any sound. I just saw his head slowly rolling back and forth.
Okay, he wasn't moaning at all, or?
Not that I heard.
Okay. All right, may I introduce State's Exhibit 6 and 7 at this time, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
State 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish 6, please. All right, so is this looking up Mr. Markel's driveway?
Yes,
All right, and state 7, please. Is this how with the exception of the doors being open in this photo, is this how Mr. Markel's vehicle appeared to you when you approached on that day?
yes.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 4. Mr. Geiger, have you had an opportunity to see that image before?
Yes.
Is that your signature really on the image? Initials, I should say.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is that indicating that the vehicle pictured in this exhibit is consistent with the vehicle you observed in Mr. Markel's driveway that day?
Yes, that's true.
Permission to publish, introduce and publish State's 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 4 is admitted.
And I believe you said on the recording there that the car was running. Is that true?
That's true.
Did you touch the victim or the car?
No, I didn't.
Did you move anything inside the garage?
No.
Can you estimate how much time passed between the time you heard the loud bang and the time that you called 911?
I would say between 5 and 10 minutes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 81. This State's Exhibit 81 a fair and accurate map? It's an aerial map of your residence and the scene where this occurred.
Yes.
Judge had asked to move into Evidence State's 81. May I publish? All right, so if you're coming in off Thomasville Road there, the yellow line, how would you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Thomasville Road?
Well, you could do it more than one way. One is to go on the yellow road there, which is Thomasville Road, down to pretty close where that green mark is, which is Baden Road. You would take a left, come up to Trescott Drive, and then go back.
Okay.
That would be one way to do it.
Yes, sir.
Another way would be to exit off of Thomasville Road on Klein, and then come across to Trescott Drive. And in that case, you'd be turning right.
And on that one, we got to go up a little bit.
Yes.
So maybe Armistead to Klein.
Yeah.
To Trescott. Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Geiger, you may step down, sir.
All righty. So
All right.
he was the first witness in the Charlie Adelson trial.
That's great.
And there's as good a chance as any he will be the first witness tomorrow. And it will be his, if it is done that way, the fourth trial in which he has done his service.
Unbelievable service. Right?
The attorneys even said, we'll take your, this guy's not, spring chicken. And then both sides agreed to just use his prior testimony. And he said, nope, I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
So the other first day witnesses for Charlie, and I can't remember if they started and had a full day or had only a partial day, as we will in this case, it'll be a partial day because openings. Joanne Maltese, or Maltese, I think it's Maltese, retired Tallahassee PD, forensic specialist, had all the crime scene information. Dr. Anthony Clark, the ME. Patrick Sanford, now he's going to be sprinkled throughout this trial because he's so connected to so many things.
It's his case. He's the head of
he's the lead investigator. So his first testimony was related to surveillance footage and some of the Charlie connection. So we'll see how he plays out in this case. And then Wendy Adelson. Now, it's possible they won't get that far because they're only going to have basically a half a day tomorrow, give or take.
Right.
Depending on openings, how long those openings are. So, and it could, I mean, obviously there's no requirements.
45 minutes each side.
I remember early on that was their best guess.
Right.
So they get that done, then they have lunch, and then, if they really start at 9, they do one, maybe they take a little break, come back, do lunch, and then it's off to the races in the afternoon.
It sounds like Wendy is after lunch on Monday.
That'd be good. Yeah, she'll be up there a while, but who knows? This is the same prosecutor, of course, but she could do something very different depending on what she thinks needs to be done differently in this case against Donna Adelson. Right. Hey, look at the time. It's like perfect. Like this one, we would normally end our show. It's just it just started 8 hours earlier. Otherwise,
and when you do the breakouts, you're going to be doing the breakouts from the rip and read. And
I have no idea what the breakouts are going to be.
I think the last hour, Linda Warren and Wendy wears the same dress. It's very interesting that she's worn the same dress on both trials.
She did the first two trials, not the third. She changed it up for the Charlie trial.
The question is, does she wear the dress
the same as
on the Charlie trial or not?
Or does she go back? If she looks at any sort of affiliation with the defense, the first trial was her most successful because Catherine McBenoit was hung. Every other trial she's testified in, guilty, guilty, guilty.
Yeah.
So
I think tomorrow you're just going to cover the trial and that'll be it. You're not going to do another 6 o'clock show. You're going to.
I won't have time to do anything else.
Right. Wrap up and be on when it's on. It's a long day for you.
It'll be interesting though. It'll be very interesting. People have been waiting for this for a long time, at the very least a year, because it was last September when we had the false start.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we'll see what happens Monday. we'll be streaming it too, and then you'll be there down there at some point.
Yep, I should
on
be there
Monday.
for the second half of the day.
Second
I
half of
should
the
be.
day. Okay. And then we'll probably just stream it initially and then go from there. Although if Sanford gets on, obviously that's going to be, he's important, as we learned from Mike Easter. Sanford is the man who it's his case with the FBI. He's the one with the tickle the wire. That if it wasn't for him, I don't think we would have Charlie here, and probably not Donna.
Yeah. Yep. So FBI was in on this from the very beginning. So even though they had local help, of course, it's because of their work that we are where we are.
Yeah. All right, Michael Bryant, you've done yeoman's work today.
Hey, you know what? Look at this.
What?
There. We were backwards all day. It was bugging. Something was bugging me. I wasn't sure what something was off.
Backwards. I know. Even when I came back, and I was like, well, I don't think we should move us because we've been that way all day, and all. Yeah. Apparently, Auntie Deb is going down. Jimmy's going to go down.
I know he threatened to. I know he did threaten to do that. So we'll see if we run into him down there.
Yeah. But if you do, you do. And so, okay. So that's where we are. So the plan is next week when Michael's there, he'll come out in breaks and try to do. Yeah, we've got our board.
Got the big board, which will be defined into a list with some very important info to which I can supplement that when I get down there.
Yeah.
But. And it's been confirmed by those in the courtroom. There are only 14. The judge either misspoke
right,
or thought he had 15 and then realized he doesn't. So there are 2 all, which is
and they may have decided that to go with that. Maybe they thought 15 initially and they just went with the 14.
Jury, you heard him.
Yeah, we had a jury, and I knew we weren't wrong. I mean, it's just like when we pick a jury and the judge is reading the things out. You're writing. We've had enough experience about this to get it right. So. That's where we are. So we'll see what happens with Donna. She didn't look, she looked a little more frightened. Today was the first time I thought at the end after the jury selection, when the jury was sworn in, that she looked frightened.
Yeah. Well, I do think part of it is the tone of the whole day. If I'm sitting there on trial for murder, don't be freaking laughing and having a good time. Nobody is as serious about what's happening as Donna Adelson. So that has to wear on you. She was there 8 hours today too.
So Dizzy wants to make a graphic for you of your notes. The only thing I would also say too is I think when they came back, I'm sure what happened is for many trials, the defense used most of their challenges on the first group. When the second group came back, they didn't have, because the one who said that she, the snitch should evaluate her, based on her testimony, she didn't care whether she got, she didn't got anything for it, but depending on what she had to offer, right? I mean, in my book, she would have been out. The 2 the people with murdered family members, one who was law enforcement in the family. I'm sure that Donna could not have been happy about that. And I have a feeling that the defense didn't really have many left in the preemptory challenges.
Yeah, they could be. I'll see if I can learn a little more about that, because, that could have been a pivotal juror. We'll find out, I guess, eventually.
The Madonna trial. So, we've been here for like 8 hours. Missy's been here. She's been streaming earlier on before we even got on. Please hit that subscribe, like, share, notify. We have over 2,000 of you watching and been in and out today. And we can't grow. If you're coming here and watching the product, but not hitting the subscribe, like, share, notify, because the algorithm of YouTube is so messed up that unless you're doing that, unless they see you liking us, they don't push us out to other people. And that's why we got here. We're at almost 26,000 in 11 months, which is pretty good. Since we've been having great help from our moderators and everyone here, but we really need everyone who comes in to hit that like, subscribe, share, and notify. It doesn't cost you anything. It really doesn't cost you anything.
It doesn't cost. Many things cost money. This does not cost money. Hey, before I forget, the poll that I put up a couple of days ago, I was curious who people thought was the most interesting person, and that was the word I used on purpose. And I had on there Charlie, Catherine McBenoit, Wendy, and Donna. Of those 4, who's the most interesting person?
Donna?
No, she's not even really a close second. It's clearly Wendy at 68% currently.
Wendy,
Donna was 26%, 4 for Charlie, 2 for Catherine.
Well, Wendy was too easy to guess. I mean, I had to take.
You tried to. I get it. You played a little poker with it. You tried to try to fill an inside straight with that one. I get it. All right.
An inside straight. Yeah, you got that. You got that words down. The inside straight. An inside straight flush actually is what I tried to.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah.
Hey, well, good luck tomorrow. Good luck on that. And
Thank you.
you know,
And we'll
I'm sure
talk.
you'll tune in as you can here and there just to see
Yep.
what's happening.
Yep, of course I will. Of course I
All
will.
right, folks. Well, we
All right.
appreciate you hanging in with us today, and hope you learned a little something. I know we did.
Yeah.
So
8:30,
that's always
8:30
good.
tomorrow morning. Come join the stream here. Even if Michael's not here or I'm not here, the stream is on. You can talk. You're a community now. All 2,000 of the community, and you can talk among each other as you know. And thank you for Domino for making the cameo appearances
Yeah,
and the
Domino's.
cameo and all.
No, he's still, just look at that. He's still. I fed him, and that's generally the position after feeding. Sacked down. Okay, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. In the meantime, try to do the right thing.
Bye.